It was a cold morning. A tall dilapidated building, once bright orange with green shimmering like a gray cloud, stood on the outskirts of Konoha. On the balcony of one of the many apartments sat a young boy, perhaps a little over 6. It would seem that children were happy at that age, however not their family. The two brothers lived in an apartment given to them by the Hokage, still being let out of the orphanage in the military settlement early. Although the lack of parents, the small means of subsistence, and the social disapproval of the boy for reasons unknown to him tested his strength, it was his brother who made Menma the most sad. The two boys were very similar, the main difference was their faces. The presence of a fox mustache, Menma also had sky-colored eyes, while Naruto stood out for his emerald ones. That was it, they were practically twins. However, things were getting weird, and by some mysterious law, Menma was hated by the entire village, and his brother was shopping instead. Today's mood struck again. Uzumaki couldn't sit at home around the clock. He stayed out a little longer and ran into some unfriendly people in an alley. Just like the first time, Naruto tried to help, but legitimately shared the pain with his brother. Only unlike Menma, Naruto didn't gain any resilience or regeneration. For the former, any injuries healed in a few hours at worst, but the latter walked around with them for long periods of time. Multiple inhibitions splintered with just a few words, "You're my brother." Menma made up his mind. Previously he had been afraid to go to the Hokage. If it was only himself who suffered, he could bear it, but when his brother suffered. Uzumaki headed to the tower. He was filled with determination. He wanted to do something to his only friend. The hands of the clock slowly drew closer. Uzumaki counted down every second. His anxiety stiffened his body. The kid sat waiting for his appointment. Menma got in quickly enough. After only 15 minutes he was invited in. Hiruzen's office had a huge stack of papers to his right and left. "Ah, Menma, come in," the old man said good-naturedly, then stroked his beard. "I've postponed my work, so I'll hear you out completely." The Hokage smiled. "It's about my brother," the young man said before Hiruzen could finish, interrupting him. "He's being treated by the best medics in Leaf Village, and they're known to be the best shinobi specialists in the world. But that's not why I came here." The Jinchuriki muttered sadly. Sarutobi stopped, while taking his hand aside, as he hadn't prepared for such a thing. "You see, my brother's dream is to become a shinobi, but we're a long way from the academy, and we won't get in without training," he said sadly and quickly. Hiruzen nodded, then took a couple of papers from his desk and signed them. They were letters of recommendation for the academy. Menma accepted them gratefully, but continued to stand there, hesitant to speak. Sarutobi chuckled, and so he added, "I'll try to do something." After that, the Hokage pretended that he needed to attend to the documents, and so Menma didn't wait long. Left alone, Sarutobi took out his pipe. He thought deeply. The commander of the Anbu route appeared from the secret room. The clatter of his cane on the floor distracted the Hokage. "I think this kind of thing should be taken advantage of. My best experts will handle it." Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke and said, "I know you're experts." But after a moment he said, "Control is always important." Danzo, that was the name of the interlocutor, nodded at the Hokage's speech. Sarutobi gradually leaned towards him, then said, "I'll ask Kakashi." "No." Shimura stopped him. "Hitaki is a strong jonin and will be needed for missions, and most importantly he's not an instructor, but a self-taught one. He won't be able to help, and I'll trust him with communications. You don't even have to suggest your own specialists. Maybe, dear. I think it's better to appoint Catfish. His strict method of training will produce a disciplined soldier. I'm sure he won't let you down. It's strange, old friend, that you're asking zealously for him, and for the child as well." Hiruzen squinted hard, and then replied, "Sam is a veteran. He's used to working with full-fledged ninjas. I'll appoint a new instructor. Dog. Get. Snake." Danzo wrinkled his nose then made Hiruzen smile. This time Sarutobi had won. Had he won? Shimura turned around and walked out of the office, the clatter of his cane lingering in the Hokage's ears, his comrade striding to one of the old marches with purpose. Menma was hurrying through the alleys. His brother had to come home today, and he wanted to share the news. They were going to be accepted into the ninja academy anyway. Naruto met his brother in the kitchen. Their apartment surprisingly only had 3 rooms, probably the best unit in their house in some ways. Menma walked up to his brother with a conspiratorial smile, as if hiding something behind his back, and then spoke, "Guess what I found?" Naruto squinted but couldn't even imagine. The only thing he managed to think of was a kunai. Uzumaki held out the sheet to the other, Menma eager to see the reaction. Naruto read it carefully, turning pale in the face and then wanted to laugh, but looking at his brother again, he replied, "Apparently it's real." The young man was confused. He nodded towards Menma and he pulled out a second one. The house was once again filled with the joy, you could say family. At the same time Anbu reached the Hokage's office, the serpent was on one knee, listening to the Hokage's will. "I give you free rein, you better start from afar, introduce yourself as a teacher from the academy. Your task is to properly educate the young man. After all, I tried so hard to find a teacher for him, and not an easy one, because to take a ninja out of a busy schedule and replace him is a difficult task." After all the speeches Anbu asked only one thing, "Do I need to raise a subordinate or a shinobi? I would like a ninja with the will of fire." "As you wish, Hokage-sama." Anbu left the village leader's abode. Sarutobi was extremely pleased. He had a card up his sleeve after all. Snake had been in his ranks for quite some time and had recently changed his specialty, yet he stood out for his age, so the Hokage had no doubts about his loyalty and abilities. Sarutobi, with a calm disposition, thanking fate, took care of the paperwork. There was someone else she favored, though. Danzo finally returned to his hiding place and finally laughed. A couple of the Root members looked at him in surprise. "I've known you too long, Hiruzen. I think Serpent will train my new agent just fine." Shimura stroked his short beard contentedly and then adopted a casual expression. The early morning greeted the people with coolness and dew. The night's downpour was a thing of the past. Naruto woke up fairly early, still coming home exhausted. The young man had solved the piled-up household chores from the evening before, and so he was free. The boy was drinking hot water as footsteps were heard, followed by a light knock. There were 3 things the guest should have known. Menma was asleep, Naruto was awake and finished all the chores, he was free today. Uzumaki walked over and opened. A chunin stood in front of him, indicated by his armband and vest. The man said, "I recently became a teacher at the academy. The Hokage asked me to tutor you before enrollment. It would be bad if the recommendation turns out to be meaningless." Naruto nodded. He turned around to wake his brother as the shinobi grabbed his shoulder, then added, "Let him rest, Menma is a bit different. So I can't teach him anything." The young man added sadly, cartoonishly changing his face. The boy stopped in surprise, but made a note to himself and nodded to the teacher. The man turned around and called to the man with his head. The two walked past neighborhoods and houses. Uzumaki knew the area around the house well, however far away was extremely rare, at least in this part. Unexpectedly to him, the forest appeared in front of them first, and then the firing ranges. They stopped at yet another, one might say wasteland. A reasonably old man walked up to the middle tree post, and there were 3 of them, and then quickly carved a circle. Chunin stepped back 20 meters, extremely far, and then with a slight movement hit the exact target. "You can address me as Tetsuya. Let's start right away. After all, your brother will be very surprised to be alone. Today we have trial training." The man thought for a moment. Never mind. "So, your goal is to hit that target. Here are the kunai." He threw 2 more, and then stepped back to the shade of a tree, while watching the young man closely. Naruto happily ran to the pillar, then pulled out his throwing weapon with difficulty. The only thing that stuck in his mind was, "It's too heavy." The boy stepped back the same 20 meters and tried to throw the first kunai. Perhaps it was too obvious that the first one flew in a strange trajectory, and the second one fell far from the center. Naruto looked at the teacher, but the teacher glared at him caustically. Uzumaki thought one thing, "You can't even do that." The boy tried again and again, though by the 17th minute his strength began to leave him, or maybe it was patience. Naruto looked at the kunai in his hand, those were barely holding onto one. No child could not even throw them properly, not even to throw them properly. Uzumaki looked around, but there was nothing around. Just that kunai. His teacher stood up and slowly walked over. A little farther away he stopped. The boy shifted his gaze from the target to the kunai and then to Tetsuya. Naruto didn't understand how this could possibly be accomplished, but then his eye caught on one detail: he was getting closer to the target. For 20 meters, the distance wasn't significant, but it was large enough to be easily spotted. Grass trail, and the ground. Uzumaki only now realized why the teacher had pressed the ground a little. The young man came to a distance of 5 meters from the target, and then threw the kunai, although it just flew off the pole, but Uzumaki did not hear the swearing, and also realized that he could complete the task. The budding ninja tried to remember the moves, Naruto tried to repeat, still Tetsuya slowed down a lot on the last one, as well as tried to do that from the post. Uzumaki probably would have lost the thread completely after a few minutes. He managed to get the gist of it, and so after a short time, though at the edge, he got in. The teacher from the academy was suddenly behind him, then patted the boy on the shoulder before picking up the kunai. "Do you know what a shinobi's power is?" said the ninja softly but forcefully. To this, Uzumaki only shook his head, then replied, being ready for anything. A good answer, too good, but not the right one. The man leaned slightly, as if about to reveal a secret. You can't be able to do everything at once, you have to distribute your strength. The strongest is the one who can adjust to the enemy. After that, the Chunin clenched the kunai in the boy's hand. Then with a slight smile he tossed 2 more and added, "You may have fun. I won't require you, or even waste time copying skills. You have to figure out for yourself what you're missing." "But how will I figure that out?" Naruto said in surprise. "How do I hit the center of the target?" "By gradually getting closer to it." The ninja then waved his hand and pointed in the direction they had come from, before turning around and leaving Uzumaki alone. Not even the genin had left the training area yet. He didn't want his brother to lose him. Naruto came back as if from a run. Menma didn't ask, still for himself he took a couple notes too. When already Uzumaki, you could say, marked, he returned again to the, so far free, range. Except for throwing, the young man knew nothing else, so he could exercise only in this current. Of course, even after an hour the results did not seem outstanding, perhaps only fatigue. The point of the class was not to learn how to throw perfectly, though Naruto thought it was. In fact, in this training, other skills were increasing, maybe not as effectively, among them like accuracy, achieved with practice and practice, as well as body control. Uzumaki had never practiced anything like this, so before any training it was necessary to get a feel for the movements. Training with the teacher became more and more difficult each time. No one cancelled the strengthening of the body. Work with chakra began only a year before the academy. It turns out at 8 years old, anyone would say that it is too late, but you cannot give a child hard disciplined work, and that's what the mentor wanted. One day, a couple months after they met, Tetsuya pointed him to a pole and gave him a task to practice his strikes. Needless to say the wood was extremely hard. After the exercise the Chunin would sit in front of his student and talk about his shinobi work, of course displaying heroism and dedication and hiding cowardice. Perhaps nothing could have made Naruto doubt his mentor if not the expression in his eyes. It could be written off as a failed mission, but then it would show a different emotion. One thing was clear, Tetsuya was an extremely cold-blooded man. His face could express anything, but inside there was an emptiness. Time flew by imperceptibly. Thanks to the lessons, Naruto had become, one could say, a quiet man. He sometimes liked to talk, but rarely enough. Sometimes he just didn't have the inner strength to do so. His brother, on the other hand, although he had no mentor, practiced. Menma, in the absence of anyone but his brother, grew up to be someone who liked to draw everyone to him. The boy's antics sometimes went out of bounds, but never resulted in injury. That's how the life of 2 brothers turned out. Hard difficulties fell on them, and each coped with them. The approaching academy meant almost everything to the children, for it was something of a dream, something of an escape from their situation. Menma was looking forward to new techniques, new friends, while Naruto was dreading the upcoming training, as his mentor pretended to be quite eager to see him arrive. Both Uzumaki hated memorizing theory and reading textbooks, and it was hard for them to sit still. For Naruto, it had been a misery until Tetsuya showed him exactly what it was all for. It started as usual. Uzumaki was supposed to study another piece of information while resting, but the Chunin, seeing the lack of fervor, stopped the student and began to speak. Shinobi often say the same thing. There are 5 elements, each weaker than the other and stronger than the other. It is necessary to learn new techniques. After that, the man took out a kunai. But how can you say that? Because everyone knows that the earth absorbs water, but at the same time it can easily pierce a wall. For some reason, ninjas also like to gloss over the fact that natural phenomena are key to any elemental technique. But never mind. As if reprimanding himself, the soldier made a deep cut on his arm in the process. The man took out a bandage and treated the wound with ease. Naruto didn't even have time to react to it. Of course he was surprised. The soldier then removed the bandage and handed another remedy to the student. You try it. After a great deal of time, for such an amount of time, the Chunin assessed. You tried to replicate, not wind up like many. Speed is practice and correctness is theory. For one thing, your goal was to do the bandage itself, not to deal with the root cause. After the entire performance, the man used the Irionen technique, adding, how can you replicate what you have not seen, recreate what you do not know? Naruto managed to partially overcome himself, but as always, it was easier for him to grasp everything with practice. The young man stood in front of a tall building, his brother to his right and a crowd around him. In the midst of everyone's joy, Naruto stood pensive and sad. Menma naturally noticed this, but didn't ask. He never asked his brother, always relying on him. The future academy students' thoughts were completely absorbed in the recent training session, or rather the end of it. Tetsuya plucked a leaf from a tree, placed it on his palm and said, "Here, you have only this kunai," handing the throwing weapon to the child. "Your job is to cut the leaf using only this." Naruto grabbed the kunai and realized 2 things at once. The edges of the weapon were dull and the point was not sharpened enough. Trying to separate it somehow, Uzumaki swiped at the leaf, but there was nothing he could do. Tetsuya looked at him with a smirk. Naruto, realizing that there might not be a solution, held out his hand. However, the teacher took it and guided the kunai with the point towards his palm and then brought it down with force. Naturally, after doing so, the goal was accomplished. However, a trickle of blood was also visible. There can be no evil to accomplish the mission, only costs. These words were imprinted in the young man, too categorical and too far from him, said, one could already say, by a close person. Now, just before the academy, Naruto was thinking of only one thing: can I become a ninja? It was hard for Uzumaki to accept such determination, but past training and small age gradually outweighed. The present, however, knocked Uzumaki out of his thoughts. His name was called out. The young man walked up to the desk and was handed a document. However, Menma was right in front of him, so they both walked into the new house. Class A may have been expected, but still the surprise overwhelmed them. A huge classroom, lots of desks and other students, none of whom paid any attention to the new guests. Naruto whispered, "Loneliness is sweet poison." Menma nodded to him, and then the 2 brothers took a seat by the window. No one ever approached the knee until the very end. Almost everyone now consisting of clansmen and townspeople flocked to them. Sadly, the Uzumaki were left alone. A ninja walked into the classroom. It was their new teacher and leader until graduation, Uruka Yumino. Since it was the first day at the academy, everything started with introductions. Everyone in the audience would come up to the blackboard, call out their name, sometimes saying their preferences. The tedious part slowly progressed to the end, as the class was still quite large. Gradually the line got to them as well. Menma went first. The young man happily hurried along. Going down the steps as at the last moment he noticed a footstep. It was too late, the young man fell down. This time the student was not injured, but there were no threats or reprimands even from the teacher. At that moment something clicked in Naruto, though his brother grudgingly tried to seek out the offender, but forgave him without finding him. Naruto was next. No one interrupted him, which was strange. Until the moment he stood before the class, the young man read only regret in his eyes. Of course only a small part of them thought so, however the eye clung to them. The boy introduced himself and walked back to his seat without attracting attention. At the end of everything, Haruka spelled out the rules, the schedule, and the reincarnation technique, drawing attention. After everything, the teacher dismissed the class. Everything was already the middle of the day. Naruto and Menma walked separately this time, the former heading to the firing range and the latter to his textbooks. He wanted to show off. Tetsuya greeted his student with a handshake and then nodded. Turning around, the Anbu member led him away from the main clearing deeper into the forest, then began to speak. Maybe the academy will teach you the basics, but that's not what I'd like. Let's talk about a few things at once. Hopefully you remember my lessons. After Jonin replied, he continued, all right, then I'll explain our future training. After you graduate from the academy you'll have an additional exam with me. I think you'll know what kind. He pointed towards the trunks where a genin of his age came out. The boy greeted the group, then waited for Tetsuya's orders. That's your sparring partner now, for a while. But I've never seen a fight. The young man asked with surprise and question. Consider this your first exam. Don't worry about injuries, until you get a little bit of a handle on it he'll hold back. Later on, I'll support you with techniques. Tetsuya smirked after that, jumped on a branch and said, you may proceed. Naruto stared intently at the, now, enemy. The genin stepped closer, and then stood in a stance. Uzumaki's thoughts ran like a river, his hands came up closer to his head and he bent slightly, repeating after his opponent. The second one headed forward too fast for Naruto. Naruto missed a punch to the shoulder as he thought about such quick movements. The young man covered himself with his hands against the second and then took a leg swing as well. Uzumaki scrutinized his opponent, looking closely at his body, trying to grasp the details. He already understood why he was having trouble moving and, though difficult, he began to keep up with his enemy. His hand was thrown back in the same direction, followed by a second one. Naruto couldn't defend himself and was hit in the head. Uzumaki held his ground and then realized his mistake and pulled his fist inwards. Since he pulled it far away, the genin was able to reach with his left hand, though this time Naruto was able to defend himself again. Uzumaki thought his enemy had opened up, yet both of the genin's hands made their move. His pelvis had no power at the moment, and so he tried to strike, except his enemy twisted a bit, evading the attack, and then punched with his knee. This was how Naruto got lesson after lesson. Every detail cost him a blow. His body was quickly weakening. However, after a short period of time the first round was over, Tetsuya making a disgruntled face as he healed his wounds. A short break was given by his opponent. Further attempts to cope with the genin did not give success. All the time Uzumaki only caught up, still had no practice. He was beginning to get used to the movements. The incoming blows became stronger. The young man gradually withdrew from thinking, because he realized their ineffectiveness after he understood the basics. His senses were gradually taking over. Anger, excitement filled the boy. Another mistake. The genin came closer, passing close to the blow, and then struck his own, but Naruto had already predicted it. Because the opponent did the same thing, the boy turned the body, managing to hit at the same moment as the enemy. Tetsuya's eyebrows widened. He certainly hadn't expected such a quick result. It wasn't the coincidence of such a thing that interested him. Jonin pondered the reasons for the luck, and then nodded to his thoughts. Uzumaki stood against the genin, his eyes always resting on the young man's chest, absorbing everything that was going on around him. His mind a little clouded, still he was drowning in his first fight with another person. The enemy quickly approached for the countless times already. Naruto deflected slightly trying to strike the knee with his foot. However, the genin responded by raising his own, but Uzumaki didn't stop. He held the initiative for the moment. His right leg came down to the side, allowing him to strike with his arm to the body. The genin was obliged to respond with a block, locking up as well. Naruto unleashed an attack that ended well, as his fist reached his head, but Uzumaki wasn't so simple, reaching his ribs with his knee. Genin didn't expect such an attack and missed. His breath interrupted, and Naruto took advantage of it, breaking the block with an elbow strike, and then trying to break his collarbone on the reverse turn. Naturally he didn't succeed in doing the same, only his shoulder hurt badly. The genin was clearly no longer able to continue the round. Tetsuya could have stopped the fight but wanted to see it end. The enemy moved a little further away holding his arm. His mind lost contact. but Uzumaki on the contrary seized the moment. He subconsciously was able to use a little chakra to reach the genin faster, hitting him on the head. The genin fell down, unable to continue. Tetsuya immediately helped him as Uzumaki had done before and then waited for his student to recover a bit. Uzumaki's heart was pounding rapidly. He was ready to continue sparring despite his earlier injuries, but time had put him to sleep. Tetsuya walked over to him and ruffled his hair before uttering, "Very good, you exceeded your plan today. Do you know why the genin lost?" Naruto thought for a moment, searching for an answer. Uzumaki wasn't proud, and therefore wasn't going to talk about genin. Jonin nodded his thoughts and continued, "There is no denying your giftedness, but during the course of the fight you grew by observing the enemy while the enemy stayed where he was, fixated on himself. When you're trying to practice a technique you gather all your senses inside you. That kind of skill is excellent, but not working with the enemy will ruin you like it did today." Naruto memorized the lesson, and then Tetsuya looked up at the sunset that was slightly breaking through the not-so-dense trees. "That's it for today, get ready for the next enemy." Uzumaki looked at his teacher with surprise, although the young man realized that he needed experience, but he would never leave the practicing. However, the teacher reassured him, the enemy was exposed once a week. All the rest of the time Naruto had to prepare for everything himself, naturally checking his ideas with the teacher, that he would be able to correct the flaws. Silence, only occasionally interrupted by the changing of papers. A plethora of reports haunted any leader, Danzo was no exception. Every detail was scrutinized before reaching his desk, so he wasted no time. Shimura assembled pictures from facts in his mind and generated new ones, that was his job. Another subordinate moved into the room. The head of the route immediately recognized his old agent. This was no ordinary soldier, you could say this man was the embodiment of the Anbu of the past. The shinobi was born and bred by his father, one of Danzo's first associates. He was not a member of the route, nor did he run missions, only rarely visited. Almost always the man was in the Hokage's service, where he would get any information he could. Now the man was standing in front of him. The man pulled out a document and handed it to Danzo. Shimura immediately began to read. "I see you're doing well in your role. Here is an only let me get reports from you, but I guess that's okay." The first candidate was too bad. The commander waved his hand in the darkness, but another ninja left the room. At least the next one's lost well. Shimura grasped his chin. "I think it's time to use the genin. Take whoever you want, it's hard to doubt their abilities." The old man finished reading another, but now the last sheet, used the stone in his hand. "It's hard to come up with something like that without knowing it. From what I understand, Naruto's getting the hang of it." "That's right, it's been a month, too few sparring sessions yet, but he's quickly learning that blocking blows for long periods of time is too hard. You chose your opponents well here. Usually a year or two after entering the academy, clansmen grow to the level of a genin, or even outgrow it. Work on your chakra, Uzumaki will have problems with it, I wouldn't want to waste time on accelerated exam preparations. I'll fix that," still mostly coaching him so far. Though to be fair he's making excellent progress. After his defeat on day 2 Naruto finally stopped relying on his fists alone. You give him unpleasant enemies on purpose, you don't really warn him to hold back, and eventually someone leaves the class with injuries. Danzo snorted, then stood up and headed for the exit. "I think I'll go visit an old friend." The head of the route was going to the Hokage Tower. "Also, I made the exam a little harder." The subordinate naturally realized what they wanted him to do and went back to his duties. The lessons would be over soon after all. Ninja Academy is a very diverse place. Some classrooms create strife and fun, while others are quiet and gloomy. The only noise was in Class A, where the Uchiha's desk was the only thing that was noisy. Otherwise, there were only small groups of students. Naruto stood in front of the main exit, waiting for his brother. For the umpteenth time, Menma had been reprimanded by the class teacher, sometimes for pranks or failing grades. It was hard to blame the orphans for such grades. The other brother was studying at an average level, even though so much effort and help had been put in. There weren't many kids outside, it was cold enough. The Uzumaki were finally able to head home, strolling through the forest trails as usual, away from the main road. This time their conversations were interrupted by a noise from outside. Naturally they headed towards the spring. The bushes provided the perfect place to observe the not-so-graceful spectacle. There was a girl kneeling in the middle of the clearing, a classmate recognized by her jacket. Naruto watched the others without interfering. Menma glanced at his brother first, then stepped forward without a second thought, drawing all attention to himself. "Try to offend me," he said angrily, which surprised the three boys. Among them was a soon-to-be graduate, though now more like a former student. Naruto exhaled heavily. He didn't like to act openly, but the previous month had taught him a lot. Uzumaki had immediately picked up on his stamina, so he confidently delayed any skirmishes, gathering information on the enemy. This time he stayed where he was, waiting for a good opportunity. No one wanted to retreat in front of a known loner, as well as to guess about the presence of the second brother. One of the offenders ran at Menma, but was 1 year old. Uzumaki fell to the ground with him, and then was able to easily retake the initiative, climbing on top of the enemy and punching him with all his might. He obviously didn't cause any injuries, however he did extremely hurt the unprepared man. There were only 2 left against him. This time the boys didn't dare to go one at a time. Menma let the older one go around from the back, stepping slightly forward. Uzumaki grappled with the second one. The final year student wanted to intervene, but he heard a rustle behind him, after which he uttered, "Stop roaring, get up." He threw to the third before turning around, however he saw Naruto. Confusion came over him for a second, then the tall young man felt pain below his knee and lost his balance before meeting the knee of the already arriving Uzumaki. The two handled the threat with no problem. Menma helped Hinata up and then left her with his brother. Blue eyes drilled Naruto. There was the ultimate question, what were you waiting for? However the result forced Menma to keep silent. The young men, although they were twins, gradually differed more and more. The most important thing was that their ideals differed. Once again Naruto reached the training ground. His teacher was already waiting for him. Uzumaki again began to work out the various elements. Tetsuya corrected the flaws, which immediately and determined, and then stopped the boy. "The Hokage is pleased with your work," the man said, holding out a bundle to the young man. The apprentice looked at what was inside and was surprised to see that it was the amount of his triple monthly budget. There wasn't really much there, rather the brothers lived in poverty. "Any labor must be paid, after all it is now your mission to become a worthy ninja," Anbu said a little backing away. "Perhaps you have one complete defeat so far," sternly spoke the mentor, to what the boy lowered his eyes. Tetsuya immediately noticed it. He sharply approached and shook the student of the academy. "You have shown a perfect result, you have nothing to fear." The man looked worriedly at his ward, not expecting such a reaction. He thought about it for a moment, and then continued to speak, whispering something like, "You're still a child, leave the taijutsu for now, you'll be throwing kunai soon, it would be bad if you failed. Also, you brought your textbooks, right?" Practically until the evening, the two of them practiced together, even laughter could be heard at times. "But everything comes to an end," Tetsuya said, and Naruto bowed. "Let me give you your first assignment," the ninja said conspiratorially. "Don't stand out, and especially don't tell anyone. Not even the Hokage," Tetsuya added, causing Naruto to be startled, but he bowed without question. He trusted his teacher after all. After a day of training, Jonin was on his way to the tower of the head of Konoha, where he gave a report on a job well done. Hiruzen was complaining about Danzo as always, for he kept asking to be given the opportunity to provide teachers who would definitely be able to discover and promote the child's talents. That was how life flowed for Naruto and Menma. They were both trying. They had their reasons, to escape poverty, to protect each other, and just to be happy. It seemed like very little was needed for a person. However, as always, in life there are twists and turns. One of them Justin will mark the further fate of the boy. Menma sat at one of the back desks. Alas, he was barred from the others. Not far away sat his brother, Naruto. The latter had had a tragic time at the academy. Menma was looking at the blackboard. The annual test was coming up, and he was watching Uzumaki as always. Naruto sat under the window, looking out over the village. It would seem that Iruka should have gotten his students' attention, but the results were decent, so the Chunin didn't sound the alarm. It all started with the first fights. Uzumaki never caused injuries. If his partner fell to the ground, he always got help to get up. One day, at the next of the exams, namely at the sparring, Naruto faced a comparable opponent, although he was not a clan member, but he excelled. In the course of a hard fight, Uzumaki was able to stay on his feet. The young man was pleased. In good spirits, the boy came up to make friends with his new friend. The academy student accepted the offer and then nabbed a kunai. As it later turned out, this student entered the academy on purchased documents. There was no way the check could miss psychological problems. In reality, the ninja was healthy and also trained en route. Orders were given and carried out, still the methods didn't discourage anyone. Naruto forever remembered the lesson. For a long time even Shikamaru feared to approach, because the fear in Uzumaki lived. The kid could grasp the kunai in his pocket if someone was near. Of course, the young man hid such a thing, but was always ready to strike. There was more than one reason for this, but it eventually led to Naruto's detachment from the class. His smile that came out of the child's dripping confidence and carefree attitude was gone. In sparring sessions, the young man stopped being honorable, once getting reprimanded for trying to knock out a loser. Naruto was probably saved by the will of the Hokage, but rather by the assurances of Iruka and Tetsuya before him. However, the student eventually quieted down, to which Hiruzen gave the okay. However, the young man was influenced not only at the academy, but also in training. The first test was a younger, inexperienced, weaker boy. All would have been fine, however due to the difference in strength Tetsuya asked the one to use a kunai. Naruto had never been so difficult. The lack of ability to block or attack head-on pressured him, while the enemy gradually drove Uzumaki into a corner. The cold weapon easily cut through clothing and flesh. Naruto learned another lesson that day: the outcome of a battle is decided by the willingness to kill the enemy. His opponent tried to cut his hands, but Uzumaki let him do it by grabbing the kunai, and also took advantage of his enemy's fright by knocking him out. His mentor's praise only solidified the conclusions. In addition, Naruto took lessons from his teacher, for he realized that it was extremely difficult to fight against a sword with bare hands. It required speed, skill, and experience, all of which took time he didn't have. It was getting harder and harder for Naruto to keep up, so for his birthday Tetsuya gave him a gift, teaching him how to create shadow clones. Naruto had only 2, but he also had a great deal of stamina and a large chakra reserve, which, though smaller than his brother's, was superior to any other. Perhaps these were the foundations of his style. The period of Ninja Academy allowed him to catch up with his peers, and in some respects overtake them. Uzumaki's opponents were genin. Sparring turned into attempts to take each other's lives, which of course Tetsuya always stopped. The final exam required preparation. Naruto didn't consider the academy as something important. All his energies were focused on testing his mentor. Tetsuya had talked many times about performing well in front of the assistant Hokage. All of this translated into some problems at the exam. Naruto and Menma, of course, with the examiner's permission, solved the tests together. Iruka dared not go against the Hokage's orders. Slightly ahead of the minimum class scores, the young men rectified the situation with better results in the physical and practical tests. All that remained was the final skill test. Mizuki, that was the name of the white-haired Chunin and also the examiner of this test. As it turned out, there was only one goal for him: to fail Menma. Still, the latter was on the edge of his seat. As he couldn't pass the techniques because of the control, his only hope was to spar. Naruto had fallen to Shikamaru, perhaps the most convenient opponent in this case. As fate would have it, Uchiha Sasuke was standing across from Menma. Uzumaki didn't even think about winning, his heart was poisoned with despair. When the examiner gave the signal, the opponent looked closely at him, however, as he always did. Sasuke didn't just feel superiority, he believed in it. A tear rolled down Menma's face imperceptibly, as if he was concentrating hard on his enemy. Sasuke was immediately at his side, trying to pull Uzumaki to the ground. However, He remembered his brother standing next to him, the one who had promised himself and him to become a shinobi. Everything slowed down a bit, adrenaline speeding up perception. Menma barely had time to grab Sasuke's arm before yanking him towards him with all his might. The Uchiha hadn't expected this. Still, to throw another you have to get out of a safe position yourself. The young man managed to react and stand up after the somersault, ending up behind Namikaze's back, but Menma realized he didn't have a second chance. The young man went for it, seeing hope. Sasuke on the other hand easily twisted his attacking arm and then twisted his opponent. Mizuki signed Menma's sentence with a small smile, then turned around and called everyone into the building, because this was the last fight. Suddenly, an Uchiha jumped down from a tree. The young man walked past the two brothers, he whispered something, extremely satisfied, glaring at them, expressing disgust. It must have been a terrible blow to Menma, but at the same time it was a terrible blow to Naruto, for he loved his brother, perhaps the only one of his family who was alive right now. "Come on, Menma," Uzumaki said, trying to cheer his friend up. "What's the point?" he said desperately, realizing that he had lost to the clone. His brother tugged on his arm, and the two of them quickly headed after the group, but stayed a little out of the waiting area. Naruto had come up with a plan. He wanted to show Menma the shadow cloning technique. Unexpectedly, but it was the one that came easiest to him, Uzumaki used it instead of the illusory one, which discouraged the Chunins, because they didn't try hard enough to distinguish the result from the necessary one. Iruka, respecting the effort, gave the blindfold to the young man. It seemed that Yumino hated the Jinchuriki. He did, however he had grown to look up to him over the years. Conversations with the Hokage and the shinobi's attentiveness had given him the answer. The kid in front of him was just an ordinary kid, even looked a lot like him. Perhaps that was what made the ninja recoil from the past. It was probably the best day for both Uzumaki, despite the grudges. Menma had gotten a rival, defeating Sasuke had become a goal for him. Everything would have been fine if the other brother hadn't been around at that moment. Naruto remembered that day, remembered it again. Of course, Sasuke behaved as usual and was always kinder at heart, but Uzumaki didn't realize it. For him, the whole world looked different, different colors, to put it this way. From the very first day until now, the young man had seen the bias towards his brother. Sadly, Uzumaki began to see many things as hatred towards them. The young man had either encountered deception himself every time, or his mentor told stories from his missions or other people's missions. Betrayals, ambushes, deceptions, it all affected the child. Each training session forced him to discard a part of himself to achieve the result. That was exactly what his payment was. The two Genin brothers greeted their new life with a smile. They had become shinobi literally today. Their meager feast had only symbolic value. The time was nearing evening. Naruto left the house, for a test awaited him. The young man went to his old training place. Two people were already waiting for him. Standing next to his mentor was an old man with a cane in his hand. The man spoke. "I am Danzo Shimura. The Hokage is a busy man and asked me to oversee your progress. As you already know, you have a test before you become a shinobi. It's probably too late, so let's get started. It's your job to win." After saying that, the elder stepped back a bit. Tetsuya disappeared and then brought in an unknown ninja. He was not wearing a blindfold. The Chunin was taller, older, and apparently more experienced. Uzumaki immediately pulled out his kunai. Close combat would be a defeat. However, he wasn't wrong about that. The enemy, extremely fast for the boy, was close to him. Naruto barely had time to put up his hands. The young man held on. Perhaps he was just lucky. Uzumaki quickly realized that it was impossible to win alone. He immediately summoned 4 clones. The group retreated, regrouping. The ninja only grinned and rushed towards the original. Uzumaki did not have time to put a block. As the picture before the eyes of the Chunin changed, he broke through the body, but got hit by a kunai in the shoulder. Of course, the ninja managed to move away from the blow, and therefore the injury was not serious. The young man in front of him disappeared in a puff of smoke. The blindfolded ninja turned around. 4 identical, completely indistinguishable young men stood before him. All his senses told him it was one person. The man folded the seals, two scattered to the sides, because the fireball technique headed for the pair. Once again, both appeared to be clones. This annoyed the teenager greatly. Chunin rushed to the left and tried to strike, but he heard the kunai behind him, so he intercepted the cold weapon and managed to repel the stabbing attack. Naruto, however, was not lost. He retreated slightly, forcing his enemy to give the other one time to approach. Now the battle was between determination. Uzumaki had to catch the enemy in a mistake and the ninja had to figure out the real one. His opponent intercepted the brush, trying to twist his arm, but immediately let go. The teenager struck at the boy in front of him while evading the kunai behind him, and then managed to push the attacker away with his foot. The man turned around out of habit. He stopped the cold weapon with the palm of his hand and then pushed Naruto away before folding his seals and releasing a fireball at the previously fallen Uzumaki. Just in case, his opponent returned his gaze to what appeared to be a clone, but there were no sounds behind him and the genin remained unharmed. There was no limit to the shinobi's surprise. The enemy immediately approached Uzumaki, dodging a blow and then delivering his own. Chunin heard footsteps behind him. The surviving clone was running towards him. Apparently he managed to escape, but the real one was in front of them. Because he spit blood on the ground, the enemy immediately approached and wanted to break his neck. The joy of victory was gone. Where did the blood come from? After all, the Chunin had not inflicted such damage to this body, only once reaching the other with a leg kick. A hiss stopped his thoughts. The enemy was running at him, and at the same time an explosion was about to go off in just a second. Chunin let go of the young man, realizing he had another load in his hands. He was about to recoil, looking around for his enemy, however his eyes finally cleared. The freed Uzumaki folded the seal. The two immediately switched places. Another clone grasped the Chunin's arm and pushed towards the explosive seal. Finally, what was happening was revealed to the Chunin, only too late. His opponent was creating shadow clones and then using a switch to avoid the attack. In front of the young man lay a slightly burned and stunned ninja. Uzumaki looked fearfully at his mentor, for he had crippled his opponent, but saw only a satisfied look. Naruto walked up to Danzo and bowed, saying, "Done." Shimura pushed his cane to the right and then uttered, "Not bad, considering how much chakra and strength you have in you. A trick like that can be used all the time. However, I see that you haven't won yet." Naruto looked at the elder in surprise. "As long as your enemy is alive, you won't be able to sleep well." "But he's a Konoha shinobi too," the genin said in astonishment and fear. "Unfortunately, he doesn't belong to the leaf, but another enemy. He's not wearing a blindfold," the old man said with a chuckle. Naruto turned to his mentor, expecting a revelation at this joke, but Tetsuya shook his head. "But," Naruto said quietly, "you refused to eliminate an enemy. What if he were ordered to kill your brother?" The elder's words made Naruto freeze in place, holding the kunai. Uzumaki was faced with a choice. On the one hand, Danzo was right, the enemy was to be eliminated and there could be no regrets, but at the same time Naruto could definitely see a man like him and alive in front of him. The young man stood over the enemy. He darted from side to side and then said, "Can I keep him alive?" "Of course," said Danzo, "but what will you pay with?" The elder turned his gaze to his mentor. Uzumaki grabbed the kunai tighter, held his breath, closed his eyes and struck. The young man never opened them. His hands felt warm. Naruto turned away from the strange odor and then looked at Danzo. The elder nodded, then walked into the thicket without a word. Naruto cried. He felt himself being impaled. Tetsuya walked over to him, grabbing him by the shoulders. Better to learn now than to take revenge. He was absolutely right. If the young man let slack on a mission, his comrade would die. Revenge would be his motive. The Anbu member took the boy back to the city. Before washing his hands in the lake nearby, Tetsuya fed the ninja, talking a lot. Naruto occasionally reacted, gradually coming out of his state. One thing the young man realized was that there were necessary things that went against one's personality. Remembering his brother, the young man stood up and bowed to his teacher before leaning back down. Tetsuya continued to sit in the restaurant, for he was almost immediately approached by another ninja. It was an acquaintance of his from Root. "It's good to see an old friend." He said without hiding, I think the Hokage is quite pleased with your progress. The Hokage's will is law to me. The ninja replied with a nod. I will not delay you. He said with a smile. Tetsuya headed to the Hokage's tower. He was free. Until now, he had to coordinate every step, but now, once again proving his skill, he was free to choose his own methods of training Uzumaki. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto his face. The next morning was another event for the brothers, as Iruka voiced the commands. One after another were voiced by him until they reached the seventh. The teacher's voice was suddenly unexpected, Uzumaki Menma, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. For a second, the three of them fell out of reality. Sasuke hummed sadly, Menma on the other hand appeared pleased. The Uchiha turned to him with a look and said, just stay out of the way. The boy's eyes were about to return to the board, but collided with Naruto's, just for an instant. The Uchiha had been staring into the dark green color, but now had only one thing on his mind, fear. Suddenly he felt it. It was as if it seemed to him that the other genin was drilling the young man, but leaning back in his chair, allowing himself to look at his brothers again he saw nothing. The Uchiha calmed himself, chiding himself for cowardice. The sun was shining high in the sky, the hot day was setting up for a nice vacation. But not for the genin team. As it turned out, missions outside the village were not given to the newcomers, or for that matter, anything useful to them. Working in the fields is their calling. Whenever the young men visited the Hokage for a mission, they received rough work. Sasuke was furious, feeling that he was wasting his time. Menma couldn't bring himself to do almost meaningless, monotonous work. Naruto would probably react the same way if it weren't for the sparring with his teacher. He found something to do to amuse himself, to rest from his injuries. Of course they would heal in short order, but they wore him down, just like the clones. Ever since Uzumaki had passed his exam, his mentor had made the boy practice his moves. The quick change of position confused its user above all else. Dizziness and headaches became Naruto's constant companions. However, over time the genin grew accustomed to such exertion. For months the routine tested the genin. However, today afternoon Menma couldn't stand it and demanded a worthy task. If it had been anyone else perhaps he would have lost his profession, but Namikaze was a Jinchuriki, Sarutobi would never dare to quarrel with him. The old man chuckled good-naturedly and ducked into a stack of papers, eager to find something. The Hokage nodded, handing the scroll to Kakashi, who nodded with a heavy sigh. Sarutobi continued, discuss the details with the customer, nothing worse than common bandits can happen. Hiruzen continued his work and the team headed to the guest room. If the Hokage was going to be involved in every conversation of even the most junior groups, he wouldn't have time to fulfill any of the day's plans. In the small room, an elderly man sat on a rather large couch, alcohol in hand. And these are my protectors. The guest asked disappointedly, and Naruto was probably in agreement with Sasuke at this point, as aloud, PFF'd. Reflected the Uchiha's attitude toward the man. Kakashi smiled with his eye and uttered, for mere bandits, something like this would be even too much. We're not going on a Nukenin hunt, are we? Jonin tried to assure the customer, but he choked on his drink, then agreed a little confused. Hitaki had certainly figured out the deception, but the elite soldier was confident in his abilities. Naturally, the man wasn't doing this out of generosity. The team met near the gate, each carrying a small bag. Each of the genin was eager to step outside the village for the first time. Perhaps no one had ever been so disappointed before. A hot day, a long journey, though the going was not fast, it was exhausting. Though the genin had the strength for it, they were not yet used to such a weighty trek. The backpack was dragging them to the ground, but it was even more foolish to drop it. It seemed their terribly boring journey would last until the evening. Everyone relaxed, eating themselves up with impatience as someone's abrupt lunge shook the peace. No one moved, none of them ready. The chains wrapped around Kakashi and then the two tore into him. Sasuke gathered his strength and threw a pair of kunai, wishing to shackle the cold weapon, but the chain flew away, changing its direction. It was about to fly to Menma, but then the right Chunin had to give up, because suddenly the third genin threw a shuriken with a fishing line. The projectile flew, caught and twisted around the chain, and then Sasuke and Naruto threw the enemies to the ground, because they were in the air, and the cold weapon was firmly fixed on his arm. It seemed as if the fight would only begin now, but their mentor jumped down from a nearby tree and easily knocked out both Chunin. You surprised them pretty well. Kakashi stretched out, and then cast a fleeting glance at Menma. However, there was nothing negative about it, rather it could be read as, you know it all yourself. Naruto walked over to his enemies and began to unwind the fishing line, wanting it back. For some unknown reason Sasuke came over to him. Unexpected move. The young man said sharply, it's a good thing I was able to read it and help you. Alas, Sasuke was not good at making contact, nor was he good at humility. Perhaps that was the best possible appeal. Naruto finished and turned to the Uchiha. The young man squinted and then replied, isn't that a duty? Sasuke was angry but didn't show it and walked past. However, Menma stepped in and apologized, except the Uchiha once again only gave him a look of disdain. Kakashi cursed in his soul. He quickly ended his conversation with his employer and then turned to the genin. We have continued with the assignment, however the mission will go up one rank. Jonin said tiredly. The vicious cycle in the team kept him on his toes. For now, the mentor hoped that the common difficulties would bring them together. Traveling to the land of water, to which the hireling named Tazuna was to be escorted. Genin listened to the old man's story in the boat as they made their way to the other side of the river. The architect, as well as many residents of the town, had built a bridge, wanting to bypass the monopoly of transportation, but such a thing did not suit everyone, such as the owner of all the sea routes to the town, and therefore it is the ninja who have to solve conflicts. The group went to the forest. Everyone was alert, even overly so. The past events did not let them relax. The young men, sometimes, even twitched at the rustle in the leaves. It amused Hitaki a little, but he did not dare to be distracted from his surroundings. His eye was sharply caught in the strange animal, as well as in the gathering fog in the evening, too dense. His inner sense opened his eyes, unnoticed by the team mentor, who moved behind their backs, used the technique and already quietly went ahead of the column. Another gust of wind seemed too strange to the ninja, however it turned out to be so. His sharp hearing picked up an approaching object and ordered everyone to drop to the ground, keeping Tazuna in mind. Something large flew over their heads and slammed into the trunk of a tree. Kakashi realized who he was going to have to fight this time. He shifted, fully focused on the future. The figure of a man appeared on the blade of the great sword. The new Kenin turned his gaze to the children and then to their mentor and spoke. Hitaki Kakashi, what an unexpected encounter. At this, the enemy drew his sword and stood in front of the group. Give up the old man and then there will be no point in fighting. Zabuza Momochi, Jonin of the Hidden Mist, you'd better just watch. Kakashi addressed the students and then snatched up a kunai while removing his blindfold. The wielder of the huge blade gingerly looked into the scarlet eye and then folded the seals, disappearing into the thickening fog. The man tried to scare the genin before and use them to get to the main enemy. However, he succeeded. Kakashi had to calm the guys down. Zabuza easily penetrated their ranks, making everyone jump back, while cutting Jonin. It seemed like that would be the end of it, but the flesh immediately turned to water. Momochi felt the coldness of the steel at his neck. It was clear to him what had happened. Nice try though. The swordsman's body also blurred. Another water clan disintegrated. Another maneuver ended with Hitaki right under the blade. Genin had already pulled out his kunai, but then a Jonin came from the side. It made the swordsman confused, but only for a moment, but he still managed to chop his attacker, only it wasn't real. Zabuza felt pain. Kakashi stuck his kunai between his ribs, but Momochi wasn't so simple. He forced his opponent to retreat with a flat blow and then swung his sword. The circular motion of the master even for a Sharingan seemed fast. Hitaki barely had time to block the lunge. His hands were shaking from the force. The kunai barely held. Another swing. It almost cut the man, but he managed to retreat. Kakashi tried to throw the cold weapon once more, but Zabuza turned him around and threw the Jonin away with an ease incomparable to such a sword. Kakashi threw a couple of shurikens that flew off the blade and then brought the kunai down on Zabuza with his full weight, but the sword didn't even flinch when the end of it hit the ground. Hitaki thought it was a chance and took a chance. He immediately pulled back and tried to strike again. but Decapitator broke out of the solid and immediately fell Kakashi. He managed to jump away from the oncoming death. The fighter was about to disappear into the water when he heard his name being called out. The man realized that one of the genin didn't let him make a mistake, and also distracted Momochi for a second. The sharp iron easily cut through the flesh. The swordsman turned back to his target. He saw that the enemy was about to fold the seals and rushed towards him with fury, but immediately fear gripped him. The terrifying speed made him marvel. Zabuza broke the wall of mud that had appeared and then covered himself with his sword, against the water dragon. The swordsman was thrown into the trees. Obviously the impact had stunned him. Hitaki didn't relax and used the same technique again, trying to finish off the enemy. Momochi almost managed to dodge, however he received another heavy blow. The enemy remained on his feet, but was left without strength, with injury marks on his body. Both Jonin were breathing heavily, but this time Kakashi was unharmed. He was starting to approach the enemy when he was hit by a shot of Sanbonami. The man collapsed to the ground breathless, his heart had stopped beating. The masked boy introduced himself as Anbu and carried the corpse after getting consent from Jonin. There was no trace of the former enemy, just a couple fallen trees and encroaching fog. The bright evening sun came out of the clouds and hit his eyes. Kakashi fell to the ground. He was very tired. The Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village stood up. The pain echoed in his body, however the shinobi suppressed it. He began to remember what had happened. The soldier went down to the first floor. The house of their employer was no surprise to him. After all, they had almost managed to reach the land of waves. Kakashi crossed paths with the architect, while clarifying about the past tense, then ran into his daughter. Tsunami was quite young and beautiful. However, Jonin had apparently been through a lot and didn't pay attention to such things. However, the man liked to read works not so innocent. Kakashi walked slowly, but almost stopped being distracted due to his injuries, or better said the effects from chakra restriction, sprains and other little things not able to surprise a former ninja. His gaze stopped abruptly on one of the genin. The young man was caught behind the point of the kunai. It was Sasuke. The Uchiha was doing so with anger and force. All his attention quickly focused, however, on something else entirely. Jonin added up the memories and came to a disappointing conclusion. "You've broken up," he said with heaviness and exhaled, unable to contain his thoughts. Sasuke was greatly startled. He jumped up sharply and even took the kunai in his hands, but then he calmed down and replied, "I don't care about people like him." Jonin shook his head and continued, "You are one team. For a long time your goal will be to protect each other. To survive you must come to an understanding. Otherwise there will be no sense in everything. A shinobi is first and foremost and almost always one person. He takes care of himself, but to achieve something. Greatness. Only together can do such a thing." Sasuke took such words deeply. Whether Kakashi was right or honest it was hard to say, but Jonin knew the weaknesses of his students. The so-called greatness changed the young man's state for a while. It remained to deal with the second, and if he was lucky, to find out about what had happened. The mentor's interest won out. Kakashi found Menma first, and afterwards already turned, answering the joyful words. "I met Sasuke this morning. Would you like to tell me something?" The sensei hinted. The young man choked on air, then ventured to report, "You probably remember someone throwing kunai." "I heard a voice. Your brother's voice as well as something flying. Continue." "My brother handed me a couple. Apparently he wanted to help make himself useful." However, Sasuke intervened and did it first. "I don't really understand the connection. Isn't that common?" "I thought so too, though it also made me sad that I missed an opportunity again." He lowered his eyes and then said. Sasuke chuckled again. "Naruto thought it was bullying and accused him of it. My brother was probably sticking up for me, but apparently he did it too harshly." Kakashi realized that one word didn't do it there. Jonin reiterated the team's problem to himself. He was already thinking of how to resolve such a triangle, however he didn't have time. The shinobi finally reached the last member of the team, while issuing a task to the rest of the team to climb up the tree using chakra. Kakashi hoped that Sasuke and Menma would find common ground in training together, then the problem would disappear on its own. Jonin walked a bit through the forest, his student practicing his strikes on the trunk, which caused a nervous tick in Kakashi. The memory of his friend immediately spoiled any desire to approach, however he overpowered himself. Kakashi answered the wishes for the second time and then got into a fighting stance. Though his body wasn't ready for battle yet, it was over the top for the genin. Kakashi and Naruto didn't spar, they practiced one of many combinations, correcting the boy's flaws in defense and attack. After a bit, as Uzumaki went through the motions, Kakashi asked, "Perhaps you two should find some common ground." A slight smile fell. Naruto tilted his head and looked at his sensei, then spoke, "I won't indulge his ego." Kakashi frowned, though a little surprised at his student's phrase, and then repeated the words for the Uchiha. If anyone Jonin didn't understand yet, it was Naruto. He had little contact with anyone. As the goal of a shinobi greatness. Jonin squinted, then said, "There are different goals." Hitaki chuckled, "Like helping your brother." A gnashing of teeth was heard. Uzumaki glared angrily at his mentor. He listened to the words about what was hindering Menma's development, and then walked away. Kakashi didn't bother to stop him. Jonin was stunned. It wasn't so much the insolence that surprised him as the boy's reaction. The shinobi realized that he had destroyed the bridge between them, however he never realized how. "It's worth talking to him," Kakashi pondered, remembering the young man's mentors from last year. Naruto returned to his comrades. Sasuke pretended that nothing happened. Menma got along with the Uchiha so far, and so the third accepted the given. He and his brother began the exercise. Kakashi watched the training. Naruto managed to finish first, although it didn't surprise him much. Sasuke was extremely fast to achieve the same, and the last one couldn't. Menma tried time after time. His brother rested first and then did meditation while waiting for him. The boy was getting more and more angry with himself. He was putting more and more effort into it. Perhaps Menma wished for one thing at this moment, to justify his brother's trust. Toward evening, however, he managed to climb to the top of the tree, and the next day he was able to master the skill. Preparations to meet the enemy continued. Kakashi believed in his students, he himself had to cope. Another day watch for Team 7 was interrupted by a mist on the bridge. The shinobi were guarding the architect but walked into the enemy's trap. In the midst of the many bodies of what appeared to be still living people stood Zabuza and the masked man who had tricked them last time. "How do you look, Kakashi, to admire a genin fight?" the swordsman said with a slight chuckle. Hitaki didn't mind giving his students a useful experience, as long as he himself didn't count the options he had thought out in advance. Sasuke ran forward, Menma behind him, and Naruto stayed behind, watching everything that was going on. The masked man was even faster than the Uchiha. He got closer, and then tried to knock out the first enemy. At this moment the leader of the team took out a kunai and tried to pierce the swordsman's student, but he took out Senbon's and deflected the blow, and then tried to strike with his other hand. Sasuke had time to cover himself. A second later, Menma entered the fight. He almost managed to hit the attacker, but the man, whose name was actually Haku, and that was how Zabuza addressed him, moved quickly and almost pierced Uzumaki's shoulder. But Sasuke was able to push him back and deflect the lunge. Naruto threw a couple of kunai, which gave Sasuke the opportunity to attack. Haku had time to fence with the Uchiha, repel the throwing weapons and keep an eye on Menma. Perhaps he should have been called a genius, since he was a year older at best. The new Kenin had a hard time keeping up that pace. One of the knives cut through his clothes. Sasuke was able to hit the mask with the point, and Menma forced him to retreat. Haku vanished into the mist. Sasuke ran in after him with scarlet eyes. He knew he was the only one who could keep from getting lost in it, but Menma followed him rather than get hit. The masked boy intercepted the Uchiha's blow, pulled him aside and knocked both boys to the ground with a kick. Suddenly a third boy appeared out of the mist and slashed at his mask, leaving a shallow mark. Haku folded his seals. He succeeded, as the enemy had to make a risky and wrong lunge. Naruto was not ready to continue the attack, as suddenly bluish mirrors formed around the three, playing with the rays of the sun and the waves of the vast blue sea. It was like a clear day inside. The beauty and elegance of the ice mirrors stunned the genin for a second, then fear entered their souls. But the ninjas were ready to hold their ground. They had each other's backs, trusting their backs. A single image of the enemy hovered above them as suddenly his silhouette stretched out. A multitude of needles flew at tremendous speed. It was hard to repel all of them, perhaps even impossible. One pierced his leg below the knee. Sasuke completely forgot about them. Menma covered himself with his forearm, protecting his neck. Naruto got the biggest volley that dispelled what appeared to be a shadow clone. The tall, icy, but still graceful and beautiful mirrors instilled fear in the genin, but hope for their comrades still lived within them. A moment. A second. A second. Nothing happened. A scream full of despair was heard. Naruto was unable to break the technique outside, and then he received several blows from the enemy that had appeared. A fog surrounded the cage, even the sun disappeared for the two. They pulled out their kunai, preparing to hold their defenses. Haku moved extremely fast, the blurry trail was elusive, iron needles flying at the boys from different directions. There's no way out. Sasuke cursed as the second Menma failed to run between the mirrors. The Uchiha used his eyes to track the enemy and unleashed a fireball, which dispersed when it collided with the superior technique. Menma used clones, forcing Haku to cover the field with Senbon again and again, but the ninja grew slower each time. The near-death experience opened a new breath in Sasuke. Everything seemed to stop. Haku was only halfway through as the Uchiha gathered himself to unleash a fire technique on the cage, however it was too late to interfere. The tongues of flame collided with the ice wall, slightly damaging them, but they still failed to fulfill their purpose. But that wasn't the only plan. At the same moment many clones, following the fireball, tried to break through the prison. It was all in vain. The enemy protected the weakened mirrors, but the rest did not succumb to the blow. Menma received a couple of Senbon and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The Uchiha's plan ended in failure. Perhaps Sasuke will never answer why he did it. The Uchiha covered his defenseless comrade with himself, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps for another reason. A comrade collapsed before the genin's eyes. The cold, stone slab was colored red. Thin streams of blood poured from the wounds. Sasuke collapsed on the ground as if he had said goodbye forever. Uzumaki couldn't believe it was over. His comrade was gone. The realization came in slow motion, but the world around him meant nothing either. A whole minute passed in an instant, replaced by grief, frustration and anger. As if rage rose from his heart, accompanied by immense strength, unable to hold so much chakra appearing from the void, Menma let go of everything, losing consciousness. The fog on the bridge turned into an icy embrace of fear. The two Jonin playfully tried to reach the enemy until they sensed a different chakra. The entire battlefield became clear again. The ice cage may have been strong but it shattered. Its owner flew to the edge of the bridge and crashed into the guardrail. Two of the genin remained in place, defeated and unconscious, while the third was also thrown away like their enemy but along the road. Zabuza hummed, summoning the mist once more. He had full confidence in his weapon that was now left one-on-one. Kakashi still hadn't been able to hurt Momochi, however, he himself had been able to defend himself for a long time. It was only now that a thought visited him, the idea of victory. Hitaki decided to allow himself to be wounded at the opportune moment, the moment of the swordsman's retreat, and then call the dogs to detect the invisible enemy by scent. As the soldiers scampered away, the two remained on the bridge, glaring at each other. A tired Haku and Naruto, the balance of power was unknown, still experience and skill could not be compared. The renegade shinobi ran forward. He was going to end the battle quickly. He was getting closer and was already close as his enemy summoned clones, the ones he had already seen. Haku walked into the encirclement, but he wasn't afraid, for he was much faster. His kunai almost reached the genin's neck, but he immediately disappeared and reappeared even farther away. Substitution went through the ninja's mind. Expectedly, the renegade's body was shaken by a kick. The young man held him back. He turned around, because the other was far away, and the third was not yet in time. Yuki knew for sure that the original was in front of him. His kunai stabbed into his chest, but his opponent disappeared in a puff of smoke. He slipped away. The renegade had time to intercept the fist, however as he covered his head he missed another from the now second Naruto. The young man pushed one of them away and was about to cut the last one as he switched places again, summoned a few more comrades and got his foe again. Haku had never seen such an enemy that didn't defend himself, but set up clones while he himself hit open spots. Of course, Uzumaki lacked the skill, experience, or ability to take full advantage of the techniques, but even so, he easily kept ahead of the ninja. Step by step Naruto was getting closer to victory. He never let Yuki out of the circle, always forcing him to go on the counterattack. Yuki passed under his arm, scattered the clone, but was forced to retreat, because the clone to the left was kicking, the renegade from the turn ahead of the attacker, killing Senbon, but missed the fist from the side. The young man bent from the pain in his ribs, because he covered everything else, then with his elbow he sent another copy to the ground, but at the same time another enemy tied up the boy. His hands protected Haku from the blow. The pupil of Zabuza threw the enemy over himself, fighting off the group. As suddenly he lost all his strength. A sharp pain interrupted the fight. Haku staggered. He didn't even have time to turn around. The young man fell on the bridge. The swordsman grabbed his sword and rushed towards Kakashi with all his fury, forgetting about the defense. The fog was gone, so Hatake easily dodged. The enemy lost control. Jonin dodged another swing and in an instant struck a deadly blow with a lightning bolt. Only 2 people were standing on the bridge. The mentor checked the condition of the other 2. He was about to leave as the way of retreat was blocked by another group of bandits. To the surprise of the shinobi, the locals also gathered their strength, but it had no effect. But the shadow clones of the team captain crushed 2 ordinary people. The mission in the fog the team completed after a few days. Still the situation became calm, and therefore the team was able to return to Konoha. Many things had changed as a result of this mission. Sasuke had changed a bit. It was hard to say that he was understanding, rather interested in the fact that the Uzumaki were able to deal with Haku. Menma was wary of his brother for the first time in their short lives. Namikaze couldn't imagine how he could take the life of another. But he still reassured himself that it was impossible otherwise. He attributed Naruto's change of heart to the first dangerous mission on their shinobi path. Kakashi noticed the hatred in the Uchiha's direction, which was what he had asked about. The answer, however, was invented, told him about the Sharingan's abilities. I guess Naruto's afraid of Genjutsu, afraid for his brother. It was an honest enough answer, though it was doubtful, but the ninja couldn't think of anything else. How could he know that all the time they had been training their students separately? His colleague Tetsuya had been stirring up animosity towards the entire clan. Although he had indeed used the young man's fear, so it could simply be said that he had hidden the most important thing. The earlier morning was cold again. The boy was sitting on the stairs leading to the ground. Suddenly he was distracted by the dog that handed him a couple papers. Team number 7 had already completed a few simple missions. The land of waves seemed to be in the distant past. Memories of it rarely came back to the children. The piece of paper turned out to be an invitation to an exam. The young man was looking forward to it with anticipation. After all, Tetsuya had promised him a great teacher. What was unfortunate for the genin was that the mentor did not tell him anything about the future teacher, but mentioned that they were similar in character. At the same time Uchiha received the same message. He was practicing his skills at the training ground, and the sudden invitation was naturally to his liking, as he had long wanted to get even for an old defeat, and his comrades had always refused to spar. Was it like that? Said the old man sitting at the table. He had already read the report and was taking up another matter, without losing his concentration on the most important thing. Everything from beginning to end. So be it. He is infinitely far from his father. Said the gentleman sadly. But his father is infinitely far away from such potential. I've devoted a lot of time to his education, so he's a little behind in the program. I think a new teacher will help him catch up. I would never agree to that, said Shimura to Danzo, but you have provided a good plan. Our prisoner is too free-spirited, I'm afraid. Except that no one else will give him the most important thing. Not even Jiraiya, who won't be allowed to. So be it. We're lucky Kakashi fell for it, even though he's already starting to sharpen his stone. If you need more doppelgangers, I'll allocate soldiers. Your task comes first. We've almost succeeded in melting the metal. My only fear is that his new teacher will try to fool us. What a surprise discovery that will be for him. Everything would be given to see the face of the arrogant and cold when he feels the despair. Do your job, then you'll see. First, it's time for you to change your training program. Second, make a complete list of all the members of the route and bring them data. then make Hiruzen happy with your successes, the secret is coming to light. I leave the rest to you. The shinobi bowed low, then left the office of the head of the Anbu Root organization. Tetsuya had always been a loyal shinobi, no one had ever doubted this man, the Hokage's confidant. However, everyone has a skeleton in their closet. Tetsuya, as always, had taken to training Naruto, giving Kakashi free time. This time there was no easy fight. He sat down across from his student and spoke, "Long years have passed you and I. Soon you will have to experience a new mentor. I will not give you advice coming from my jealousy, but I will tell you the most important thing." The man took the boy's hand and looked straight into his eyes. Shinobi are people who try on a mask, hypocrites who shun themselves. If you want to wear an identity for life, serve without question, and if you want to be an identity, serve faithfully. I have taught you much, and far from fighting. Tetsuya paused, and then said something that changed the flow of fate, the flow of what is foreshadowed. The people of this world love shinobi, loved ones love the successful, the worthy, but most of all, they love the living. Naruto kept these words in his head, to answer the question once again that lurked between the lines. This time the Chunin pulled out a piece of paper and handed it out to the boy, a theory the young man knew, had enough control over. The white sheet curved and then fell easily onto his hand, having already been shared. Wind. The man answered a little startled, and then gave the boy a second leaf. Now already in his left hand it shrank and then turned to ashes, disappearing in a violent gust. Lightning, said the boy. I don't possess any of them. You'll go to the teacher sooner if you learn the basics, but our task is a little different. Jonin pulled out a scroll and unsealed the items. The two of them sat in the forest at a small table, ink and paper arranged on it. Tetsuya was picturing different symbols, telling Uzumaki to repeat, and sometimes he would take his hand and guide it, drawing perfect lines somehow. Naruto didn't know what it was all about, but he trusted his teacher, trusted him as if he were his own father. A similar thought raced through his mind, several puzzles coming together in his mind, hidden from the world and view. I get it, he said into the void. The teacher missed it as if nothing had happened, but only his lips trembled slightly, hiding behind the mask again. The sad eyes of the two ninjas collided. For a brief moment it was as if they understood each other, said 1,000 words. Sasuke, exhausted and a little saddened, sat under a tree at the training ground. Kakashi, the mentor of his team, was helping the boy to master the second element. After all, his brother helped him with fire, and there were already successes. However, one always had something that troubled him the most. The Uchiha turned to his mentor and uttered, "There. Monsters." Jonin shook his head. You must have felt that bloodlust before you passed out. From blood loss. They're actually just regular people. Someday you'll understand everything. I've heard that every village has a Jinchuriki. I can understand why Menma is like that. However, what about his brother? Hitaki looked at him incomprehensibly. When I found myself teaming up with him, it was like I was able to talk to myself, to look from the outside. His coldness and the caution with which he always speaks, and his strange yet polished movements, as if there was nothing else in his life. You have a clan and a family, you have a brother you respect and perhaps love as someone who has your back, you have friends, you are respected and valued. Naruto only has Menma, right? Asked Sasuke thoughtfully. The Uchiha, though he couldn't compare to Itachi, had great talent. That's right, for Naruto, as you have already realized, there is nothing more important than to protect his brother Jinchuriki. He based the house of his life on him, the foundation of his brother's happiness. Uzumaki saw his work. Perhaps you have not heard, for such things were always hidden, but your comrade has hurt many genin. The cause was the offense Menma had taken. His revenge was justified and not so harsh, but rather instructive, and so the Hokage decided to leave it at that. Naruto challenged the older ninja to a fight, each time coming out victorious. And there were even established genin, as if someone had laid out everyone's abilities each time and Uzumaki was confident of victory. But how is that possible? The Uchiha asked softly in a loud voice. His clones were tracking the target, noting movements and habits. I've seen it all myself. The Uchiha hummed, pretending to be above it all, but Kakashi immediately recognized him, for his face betrayed an intense thoughtfulness. Menma, on the other hand, escaped from the insolent Chunin that wanted to make him walk on water with all his love, and hid in the hot tubs. It was hard to find a more treacherous place to hide, but the Hokage's hand had caught up with him here too. It seemed to Namikaze that his dunking would last forever, especially the wailing of the young ninja, but an old man's voice was heard from outside. "Stop making noise, you'll scare away the material." It was the old man, and the ninja adjusted his glasses and blocked Menma's view. "I think it's clear to everyone." Ibutsu tried to stop the man's low desires, but in a moment he was immobilized by the toad's tongue, and then thrown into the water. The performance was a success, the unwanted man was punished, while his savior tried to escape. In some unknown way Menma managed to follow the stranger to the edge of the houses. Already closer to the forest the old man turned around and said, "Little man, what do you want?" Menma said with confidence and hope, "Can you teach me?" The shinobi didn't even bother to finish listening, only saying, "No." The Namikaze refused to give up and uttered, "What if I can convince you?" Madness, perfect madness, but luck. Luck smiled at him again. The man made a thoughtful face and replied, "I am the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, why would I have a genin as a disciple?" "Because no one can teach me," expressed Menma. Jiraiya looked at him with incomprehension, then smiled and said, "You challenge me." The old man grinned, and then said, "You are bold, and also stubborn. Good. I'll show you a trick or two." An unexpected encounter, at an unexpected time and with an unexpected outcome, as if someone had pulled out a lottery ticket, or maybe someone had issued a winning slip. It did not matter, for from that day on Menma had found his own and true teacher. The evening of that day stood out from all the others. Menma with a happy face told his brother everything that had happened. The merriment would have clouded anyone's mind, but not Naruto. He knew his brother too well, he knew his value to the village and he knew what was expected of him. Doubts visited him midway through the story, and when the young man heard what kind of man had agreed to train his brother, he felt an anger that he could barely contain so as not to alarm his brother. Uzumaki had never felt such anger and resentment before. The image of the Hokage was slowly crumbling in his eyes. Only the faithful will go to any lengths. There is no greater than affection. Time was slowly approaching the start of the exam, the days were changing as if running by. Naruto was able to cut a leaf of a tree and then sizzle it, then he was able to destroy a small rock and also interrupt the flow of a stream. Having mastered the elements enough for basic training, the young man was escorted by his teacher to his new mentor. It was as if Tetsuya was seeing him off to his new life. The two walked deeper into the forest. They must have been near the Anbu route by now as Tetsuya led the boy into the roots of a tree where the entrance to a cave appeared to be hidden. Uzumaki walked down the somewhat narrow and damp corridor further and further until he came out into spacious rooms. In the huge room, ninjas in identical black suits were running around, and a strange man in a white robe was sitting a little farther away. "That's him," the mentor said, as if knowing where Naruto was looking. Amidst all the hustle and bustle only one remained at ease, his gaze filling Naruto with the look of a predator. Like a beast lurking to deliver the killing blow, that was the only way to describe this man. Sasuke and Menma, for the first time, in years, walked together. The Uchiha was practically silent, and Uzumaki held back his questions. A strange event that cannot be described, yet everything has a reason. The great blessing and curse of the legendary clan played a part this time as well. Sasuke decided for himself to become his comrade's friend by responding to his attempts to connect. It all stemmed from a mission in the Land of Waves. Menma had grown before his eyes, something that earned, albeit slowly, Sasuke's respect. The two companions walked forward, oblivious to what was going on around them. Megma had finally found what he had always dreamed of, what his beloved brother had been unable to give him. At a quick stride the shinobi rounded the corner, but they weren't the only ones to do so. The Namikaze jabbed at some man, stepped back a little, then they both looked around at the guests of their own world. They were shinobi from another village. Sasuke recognized them immediately. Sand. Apparently fate itself had brought them together in this place. The young man opposite was older, taller. He was able to grab Menma by her blouse and even lift her up a bit. "I would advise you to let him go." The genin grinned, but he was right about something, because they were children standing in front of him, and they had gotten into trouble, but there were limits to what they could do. The Uchiha didn't argue, he made a slash, which first knocked out the enemy's leg, and then knocked him down with the same leg. The enemy fell down in utter bewilderment, he couldn't believe he could have been knocked over so easily. The girl behind was looking at them with a menacing look, she was about to say something when she suddenly stopped talking. Sasuke felt the bloodlust, and then he noticed Sand behind him and managed to recoil. The third member of Team Sand grinned as he grabbed Menma. The sand grappling genin was advancing fast, they had already reached his knees as a voice was heard from behind him, "Shall we play?" A meter away from the boy with scarlet hair appeared as if the same genin that was now trapped. "What do you suggest?" The genin replied with weariness and disdain, then turned around. "If your sand cannot harm me, then your comrade will ask for forgiveness." The young man shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll just kill you." The young man cut the boy off without any shouting, before all the sand in sight grabbed the third genin of Konoha. The boy didn't utter a word, only glared menacingly at his comrade who tried to stop him. The genin clenched his fist, the sand immediately squeezing everything inside. It seemed to be the end. "I see," the same genin said, sitting on the fence with his head tilted to the side. For the first time, Gaara was not furious, but surprised, because it was the first time someone had escaped from his technique. The young man was suspicious of the genjutsu master, he wondered, but he made good on his promise to find out more about his opponent. Konoha's genin were left to the three of them, finally their assailants left the place. "We're not allowed to clash with the shinobi of an allied village." The young man glanced at Sasuke, but this time it wasn't anger, but something else he couldn't recognize. Everyone spent the rest of their time practicing, wanting to succeed in the exam. The first round was held at the Ninja Academy. Each team had to take a seat in the auditorium. As it turned out, I had to find it first. Team 7 had spent many years in this building, they could probably name the number of stairs up to the third floor, so they didn't meet any problems until they got to the last staircase, for there they were met by another unknown genin, but already in a green suit. "Sasuke Uchiha, I am Rock Lee, summoning you. I will prove that the fire of youth surpasses talent." The boy remained unsure of himself. After the last meeting with the genin, he agreed to test his abilities. Sasuke was confident, he let the enemy start first as Lee's silhouette just blurred. Quickly, the Uchiha whispered before receiving a strong kick to the body. The Sharingan immediately manifested, immediately distinguishing every moment of movement. Sasuke was about to snatch victory, as he realized one detail, seeing and reacting are different things. The Uchiha barely had time to defend himself from the fist that bent his arms, it was as if they were the mass of several people. Sasuke looked at the enemy in horror, that sent him into the air with unknown ease. The genin could only blame himself for his weakness, as suddenly, felt the grip, Lee grabbed him and intended to smash him to the floor. Luckily for the clan heir, the carnage was stopped by Jonin, who immediately got Sasuke to his feet and Lee bent down in front of him, lecturing him. Naruto quickly lifted his comrade up and Team 7 went to the auditorium. Sasuke stepped back from his shock and asked, "Can someone beat him?" Menma just remained silent. Naruto shook his head, "In a fair one, no one." Sasuke's pride was trampled, he had never lost by such a score before. Such an event was like a knife stabbing his soul. In the auditorium, Kakashi's genin didn't give any sign of what had happened, however, only Sasuke was paying attention until the examiners burst into the room. "I am Morino Ibiki, I will conduct your first stage, any violators will be disqualified, take your seats." A sepulchral silence was interrupted by the footsteps and breathing of people. Jonin stood in front of the board explaining the scoring system for the tests, as well as the punishment for not following a simple instruction. The forms were handed out extremely fast, sometimes, heavy sighs were heard in the audience. Uzumaki didn't know why until he saw Zalichi. "This is ridiculous," he said to himself, reading each one, "I'll only decide one. However, that should be enough, I don't have to sit for over an hour, do I?" After he reached the lowest score, Uzumaki looked back a second time. Nothing's changed, some people are doing the same thing several times, apparently repeating the solution, Some people are cheating or peeking at the middle of the chain, a few people are sitting around doing nothing, like Shikamaru. Only the unsuccessful thieves are kicked out. Well, there's over an hour left, we can watch the others. Naruto had a different mindset than Shikamaru, his goal was to pass the time doing something that might be useless but interesting. Nara, on the other hand, was looking for an excuse to take a nap, but each was right. Sasuke easily repeated the decision of one of the confident adult genin, while checking with the other. Only Menma was left in a hopeless situation, the weight of the burden of responsibility for the entire team taking a boa constrictor and throwing it over him. If he didn't get at least the minimum score, everyone would be taken out of the exam. There was no hope, even his roommate Hinata's attempt to cheat only resulted in a first reprimand, which immediately caught Namikaze's eye. Genin clenched his hands into a fist, his teeth made a grinding sound that was barely audible, his heart clenched, his breathing quickened, the boy wanted to cry. He was setting up his friends, his team, his brother, his friend and himself. Namikaze believed that the whole reason lay in his refusal to attend the academy, that was why he couldn't solve the problems. It seemed that the young man was about to break, thanks to his family there were still, clay parts, left in him. "Excuse me." An unfamiliar voice was heard, to which the examiner nodded. Menma immediately recognized his brother and listened carefully, looking for an answer. There can be several solutions to these problems and each of them is not included in the academy, or each of them evaluated the same, or is it required to cite a different one? Ibiki hummed in surprise and replied, "The main thing is validity and correctness, we are not interested in the rest and there are no extra points," replied Ibiki menacingly. It seemed as if nothing had been said. But only one person knew what Menma was thinking right now, and that person answered his question. Namikaze set aside his pen and closed his eyes with confidence before glancing at his watch. He realized that not a single graduate would pass the test using the knowledge, which meant that either almost everyone or the most deserving would leave. The conclusion was logical, but drawn to the context and the question, so only Nara suspected a hidden message for Menma, but couldn't decipher it. Shikamaru checked every cipher but couldn't solve it. He couldn't imagine the two would understand everything without words. The time was coming to an end and the examiner bellowed to the entire audience, "It's time for the main question of the exam. If you fail, everyone will be removed and permanently frozen in genin status. Those who are afraid can leave the room and try their luck next time." Fear and surprise bound the mind, but the knowledgeable and cold man had already figured it all out, for Ibiki himself prompted. "You have no such right," came from the edge, someone cheering him on, but all shouting was silenced by Jonin's bloodlust. "The village, leave all powers of conduct to the examiner, at this stage my word is law." After a while people began to leave the place. Ibiki threatened eternal existence as a genin and gave no more clues. When the flow stopped, as each genin waited with determination or boredom for the next words, Ibiki said, "The answer to the question is that a shinobi does not back down from a task, he is confident rather than chicken out at the first threat. Above all, panic is the ninja's demise." The short speech was interrupted by a man. Jonin flew into the window and veiled the previous examiner. "I am Mitarashi Anko, your second stage examiner, follow me." Each genin followed the new shinobi immediately and with a smile, grinning until they came across the spoiled forest. "So," the woman said loudly as she looked around, "this is where the second stage will take place. You will be given a scroll, only two kinds, you must get to the tower and bring both. I give you 3 days. Forging scrolls is a stupid thing to do," she whispered eventually with a serpentine hiss, scaring the genin as her eyes stopped on the one who wasn't listening to her. Enko looked closely, discerning his comrades, and then continued her instructions, already surprised. "Sign that you take responsibility for everything that happened in the forest, take the scroll and come to the gate." Each group complied with the decree, allowing them to enter inside the dangerous forest. Everyone tried to think of a strategy to pass the test, Team 7 was no exception. This time though, Sasuke decided to give in to keep the team together. "Naruto, you have a plan, right? Let Menma take the scroll to the tower, I don't think anyone can keep up with him. What about us? We'll split up and take the scrolls. I have confidence in us, Sasuke. Just don't challenge the stronger ones to a fight. The boy jumped from branch to branch, sometimes cursing to himself. It was all about his comrade. Sasuke stood out for his intelligence, and so he revealed a trick. This exam is not only for survival and teamwork, but also an opportunity to test your abilities, preferably without revealing them. Uchiha understood the reason for Naruto's action, and therefore he was not angry, because he was going to take advantage of such an opportunity. Sasuke was not a sensor and did not have the skills of a tracker, and therefore tried to predict the movement of other teams. Of course, the young man moved forward, in front of the other groups. The Uchiha took his time, keeping his strength for escape. After a few hours of intermittent movement, Sasuke came across 3 genin. It was the Konoha team consisting of Kiba, Shino and Hinata. The Uchiha easily caught up with them. The ninjas couldn't escape. "Show me your scroll," ordered the young man to the other team, and then he heard a strange noise from outside, and so he used the fireball technique. The bugs tearing towards him turned to ash. The group realized that there was little chance of winning. Kiba and Shino were about to attack when Hinata showed a scroll. It was sky, the same as Sasuke's. The boy clucked as he couldn't contain his emotions. The group relaxed, for they were in no danger. Sasuke approached. He was a couple of meters away from the command tree. "For what?" came the girl's voice. Sasuke intercepted Kiba's fist, then, continuing to hold him, hit him in the stomach with his knee, and then let go, killing him in the jaw. In the next moment the genin released the bug flames again. Shino realized that a direct attack would have no effect. He divided the insects into several groups, arranging them so that the enemy's technique would only hit 1 or 2. Sasuke with a satisfied face folded seals, because he had a chance to test the technique. The young man shouted, "Phoenix feathers." Small clots of fire dotted the approaching insects, repelling their attacks. Aburame dared not ruin more of his subordinates and took no more attempts. All hope of the group was left to Kiba and Hinata, alas, but the girl was too shy, and Sasuke saw no interest in fighting with her. He only had to fight in Izuka. Genin was extremely fast to the side of the Uchiha. His fellow dog Akamaru was attacking from the other side, but they lacked speed. Sasuke struck at his enemy's arm, stopping the blow, and then elbowed him in the chest. Immediately he managed to jump away from the animal. Team number 8 was overwhelmed. Sasuke had a complete victory, therefore he turned around and said, "Have a safe passage." After which he walked away. The Uchiha himself knew what he had done was wrong, but the desire to test his technique took over. But why could a simple test suddenly come to the forefront? Sasuke asked about the same question. In fact, Uchiha wanted to prove to himself on this exam that he really is a genius, that he reached the level of his brother. However, it wasn't just his day that started with a fight. True, Menma never caught anyone's eye. He slowly approached the tower, realizing the importance of his job. Naruto went the other way. He was also, like Sasuke, pacing. The young man used a mask. He didn't want to make enemies. He was going to use his sword this time. Just recently he had seen another team, the one run by Shikamaru, but Uzumaki knew he couldn't spar well or hide his identity, so he had to keep walking. It was nearing evening when the smoke of a bonfire caught the shinobi's attention. Uzumaki immediately headed towards it, assuming there would be a trap. There were 2 people around the fire, one of them cooking, the other looking around. Such carelessness surprised Naruto, but when he examined their clothing, he stopped blaming his naivety. In front of him were the genin of mist. He was about to simply demand the scroll and leave as a young man with kindling in his hands came out of the woods. However, it wasn't this that caught the ninja's attention, it was the katana on the man's belt. Uzumaki was always careful when gathering information about his enemy. Most likely in a normal situation he would have waited until night and dealt with them without a fight, or put poison in their food, weakening the enemy, but this time the young man went head-on. His abruptly appearing out of nowhere figure between the trees startled the genin, but they immediately regained their composure and prepared for battle. Uzumaki looked them over carefully. It was clear to him who was going to fight and how. "Why don't you show me the scroll?" said the young man with little to no interest. Any intelligent genin would have avoided any wasted energy, and so their apparently leader pulled it out of his bag. Earth. Naruto asked in surprise, which caused his enemies to focus all their attention. Uzumaki ran his gaze over the three ninjas and then threw three kunai at once, which were naturally repelled, but Naruto could see the reflexes of each one. However, it became clear to him that one was a swordsman, another a medic, and the third a volunteer. Straight towards him ran their commander, a little to the right went the Irionen. As soon as the enemy approached, the kunoichi threw kunai. Naruto was forced to repel them with his sword. The young man lost the initiative. His enemy tried to hit his shoulder, but Uzumaki managed to frame the blade, which was closer to the hilt, and then the kid pushed the enemy slightly away from him. With a swing he managed to scare the other away, but because of this Naruto was again forced to defend himself. This time the enemy was stealthily reaching for his leg, which Naruto took advantage of. He not only repelled the blow, but also managed to slightly cut through the genin's armor. There was not enough strength and speed, such was the sacrifice for the block. Several kunai were reflected at the last moment. Uzumaki was losing control. He was lost among the three enemies. The attack from behind was almost successful, but Naruto reacted and dodged, letting the enemy forward. He tried to slash his back, but the sword wielder deflected the blow, and then tried to pierce his stomach. Naruto managed to withdraw his blade, and then jumped back, but he had to fight off the shurikens again. The young man exhaled heavily. Controlling so much action was a strain on him, but he managed not to lose to them. Naruto raised his blade above his head, waiting for the enemy. The swordsman immediately dashed, realizing the foolishness of the enemy, for before he was in range, his partner had thrown the kunai again. The enemy was obliged, as always, to repel them. Genin of the Mist was about to put his sword to his neck, because at that moment, this place would be open. His gaze caught on the kunai that had almost reached the target. The swordsman's smile stretched. The enemy was too late. The Genin of Mist had already swung when he saw the blood. His enemy didn't defend himself. A trio of kunai stabbed him in the stomach, but he didn't even flinch. He brought his blade down sharply. His armor didn't save him from that. The sword stabbed into his collarbone, almost shattering it. The Genin cried out in pain. Tears spilled from his eyes, and then painful shock hit him. The young man collapsed to the ground. Naruto stood over him without pulling out his kunai. Mist's team lost their heads in every sense of the word. The medic lunged at the sword wielder with a fury that left him with a hole in his chest. He was lucky that the sword passed high enough and out of the way, so he paid only in pain. Scroll. Naruto said, but the enemy gathered himself and tried to reach for it. The young man immediately let go of the sword and struck the same shoulder with all his might, which felled the young man. The third member of the team was fleeing. She could hope for the wounds of the enemy, but he was fast approaching. The girl turned around and folded the seals. She released a water projectile, so Naruto jumped back. The kunoichi folded the seals again and was about to pierce him with a jet of water when she heard from the back as if someone had appeared there. She was right. The girl felt a strong burning sensation and pain. She knelt down and was able to turn back around. Her opponent shook the blood off his blade and asked, "Still have strength?" The kunoichi quickly pulled out a scroll and gave it to her enemy, fearing for her life. However, it was only before the enemy left her that she realized that there were no kunai wounds on him. This was extremely strange as even his clothes were intact. If there were two of them, it's not such a shame, she thought to herself, and then managed to get up and went to her companions to make a plan of action and treat their wounds. Perhaps they were very lucky, for there were no severe ones. The Forest of Death was called so for objective reasons. The dangerous fauna, consisting of many different insects, could be almost a death trap for many. Sasuke and Naruto's quick movement practically excluded the collision with such enemies. They made their way to the tower that was located in the center of the training ground. It seemed that they could easily reach the goal as a team. However, two of them had already managed to fulfill the agreement. The third member of the team was now alone, yet close enough to the completion point of the exam. His comrades could come at any time. Now, late at night, tomorrow afternoon. Uzumaki couldn't have predicted such a thing. Menma had been lucky almost the entire way. Still, to break through without a fight this far away is rather unexpected. However, every chance comes to an end. Uzumaki had prepared a shelter for himself in the root of the trees. He had to leave the shelter. It was at that moment that he was spotted by another trio of genin. Menma didn't immediately realize he was being attacked. He slowly walked closer to the creek as the kunai swept past him. The genin had a great reaction time, so he managed to dodge. His gaze quickly ran through the surrounding forest. One enemy was standing in front of him, two were hiding in the dense thicket. Menma had no ranged techniques. He rushed forward towards the enemy knowing it was a trap. However, Uzumaki had a countermeasure to everything the young man had imagined in his genin arsenal. Before the young man could finally get any closer, dozens of the same people began to emerge from the ground, as the genin assumed they were mist shinobi. Uzumaki didn't take any chances. He created as many clones as there were opponents, each of which ended up being an ordinary illusion. At any moment, the enemy could attack by hiding behind them, but at the same time, Uzumaki was lost among the crowd of clones. None of the opposing sides could begin to act. The probability of finding the real Menma was about zero, and therefore Obera's team didn't even try to calculate him. If someone dispelled the clone, he would be signing up to attack a dozen enemies at once. Menma realized that the enemy was somewhere nearby, that he was hiding in the foliage or bushes. He was not a sensor and therefore had to look around. The next moment the enemies were hit hard. As every clone ran forward, no one could hide from such a thing, as the clones explored the entire area. All the copies immediately disappeared. Menma summoned a dozen clones again, some of them rushed towards their targets. This was the first time Mist's team had faced such an enemy. The unexpected move had set them up for attack. "Got it!" shouted Menma as the last clone scattered, transmitting that the enemies had been defeated. Unfortunately, the average genin can't learn everything, especially not from an afflicted village, and so those who delved deeper into genjutsu lost out on the rest. Menma had gotten the right scroll, with his own hands, and it could be said that he had done it faster than anyone else, since he was closer to the tower than his companions. Sasuke returned in the evening and was a little annoyed because he had not gotten the right scroll. When the Uchiha saw the two scrolls, he was amazed, because their teammate had done all the work for them. A few hours after Sasuke the number 7 team reunited, Naruto showed the sky scroll. However, Menma shook his head. The genin shifted his gaze to Sasuke but he nodded negatively. Naruto was a little embarrassed, as was Sasuke. They were both far behind their comrade. However, the joy of passing washed away such thoughts. The three of them managed to finish rather quickly, although there were those who had completed the whole thing in a few hours. Before the end of the stage, the teams were given a rest in their rooms, a chance to meet the other winners of the second stage. Sasuke and Naruto weren't particularly keen on following the arrivals, but both were checking out each team, waiting for their opponents. Unlike them, Menma was more social with his classmates. It seemed like it would end like this. The next stage would begin, as Team Mist entered the tower. Sasuke was sitting next to Naruto, and therefore noticed that he for a second showed a strong surprise, which he hid from view. Uchiha carefully looked at the newcomer. Under the clothes were visible bandages, some were clean, and on the genin, who walked in front, the bandage on the shoulder was red. Sasuke immediately realized that it was his comrade who had tried. On the one hand, he was glad that his teammate had won. On the other hand, the injuries were quite severe for young men. Taking the presence of a medic in the team in the past time, the Uchiha was worried about Uzumaki's cruelty. 3 days later, after the start of the second stage, and one could say the exam, all the past teams stood before the Hokage in a huge tower, which soon became a place of battle for them. The Great Cage's speech opened the veil. The exam was not a friendly competition in rewarding the worthy, but a petty war between countries for money, power and just a sense of superiority. However, this did not shake the genin, because all of their thoughts were focused on the future opponent, who was determined, randomly. All teams of genin and their mentors were on the second floor. There were 2 staircases, on different sides of the huge hall. On a stone slab in the middle of the ring stood Genma, the examiner, who invited everyone and judged the fights. The Hokage and his entourage stood on a slightly elevated slab at the back of the tower. Next to Hiruzen stood an old man with a cane, his whole arm hidden under bandages. To his right was a tall man in a black uniform with long hair of the same color. Sometimes, Sarutobi glanced at him, while hiding all emotions. The purpose of the preliminaries, oddly enough, was to take the best of those who passed the second stage, but those who did could face the equally gifted and get injured. It was for this reason that each fight was calculated by the shinobi in advance. It all started with a beautiful duel between the genin of sound and Shikamaru. The latter managed to catch the self-confident enemy in his grappling technique and, taking advantage of the relief, or rather the downward slope in his direction, knocked out the enemy with a kunai. In turn, the opponent repeated the same movements but missed. Kunoichi got out of the exam, however, her comrade was less lucky. The kid got caught against Aburame. The genin of leaf used bugs and blocked the devices on the hands of the genin of sound, from which he released jets of wind of great power, and therefore, was left with severe injuries to his hands. The pressure ripped them from the inside. The third, probably the most worthy of them all, easily outsmarted Choji, a classmate of Menma's from the Akamichi clan. The leaf shinobi was about to crush the enemy using the meat tank technique, but the latter dodged. Eventually the genin crashed into the wall and lost. Perhaps the most exciting of the fights was the one between Gaara of Sand Village and the taijutsu master Lee, who almost killed Sasuke in the first stage. The disciple of Guy, Konoha's Jonin, was extremely fast. He was striking at the enemy, but the enemy possessed the sand genome, which completely protected him from all attacks. It seemed that Gaara was keeping up with Lee's movements, only it was until the boy took off his weights. Lee's tremendous speed allowed the genin to be one step ahead. Each time the defense of the sand did not keep up, but still held the defense, the boy was not able to bypass the sphere, so he used the forbidden technique of opening the inner gate, which raised his physical abilities to a new order. That's how he was able to overtake all the obstacles, as well as to conduct a series of strikes on the enemy. It seemed that the victory would be for Lee, but the face of the genin of sand cracked. It was sand armor, because of the fact that Shinobi Konoha for a long time used the sixth gate, as well as taijutsu techniques. He could no longer continue the fight. The genin did not give up, and therefore Gaara was able to catch the enemy and squeeze part of his body. Lee fell to the ground unable to get up. Apparently the injury was too severe. Gaara intended to kill a worthy opponent. His thirst was visible to the naked eye, but Guy did not allow him to harm his student, interrupting the fight. The sand demon's joy was understandable. Gaara immediately ran his gaze, wanting to see the fear in the genin, as he encountered what he was afraid of himself, like a hunter taking a closer look at his prey. That's what ran through the genin's mind. The familiar genin of the Hidden Leaf video had a video of the next beast that was about to be chased, a strange smile saying that the secret was already clear to him. This hunter was Uzumaki Naruto, whose eyes stared into the void behind Gaara. A slight smile, slightly stretched from the corners, said that already found a plan, as suddenly, the scoreboard highlighted his name. Uzumaki's enemy was genin Akato from the sound. The genin of the Hidden Leaf had to hide as many abilities as possible, and yet he didn't want to give himself away to his former colleagues. Face changing abruptly while no one saw him, he turned to the stairs and descended a little hurriedly, pretending as if he were a genin eagerly waiting for his turn to show off his abilities. The young man was taking this fight outside with little joy and determination. It wasn't yet known if the enemy would be interesting enough. However, Danzo knew for sure, his weapon had picked up a strange demeanor from his new teacher. The genin of sound was much taller than Naruto, wearing black glasses and a blindfold. It was hard to see his face and emotions. You could tell the man had prepared himself for battle, and after waiting for it to start, he began to approach in close combat. Uzumaki on the other hand was holding a kunai, keeping it between him and his enemy. He looked at the approaching silhouette. The young man held the cold weapon very close to his mouth, as if he wanted to lick it. Apparently he was deep in his thoughts about the future fight. Akato was a meter away. The young man tried to strike at the head, but Uzumaki turned a little more than necessary, leaving the attack. To get away perfectly would have succeeded few people, because so sharpened skills and reflexes young genin is not able. However, it was not a problem, but at the same moment the opponent showed the main trump card. The palm immediately turned into a large iron sledgehammer that was going to collapse directly on Uzumaki. Naruto tried to put a kunai into his shoulder, but Akato repelled it with his left palm, which was also strong as steel. The enemy tried to reach the boy's ribs, turning back, but Uzumaki slightly recoiled. The movement of heavy iron was extremely fast. Akato's right hand came down on him again. The genin could not retreat again and again. The genin could not retreat again and again, so he slightly deflected. shifting his weight to the other leg, thus avoiding the blow again, and then straightened up, ducked under another swing of the other arm, ending up on Akado's left side, having a full range of attacks, and on that. The young man gathered all the power and tried to harm the spleen to cause severe pain, but everything turned out tragic. It turned out that the genin of sound was able to turn into iron, not only hands. Uzumaki's fist collided with an insurmountable obstacle. A cracking sound was heard in the hall. It was the boy's bones. Uzumaki exhaled heavily, holding back a scream. Moments later, while the genin was recovering, the blow finally got him. The collarbone of the same left arm was broken. Because of this, Shinobi of the Hidden Leaf found himself with one arm, unable to use techniques. Naruto pulled himself together. A couple of tears came out, but there was nothing else. The former excitement was gone, only the desire for revenge remained. Genma wanted to stop the fight. It seemed that this was the end of it, as Uzumaki, holding back the pain, pulled out a smoke bomb. Akado, however, and the others, were distraught, for even such an injury could not bring the genin out of his dormant state. Shinobi Sound waited. He had to win, as at the same moment to the right of the cloud of smoke showed an enemy that tried to escape. Such a move was clearly meant to be a trap, but the boy had one arm, he had no chance. Akado ran after him, and as he got closer he realized it was an illusory clone. The genin turned towards the cloud, expecting an attack, but he was unprepared for what happened next. Smoke billowed to the sides, a wounded genin appeared from an invisible area and a stream of air from his mouth. It seemed impossible, yet Uzumaki was able to apply the technique. The dissecting stream collapsed first on the iron arm, sliding it behind his head and then traveled down his forearm. It was forbidden to kill, but Uzumaki wanted to. He had to move his head slightly. Because of this the beam cut, or rather left deep wounds on his left side. Akado fell to the floor, which was immediately colored red. Immediately the medics came running. Still the wound was maybe not instantly fatal, but dangerous and severe. Genma turned to the Hokage. He in turn looked at Danzo. The two old men who had lived their lives in the same team, village, and job understood each other. Hiruzen nodded, and so the examiner said, "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto." The boy with burning eyes changed. The fire subsided, leaving behind calmness. The pain was intense, but it was a companion to Uzumaki, and so he left the hall heading to the medic's room. Of course, Gaara's fight was more exciting, showing a higher level, but this sparring also left a strong impression, especially on Menma. Naruto acted relaxed, dodging, however, very successfully. If it wasn't for the second hiccup after shattering his fist, then there would have been questions about such restraint on the genin's part. However, the sudden change and restraint made Naruto look like a genin, so his plan was a failure. Few people realized what Naruto had done. Of course, the Hidden Leaf's Jonin, though not all of them, as well as their leaders. Sasuke asked Kakashi. The man said quietly, "He used an illusion to lure the enemy out a bit. That's how he managed to catch the one in the right place. Since there was no visibility at all, inside the smoke he summoned a shadow clone, apparently with a single seal, still uses them all the time, stacked the seals with the two right ones and used a vacuum shot. It must have been a truly magical trick for a genin, probably something even a chunin would have a hard time repeating. However, for a jonin it was child's play." As Naruto disappeared around the corner, Jonin and the old man left the Hokage with the other ninja leaving the exam. Menma saw that his name was not on the monitor, and so he quickly went down, wanting to question his brother. However, Menma saw him in the corridor leading out of the hall. However, something was different. Naruto looked at his startled brother and then pointed his thumb at the wall where the arena was located. That was a clone. Early morning. Menma was already at the range, practicing another lesson with his new teacher, Jiraiya. The old man had a kind and cheerful disposition, and for some reason he had a way about him that made him feel at ease. Even when he was trying to burst the water balloon, Sanin stayed by his side, writing things down and sometimes crossing them out. Namikaze gradually achieved his goals. The young man was preparing to show himself at the future exam. His opponent was to be Neji Hyuga, probably one of the most gifted genin. However, his comrades were also not very lucky. Sasuke had to go up against the only past genin of the village hidden in the mist, a greenhouse-wielding sword and apparently water techniques. For Sasuke it was an unpleasant enemy. The scariest thing of all, however, was that Naruto had to defeat Gaara of Hidden Sand, perhaps the toughest and strongest ninja in this exam. The mere sight of the man could make Menma hold his breath, and he wasn't the only one. When the boy still managed to perform the first stage, he sat down to rest next to his mentor, and to talk. Do you know the technique of shadow cloning? Of course, but it's dangerous to use it. Such drastic changes in the amount of chakra don't affect few people. Sure, I can create clones, but no more than 100 for combat. How many blows can it take? Clones transfer fatigue, information, and experience, as well as pain proper. They almost always take enough hits, some hold them until wounded, some manage to concentrate them for a few seconds after being wounded. Can a shadow clone sustain fractures? The young man asked the most important question to him. Jiraiya put the book aside and thought for a moment. I've never encountered anything like that, and not many people use them. It's theoretically possible to keep them alive until they die, but in practice it's pointless, because if a dozen or even 100 of them die, they can be mentally damaged and possibly go insane. I see, said the boy. Can a brother defeat Gaara? If you mean that guy in the sand, I'll believe that only Sasuke has a chance. If Kakashi teaches him his technique, it's impossible for Genin to come up with something that can bypass the sand defense. You need the element of lightning, and an advanced one at that. As with the unknown, Naruto uses wind. He probably doesn't know, but no blade will penetrate the shield, such as the nature of sand. If I were him, I would waste chakra and give up. Menma worried about his brother every day for 2 months. With each day the anxiety grew. Once he even asked him to surrender, however Naruto only smiled in response. While the Uzumaki were preparing for the hard fights, Sasuke was not a step behind. On this exam he had one goal, to defeat Naruto. For such, the Uchiha studied Kakashi's technique, Chidori, a devastating lightning bolt that could pierce through any armor and allow him to catch up to a fleeing target. For some reason, Kakashi was silent on whether or not Uzumaki could be hit with this technique, and for that reason, the boy practiced harder. Jonin refused to divulge his friend's secrets, keeping some parity between the two. Kakashi sparred with the young man, but never mentioned Naruto. The Uchiha was a little angry about this, but he was doing his best to outdo his rival. The Genin had 2 months to prepare for the exam, a huge amount of time, but at the same time it was only a moment. And there were many guests in Konoha, even a delegation from the land of sand, a team of Kasecage's children performing in an allied village. However, each Genin had prepared something new to surprise the enemy. Naruto had been practicing as well. It was going to be a tough fight. The past stage had left an impact on him. Almost defeat at the preliminaries, weakness against the team, all this lowered his pride. It was this that helped the young man overcome this feeling, still getting caught many times because of it. The third stage was held in the arena next to the Hokage Tower in the great village of the Hidden Leaf, in front of a huge audience, in front of the heads of the villages. Chunin examiners Genin will need to show everything they can do, and even victory does not give the title of Chunin. Such conditions pressured the ninjas, but each of them was absorbed in the upcoming battle. The first was Menma. Like his enemy, the young man stepped onto the battlefield. There was a tree in the distance, even a stream, however none of that mattered now. Namikaze was only proficient in taijutsu. In this he was sorely losing to the genius. It's not too late to give up. It's not too late to give up, Neji said, looking at Menma, and it was understandable. Namikaze might have given up, but not after the way his opponent had mistreated Hyuga Hinata, almost Neji's own sister, at the preliminaries. Uzumaki couldn't understand or accept that kind of treatment of his family. The resentment probably made him want to win. The examiner hummed, then immediately recoiled, giving the Genin a place to stand. Menma wasn't afraid of the enemy, he had no option to lose. Uzumaki created 3 clones along the way and hid among them. Even the boasted Byakugan couldn't distinguish them. Hyuga was surrounded, however, it didn't bother him. A right punch from the right went over his shoulder, and Neji ducked. Then he immediately kicked the front attacker's leg out of the way, deflecting the attack, and then Hyuga threw the clone over himself, dispelling 2 of them at once. The attack from the back remained, but Uzumaki felt threatened, so he created a dozen spears. Neji only hummed, it was an easy warm-up for him. The young man sharply approached the last clone from the first batch. He easily pushed back the blow and threw his own, immediately dispelling it. Kunai were flying at him from all sides, but his eyes saw everything, every weapon. Hyuga ducked, missing a part of it, then turned around and dodged another one, then ran up to the closest clone, throwing it away with 2 blows. The haze was showing again. Several spears were approaching the ninja. There were many more in front of him. It looked like it was going to be a long battle. Neji grabbed the clone's leg and flipped him over. He then jumped in and pushed his arm off the shoulder of another, jumping behind the back of the part and then struck at Naruto, dispelling the one. Hyuga then managed to fend off such an onslaught as he immediately jumped, ending up next to one of the clones and then went for a punch as he passed by. He easily managed to reach his chest and use a soft fist. Neji thought he had won, for the ninja had been watching each clone for a long time and noticed that only one was not preparing to attack. However, at the same moment Uzumaki disappeared in a white haze. Still Neji underestimated the enemy. The Byakugan immediately showed the danger on his right. The two created a strange technique in his hand. The blue ball was composed of chakra. Inside it streams of chakra flowed at a great speed in many directions. Hyuga marveled at such a thing for a second, but managed to pull himself together. He still needed to avoid the blow somehow. It might have seemed impossible for a melee master to fend off such a thing, but Neji spread his arms and shouted, "Heavenly Vortex." The genin quickly spun to form a hemisphere of chakra. However, Menma ran forward, the Rasengan smashing into the defense, unleashing its full power. There was a loud crash of someone falling to the ground, followed by a heavy drawn-out sound, as if an explosive seal had gone off. The dust settled and Menma stood up. He held onto his shoulder. His enemy on the other hand stood intact. The sky shield reflected the technique, responding with the same force, which is why it hurt Uzumaki more. "You surprised me, but you can't change your fate," said Neji, preparing to fight on. Menma straightened up and smiled. He couldn't give up. The young man threw a kunai that was immediately thrown back. Neji stopped his fist with his palm and then reached for Uzumaki's arm, his fingers falling above the elbow. Menma had time to recoil. His arm felt a strong burning sensation. It looked like the chakra channel had been constricted. "I can close the man's tenketsu, for my eyes can see right through you." Menma was breathing heavily, but he managed to deal with the pain. He extended his arm and tried to channel the chakra. Through the pain, he still managed to regain control of it. Menma glared at his enemy. Defeating Neji seemed impossible. The Chunin in his seat praised Uzumaki but still had faith in him. Except for one, the old ninja uttered, "Menma has already come up with a plan." Neji was about to attack when he saw Uzumaki put his hand down on his stomach and then glared menacingly at him. Hyuga prepared to defend himself. This time Uzumaki didn't mess around. About 30 spears appeared around, then 10 more appeared. Neji proved to be too fast. He managed to dodge and counterattack. As soon as the number of enemies decreased, he immediately adopted the same stance and shouted again, "Heavenly Whirlwind." Once again, dust rose up. Once again every clone scattered. The situation repeated itself again, but when the audience could see the genin, a murmur was heard, as if someone had already won. As it turned out, Neji performed his signature move right after the other one, 128 palm strikes. That was the technique that fell upon Uzumaki. Each of his tenketsu was squeezed, his whole body was like a fire, and the hearth whimpered as if it was about to burst. "I guess that's it." Neji stepped away from his enemy and looked at him with superiority. Hyuga had won, his enemy was incapable of fighting. The examiner, satisfied with the young man's success, because he was able to crack the favorite, suddenly stopped, although he wanted to end the fight. Uzumaki, despite all the obstacles, folded his fingers into a seal of concentration and tried to break through the barrier. Neji grinned, for this was not something a human was capable of. But was Menma just a human? Namikaze remembered one of the trainings with Jiraiya. This day appeared in his mind. The mentor gave him a call. Uzumaki practiced it, each time summoning a tadpole. After a while Sanin called him. Menma already knew about the fox inside, because Jiraiya told him the reason for the problem with control. The mentor tried to teach the boy to use Biju chakra, but each attempt was unsuccessful. Since then, the young boy had not tried again. The news that he was a Jinchuriki didn't faze him too much. After all, he had a friend, he had a brother, he had a teacher. The young man managed to overcome such news. This time it started the same way. Uzumaki tried to connect his hearth to the seal. Even though the tenketsu was clamped, a thin stream of chakra still reached the seal. The hardest part was to get a bit of power out of it. Menma tried, but all the chakra just dissipated. Neji only praised the attempt without worrying in the slightest. Uzumaki probably should have fallen into despair. Fall down and give up. But he couldn't back down. Despair turned to anger, blossoming as a rush of resentment and self-loathing. A sudden surge of chakra pushed Neji back a little. His enemy had managed the unthinkable. All of this took seconds, clearly not for Menma. A dark corridor within the mind brought the ninja to a surprisingly tall hall, the painted granite walls shimmering, yet only the cage captured the boy's attention, the table huge, anchored by so little paper. Golden bars, bird-like patterns, yet all this splendor was interrupted by two pupils appearing in the darkness. "Here comes my jailer. Come to ask for strength." The creature inside hissed. His legs trembled with fear, the pupils were too big, the boy was frightened. "Yes." He exhaled, still the genin was able to answer, pushing away his panic and terror. "Away." The creature spoke in an expressionless voice, "Come back when you offer to eat yourself." The monster disappeared into the darkness, but Menma couldn't leave it like that. He shouted, "I must win." Laughter was heard from the cage, then the Biju asked, "Why should I help you? You live in my peace of mind, so you owe me," blurted out the young man. "Stupid," snorted the monster, losing all interest. "True, the fox had his own motives. I'll give you a bit of my incomparable power," the demon said proudly, tossing the boy out of his hiding place. Neji was stunned. His enemy, fully healed, who had overcome the tenketsu's closure, was now preparing to strike him down. Hyuga watched the target with all his attention. Menma had become much faster, he even became slightly faster than him. Uzumaki rushed towards Neji with his kunai, however he spun, creating a heavenly vortex. However, Uzumaki didn't relent either, preparing a Rasengan. A loud explosion was heard, dust rose to the top of the arena, and the crowd fell silent, everyone watching this fight with surprise and delight. Even so, even after so many attempts, so much effort, Neji was on his feet and his enemy lay unconscious in the crater. It was a hard, but undeniable victory. "Such is fate," said Hyuga, before seeing his enemy disappear in white smoke. Neji stood up as the original jumped out of the ground, hitting the genius on the chin with all his might, knocking him back a meter. Neji didn't have the chakra or strength to do anything. Menma had worn him down, made him lose the advantage of the Byakugan and caught him overconfident. Failure trumped genius, that was the outcome. "I guess today is a day of discovery," came the cheerful Kage's voice. "We're in for an exciting fight." Hiruzen replied in agreement. The silence exploded, loud applause, cheers, it all poured over the boy. The young man felt dizzy. He had never experienced such a thing before. Something inside, like fire, erupted, following the noise of the crowd. The amazed genin walked to the stairs. His brother met him on the next floor. Naruto congratulated his brother on his victory, and then thanked him. Menma didn't even know what for, and after asking he didn't get an answer, just a hint for the next fights. His brother made him wait for them in anticipation. In the highest box, where only two, namely the Kage and the Hokage, were seated, a conversation on trade and politics took place during the fights. When the examiner announced the second fight, Rasa turned his attention back to the genin. After all, his daughter was now performing. He may have never shown his feelings, but he always cared for and loved his children. However, he valued his village above all else and therefore only showed strictness. Tamari stood opposite Shikamaru. It would have been funny enough to watch a battle between a long-range shinobi and a medium-range shinobi, however this time the clash was taking place in a different way. The girl didn't dare to approach, but at the same time she would need to spend more strength and chakra to reach her enemy if she wanted to get as far away as possible. The black shadow crawled across the ground with great speed and almost reached her opponent as she jumped back as far as she could. However, she managed to avoid being touched. Tamari swung her fan, leaving several cuts on the young man's face and clothes. Shikamaru also recoiled, thinking hard, for the enemy had already developed a winning tactic. The Cage's daughter was wary of approaching. After all, her enemy remained near the wall where there was now a huge shadow. If she approached, she would be immediately trapped. All she had to do was give Nara time. However, she wasn't worried either, confident in her abilities. Shikamaru threw his kunai and then pulled off his jacket and then used it to create a shadow, launching the kunai-tied garment into the air. His shadow immediately rushed towards the girl, gaining a boost, but Tamari was extremely fast and managed to retreat to the middle of the battlefield. Try again. The girl shouted cheerfully, about to swing her huge fan as she felt someone's chains. She couldn't move, something seemed to be holding her back, and she managed to squint her eyes and catch a glimpse of a shadow behind her. I took advantage of the terrain. There are underground shadows after all, Nara said tiredly as he stepped closer, forcing his opponent to do the same. The young man raised his hand. Tamari realized where this was going as he suddenly said, "I give up." The examiner was stunned, but immediately announced another winner. People didn't like this move, but neither did Menmi. His temper was justified, and he didn't understand what had just happened. However, only Shikamaru, who was leaving the arena, knew that. "I hope this will be a lesson to her," Cage said, "but she lost." "Most likely." The Hokage replied cryptically, picking up the phone. "The next fight is between Sabaku no Konkuro and Aburame Shino. I surrender," came from the stands. It was the Cage's eldest son. Jonin choked, but spoke up. "The winner is Aburame Shino." The displeasure of the audience grew. However, they weren't the only ones. True, Konkuro could be understood. His enemy was using bugs and he himself was using puppets. Even in the best-case scenario, he would have to either change or clean his tools. However, the noise died down as two people entered the field, Sasuke Uchiha and Mikao, the genin of Mist. Sasuke remembered the first encounter. He smiled at the chance to test his strength against his main rival, yet Naruto remained a mystery for him to solve. When the genin came close enough, Mikao asked, "Where is your sword?" The Uchiha snorted in response, pulling out a kunai. "It was worth a try," the young man said, pulling out the blade. "Here we go," came from outside, but the two continued to look at each other. The Uchiha gradually approached closer. He had the idea to just cast genjutsu, but the enemy was looking at his feet. This surprised Sasuke greatly. However, it was expected that various tricks would be prepared against him. Sasuke made a dash, approaching his target. The blade immediately collapsed on him. Mikao was extremely fast, but the Uchiha saw the movement's whole, the Sharingan giving him an advantage. The young man twisted slightly, wanting to pass under the blow, as suddenly the blade turned slightly in his direction. The Uchiha immediately set up a kunai, lurking. The swordsman didn't stay standing. He tried to tee up Sasuke's leg, however the latter stepped back. The distance, though small, was still extremely disadvantageous for Sasuke. The advantage in blade length would turn into a weakness. The Uchiha threw two shurikens, which were repelled by the precise movements of the blade, and it was flat. Sasuke moved forward. His right strike was held back again, but Mikao took a step back, raising his blade. The Uchiha dared not go closer, but immediately jumped back, folding his seals. "Fireball!" was heard from his side. It seemed that it would be difficult for the enemy to defend and even more to escape, but the young man, without releasing the blade, folded the seal, creating a small wall of water. It completely contained the blow. Sasuke used the vapor. His eyes distinguished the smallest details. He had to find the enemy, but the Uchiha could not find the genin. His keen hearing detected a hiss. It was an explosive seal. Sasuke managed to jump back, but at the same moment Mikao jumped up to him. He tried to strike at his forearm, but Sasuke managed to cover himself with his kunai. The blade sliced through the cold weapon as it traveled farther and hit the plate on his other arm, almost cutting it. Sasuke immediately struck the inside of his leg, buying him some time. The Uchiha was able to get closer. He tried to knock his enemy out, and he in turn knocked his fist back with the hilt, causing the Konoha genin a lot of pain. While the first two were a battle of cunning and stamina, the second was a battle of wits, here it was a battle of skill and experience. Sasuke ducked a little, using his weight he managed to hit the body, shaking Mikao a little, but he used his blade, the Sharingan allowing Sasuke to avoid the blow, as well as his own. The Uchiha was more nimble, the Genin of Mist jerked back, his head shaking slightly, except the kid managed to put his blade between them, going on the defense. Suddenly, Uchiha was closer, as if he was rushing towards him. Mikao didn't even realize how it happened. I just lost sight of his legs. The boy immediately struck a precise blow to the body, piercing his stomach, but Sasuke vanished into thin air. It was an illusion. The Uchiha struck the outstretched arm with his kunai, cutting the muscles above the hand. Mikao jumped back, grabbing his arm. He had been tricked by a cheap trick, but it was easy to miss, for he could see above his chest, and yet the genin was fully engaged in the fight. Droplets of blood fell to the ground. Mikao released his sword, stopping it. Sasuke could have celebrated the victory, but still remembered Naruto's fight with Akato. The young man held the kunai, preparing to bring it to his throat. The Genin of Mist folded his seals. Even his wound didn't stop him. The arena was enveloped in an impenetrable fog. Even the Sharingan couldn't see beyond half a meter. Silence seemed to envelop him. He was alone in the middle of the white cloud. Sasuke stood there, trying not to move. He listened to his surroundings, trying to catch the moment. However, he succeeded, but too late. The blade cut his leg. The Uchiha barely had time to remove it and try to attack back, but the genin was out of sight. The strong smell of blood hit his nose. It hurt Uchiha to even stand. It seemed like he was about to have to give up as he finally got an idea. At the same moment the Uchiha folded the seals. A stream of fire dispersed the mist, partially vaporizing it. Sasuke turned in a circle, creating a visible field around him. When he reached the last meter, the fireball was extinguished by a projectile of water. Even a small part doused Sasuke from head to toe. The Uchiha was soaked to the skin. Mikao rushed forward to finish the enemy. Sasuke only had time to take 2 steps back and reach for his pouch. His blade was about to cleave the genin of leaf as the enemy jerked violently, cutting the air. The genin of mist glanced at the enemy once in the whole fight, and your timing was wrong. A thin metal fishing line connected the Uchiha's arm and the puddle that was formed by the water technique after the electrocution. Mikao collapsed to the ground. He realized his mistake too late. Sasuke was stunned. The genin of mist was a serious opponent, and yet his comrade was able to win without injury. The Uchiha doubted his abilities for a second, but angrily suppressed the thought. The young man refused to recognize anyone stronger. The hidden leaf genin headed towards the medics, Kakashi helping him. As the crowd quieted down after what they had seen, 2 men entered the judging floor, Danzo Shimura and Jonin with the mask. The old man said, and then continued on his way to the viewing pestle, which was located under Cage's bed. There were 4 in the elder's room now. Danzo walked over to the railing, watching the arena, and one genin in particular. Hiruzen was too late to train Menma. After all the preliminaries showed Naruto's success, the Hokage won't let someone remove him from his position. Shimura grasped his chin, then said, however, I'm wondering what you taught him myself, Orochimaru. I suppose you want to make him a Chunin, Jonin hissed. That would be convenient, but then he needs to show something outstanding in this fight. It is extremely difficult to simply win with his kit, much less surpass previous performances. Danzo grinned at the Konoha genin. Naruto was now standing across from Gaara, the Cage's youngest son. Tetsuya has hammered the basics of shinobi into him. The boy has prepared a bit of an ace for the enemy. I hope so. If he loses, you will answer for it. The head of the root threw coldly, his stern gaze colliding with Sanin's eyes, the serpent pupil staring at him with bestial lust. Now I'm about to see years of hard work, and frankly, I'm excited. The old man admitted, it's strange, because I've forgotten how it feels to raise dolls. Not only the elders were talking, but also the Cage, and Rasa naturally asked the Hokage, who is this kid? Should we stop the fight? The Cage didn't want to be conflicted by his son's intemperance. I think it'll be an interesting fight. He did well in the qualifiers. I'm sure that almost no one can compete with Gaara. Rasa said, turning to look at his companion. The Hokage nodded. He summoned Anbu and ordered him to stop the fight if it went too far. However, the Cage had personally visited Konoha only because of Gaara. The two remained in the arena, there was nothing but emptiness around them, each staring at their opponent as if trying to see their weakness. Gaara opened his vessel, letting the sand loose, he prepared to defend himself. The grains of sand overflowed like a river, they didn't stop, but at the same time they didn't get any closer to Uzumaki. The sand shinobi was inviting the genin to a deadly dance. Naruto tilted his head as he continued to stare at the sand and then created 3 clones. Each ran his own way, at the same time the real one walked forward in slow steps. The son of Cage stood idly by, unwilling to even address the enemy. It seemed that the kunai thrown from the blind spot should hit him, but suddenly the sand shield immediately shielded the boy. It happened on the other side as well. The central one took out his blade and tried to break the defense, but failed. The sand immediately squeezed his hands, scattering the clone. 2 sharp spikes reached their targets, leaving Uzumaki alone. Naruto stood with a kunai in his hands. He watched Gaara carefully while continuing to look the man in the eye. The young boy released the weapon from his hands, the latter collapsed to the ground and then another object fell out. Once again the boy resorted to the old trick, a gray haze blocked Gaara's view. Once again the 3 clones ran in different directions, gradually approaching him. 3 sandy hands reached for the ninja, keeping those away. Surprisingly they managed to move fast enough to dodge. Though they couldn't step any closer, naturally a 4th went forward, out of the dispersing smoke. Naruto ran after the clones. When he was close enough the sand rushed towards him. Gaara had enough to defend himself. A reckless attack could have buried the young man. You would have thought he was about to hit a spike. Suddenly a vacuum shell came from the side, scattering the barrier before it could reassemble. The clone from the second side repeated the attack. Naturally he was buried under the sand afterwards. Gaara was amazed. The enemy ran towards him, not afraid, and successfully approaching. The young man gathered the rest and unleashed a wave on the enemy. It was probably impossible to defend or run away from such an attack, but the thickness was pierced by a thin rod of wind that made a hole in the defense. A kunai immediately flew into it and then turned into a clone. The original immediately substituted itself and approached Gaara. The shinobi from Sand Village was left without any defense right next to the enemy. Uzumaki drew his sword and tried to cut off the enemy's head, but it hit the sand armor, the last stronghold. The armor was insurmountable, but the genin did not stop. He threw the kunai again, but now behind his back, while folding the seals. Another stream of wind came out of his mouth, but now it cut into the young man's spine. The technique threw Gaara off but he got back up as if nothing had happened. The sand was getting close enough. In response to this Uzumaki threw out an activated scroll and then jumped backwards, first falling on his hands and then pushing off with them, thus slipping away from the enemy. An explosion was heard from where the scroll was lying. First the sand scattered. Gaara tried to gather it again, but it was uncontrollable. The young man glanced at the puddles around him. Apparently Naruto had used a vessel of water and then destroyed its integrity. The day was hot. Gaara wasn't worried about his defenses. On the contrary, he was going to trap Naruto. The genin used his armor and a small part of what was left to kill his opponent. The sand came in waves at the young man. He could only run away. At times he was cornered, but the clones saved his life several times by sacrificing themselves. Gaara was defenseless, but at the same time the sand around him began to give in to him, yet it was drying up very quickly under the bright sun. It seemed that Naruto had no time left, only he should not just hurry, because Gaara was able to outsmart the young man, grabbing not only the genin, namely his hands, but also the kunai that flew out. The sand immediately enveloped him completely, not allowing him to get out. The son of Cage put his hand out, going to crush his opponent. Gaara longed for this very life. He wanted to look into the face of the one who challenged him. He was waiting to see fear. The young man's eyes collided with Uzumaki's, however he saw no confusion, only a smirk. The kunai thrown at the very beginning, hidden behind the haze, and therefore successfully forgotten by accident, was close enough. The clone immediately gave itself away, and so the sand crushed another blank. The young man folded the seals, going to pierce Gaara, but he managed at the last second to first set his sand, and then the one that was wet. It seemed that simple plans were powerless here as there was a sudden rumble of thunder. Just behind the genin sand the ground shattered into ashes. Small bolts of lightning pierced the solid and then reached Gaara. He had no shelter as some of the wet sand was now protecting him from the flow of wind in front. The technique was not too strong. Gaara stayed on his feet, but part of his body was numb. There were bleeding wounds, he was breathing heavily and was also very scared. Once again someone was able to hurt him, but this time almost killing him. Naruto did not stop, but instead recoiled, for the sand did not fall to the ground, but remained levitating. Uzumaki was able to wound his opponent, but even that wasn't enough. It was as if the sand had a life of its own, just like that it never left its user, always defending against any attacks. Naruto didn't know how to bypass such defenses, he could only try to trick his enemy again, but now he was overly cautious. The two of them continued to stand. Naruto nervously rotated the kunai in his hand. Perhaps for now he could only hope that he had wounded Gaara enough. Unfortunately for Konoha, the sand shinobi wasn't hurt as badly and was still holding on, ready to continue the fight. The mountains of sand spread out across the arena, exhausted, and Gaara could no longer use the same amount as before, but it was enough to bury the boy underneath. Naruto grabbed the kunai and ran forward, towards the enemy, towards his eventual death. "I've made a decent weapon," said the man, his voice filled with satisfaction. "When it's ready for its intended purpose, the elders and I will seek forgiveness for you. I hope exile won't be a problem for you." "That's acceptable," Orochimaru answered him. The scientist must have cursed the day the third Hokage had visited Sanin's lab. He had thought he would be able to get away easily, but there were about 20 Anbu shinobi waiting for him. But the presence of Jiraiya had spoiled the ninja's plans, and he hadn't even been allowed to escape because the other ninja had put up a barrier. Orochimaru hated Konoha, hated its shinobi as well as his teacher. Danzo knew this, but now this enemy was under seal and there was nothing he could do about it. Without a helper and support, alone he had to not only work, but also think out his plans. Shimura said, glancing at the ninja with a hint that even after that, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. The gaze of the two Konoha shinobi returned to the arena once more. Gaara first tried to stop his enemy's approach with a wall of sand, but he created a clone in front of him and used it to jump over it. Gaara feared for his supplies, but was even more afraid of the enemy's techniques. A rather large wave of sand rushed towards the young man. It seemed that he would not be able to overcome it, but he used the wind technique. The clone threw the present one over, although it caused him some injuries with a vacuum sphere. The young man realized that he would need to come up with a technique based on such a principle, only safer for his health. The clone did not disperse in the air, but used explosive seals to buy some time and then was destroyed. Almost all of Gaara's sand was behind him, only sandy brambles and a small part of everything remained near him. There was no time, and therefore the young man did not stop. The sand completely blocked the path to Gaara, creating a hemisphere in front. The blade collapsed on it, almost reaching the sand ninja, for Uzumaki was able to even partially shred it. The young man stepped back in confusion as he felt the sword near his neck. It might have seemed pointless, but the young man thought the same and immediately received a lightning bolt that threw off all defenses. This time the sword stabbed into his shoulder causing pain, and before jumping away from the returning sand Naruto left an explosive seal. A final rumble echoed through the arena as the exhausted Gaara lay on the ground. His Kekkei Genkai once again protecting him from almost all of the damage, but the examiner didn't care. What had happened was more than enough. "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto," Jonin said loudly enough, still a bit surprised by this fight, although the previous ones had also impressed him. The stands, now satisfied with the spectacle, finally knew no fatigue or sleep. Naruto rose to the noise of the crowd, but he wasn't the only one. The Chunin exam had entered its second phase, and the drawing of lots had taken place again, as there were 5 contestants left. Each of the genin drew out a numbered paper, and in the end there were 2 pairs, Menma and Sasuke, and Temari and Shino. The latter withdrew from the exam. This time was a streak of bad luck for him, and so the examiner assigned Naruto instead. They were the ones he had called up first. Now it was the official semifinal. Opposite Uzumaki stood a girl, a little older than him. Her huge fan and fighting style gave her a specialized fighter. You could say that Naruto was celebrating the victory, but he was tired. He may have spent not so much chakra, but he had lost a lot of strength, and he had one more fight to go. Tamari drew her weapon. She realized that her enemy was extremely dangerous, so she decided not to hold back, and went straight to the 3 moons on the fan, corresponding to the maximum power of wind techniques. Naruto didn't move closer to her, he remained safe at this distance, but he needed to reach his enemy somehow. The girl released the check blades. Uzumaki dodged with a jump and then landed. All was well, but a drop of blood fell on the dry ground, a cut showing on his clothes. Uzumaki tilted his head, he ran forward, but Tamari swung the fan again, creating more wind currents. A thin trickle of blood ran down his clothes. New wounds manifested on Uzumaki's body, but he had to retreat. Genin of the Leaf created a clone. It approached the girl. Tamari hoped to be able to compete with the clone, but in the same second a blade came down on her fan, almost knocking her down. The girl barely had time to jump back from the swing, and then with an attack she dispelled her neighbor, while hitting the real enemy. It seemed that she only had to wait, but the chakra reserve was already running low. The girl had no outstanding data, and was already breathing heavily. Uzumaki continued to dodge without much trouble, but he was getting slower and slower. One time he fell to the ground, unable to roll over properly. Tamari immediately ran up to him. It would be her only chance as she had no more chakra. The girl tried to put a kunai to her throat, but the young man reacted. Pushing off with his hands, he jumped over the kunoichi and then placed his blade on her neck. The point dug into her clothes, even cutting them slightly, and her hand trembled, but the genin put the weapon away in its sheath and then walked away as if nothing had happened. The young man's victory seemed heavy. Using the enemy's hopes as a deception. Danzo said quietly, as he noticed how the entire fight the wounds were not caused by wind techniques. Uzumaki was inflicting them on his own. Pretending to be on edge, Tamari couldn't keep track of such a thing, and so her brain convinced itself of what was happening. The penultimate fight of the entire exam was going to be between 2 co-teammates, longtime rivals even. Genma and Sasuke. If the latter had barely paid attention until recently, the former was only eager to catch up. Genma happily announced the start of the fight, and then gave the genin a free hand. They both put up a good fight. The medics have already cleaned them up. To be honest, I wanted to see the fight between Uchiha and Gaara, but now I'm looking forward to seeing your monster again. The Cage said, not taking his eyes off the arena. Although his brother has secrets, his potential has yet to be realized. Hiruzen replied, almost choking on his smoke as Naruto's performance left him not only confused, but a little panicked. The Hokage now understood what had been going on all this time, but what scared him was not so much that a ninja like Minato had reappeared, but that he was under the full control of Danzo. Sarutobi was left to raise a decent support. Menma was his last chance. Sasuke, said Uzumaki loudly and with a smile, to which he received a snicker, though a slight smile also appeared on the Uchiha's face. Menma ran forward. Sasuke did the same. Namikaze immediately created several clones, as he was inferior in taijutsu. The Uchiha knew the strengths and weaknesses of his enemy, and therefore knew one thing: he would not win in a protracted battle. As long as the original remained in the rear, any action by Sasuke was pointless. He had to get through this absolute defense. The Uchiha quickly went through his arsenal. Fire techniques, shurikens, chidori, the latter he immediately dismissed out of hand for 2 reasons: cost and danger. The Sharingan allowed the Uchiha to keep track of all his opponents at once, except that the clones behind him were out of reach. Sasuke knew one thing: the first priority was to block the enemy's view. He threw a smoke bomb under his feet, and as soon as he was hidden, just for a moment, he also created a clone that had already entered the fight. Even Uchiha's shadow clone was too strong for Menma, so he couldn't notice the difference. The Uchiha dealt with all the enemies nearby and then stepped out of the smoke. Menma wasn't a fool when Sasuke threw the smoke bomb. He had already considered the clone option, and so he didn't forget about the veil. The original continued to stand in place while the clones fought among themselves. Just in case, Namikaze created an additional group. Its task was to protect the genin, also distraction. To keep up with the battle with several was difficult but possible, but at the same time flying kunai made the task impossible. Obviously, Sasuke began to return to the smoke to hide again. He succeeded though. Menma waited for the smoke to begin to dissipate. As soon as he was able to see Sasuke's clothes, he immediately dispatched the clones. Menma watched as another dozen disappeared into the white haze. However, this could not last forever and another kunai struck the weaker clone, dispelling it. With only one of the two enemies left, the clones attacked again and again. The Uchiha was forced to jump back and use his fireball, blowing away many opponents at once, his flames almost reaching the real one, but still he jumped back with the remaining clones. As soon as the view opened up again, there was no one in front of Menma. The young man lost Sasuke as he heard a rustle and then the kunai touched his neck. It was the Uchiha taking his form. "You're as inattentive as ever," pronounced Sasuke. Menma shook his head, then replied, "Unfortunately, I never saw your maneuvers, but I predicted something." Standing from the beginning of the fight, Menma disappeared, leaving Sasuke among his enemies, a bit tired, and also in complete ignorance. How on earth was the Uchiha supposed to get out of such a mess? The Sharingan doesn't miss anything, that's what's worth remembering. Menma didn't know this, and therefore left out one last detail for his absolute victory. Sasuke couldn't get close to the real one, for he stood a little further away from everyone, keeping the Uchiha away, but Namikaze let him take the bait. The first was not really because of a plan, but rather caution and coincidence, because the real Uzumaki was only feigning active participation in the battle, which could not hide from the two Tomo. Sasuke took the initiative, he knew where Menma was, he had to take his chance. The Uchiha deliberately turned the other way, forcing the clones to slightly cover the real one, forming an ellipse and then aligning almost in a straight line. At that moment Sasuke released the fireball again, getting rid of all the spears. They stood against each other, each having lost most of their strength. Sasuke ran up to Namikaze. He tried to reach his opponent's head with a left-hand punch, but Menma managed to fend off the blow. The Uchiha was ahead. He immediately grabbed his opponent's arm and tried again. This time Menma covered himself with his arm. Sasuke managed to hit the inside of his leg with his own, but Namikaze wrenched his arm away while unbalancing Sasuke, and then forced the genin to cover his head. In the aftermath, Uchiha tried to regain the initiative. He prepared to strike with his left hand, but at the last moment stopped Menma's knee. Uzumaki lowered his foot behind Sasuke's foot from the inside, and then immediately tried to get that right. Because of this Uchiha was slightly yanked not only to the side, but also on Menma, although the elbow did not have enough space for maneuver, and therefore did not stand out forcefully. His task was accomplished because Sasuke once again locked in a block. Menma was perhaps the most amazing of all. He managed to impose a melee fight, first showing an equal and now a higher level. It looked like he would be able to finish Sasuke off, but the latter broke out of the circle, stepping on Menma's foot, disrupting his movements, and then kicked him in the ribs with the same foot. At the same moment Sasuke jumped back, creating a chidori in his hand. He prepared to run forward. Menma responded to the technique with a Rasengan. He was the first to rush towards the enemy. There was going to be an explosion. The Jonins were about to intervene, but Namikaze lost the technique and fell to the ground. However, Sasuke also dispelled the technique. The Uchiha used the power of his eyes and plunged his comrade into genjutsu. Against such a thing Menma had nothing worthy. The inevitable defeat caught up with him at his most crucial and successful hour. Perhaps this time it could be said that Sasuke had conceded without giving an answer to the question of who was the strongest, but to blame him for that was the height of foolishness. Such was the world of shinobi. The Chunin exam was coming to its logical conclusion. Only 2 participants were left. Each of them had already proved their abilities in terms of strength and personal qualities. The genin were given time to rest before the final fight, but after a few fights, they might not have the strength left to make a good final. Danzo continued to sit in his chair, the box of elders now empty. The old man was deep in thought, and when he checked again that no one was around, he turned to the only shinobi here. No matter how hard we try, we can't turn a human into a real weapon without the root's special training. We don't have the time or a special person for that role. Orochimaru listened attentively, and then took the envelope from the elder. When you do the deed, destroy it. If it weren't for a front man in the Hokage's entourage, I would have fallen into his net. Most importantly, keep an eye on the boy, it'll be bad if he gets hurt badly during the mission." With that, the serpent left the room, leaving the head of Root alone, albeit briefly, for the next visitor was suddenly the Hokage himself. Sarutobi was smoking his pipe nervously. The old man wasted no time. "Danzo, do you really want to go against me at a time like this?" "Hokage-sama, it's our responsibility to nurture the next generation, it's better to be prepared than to expect offense," said Shimura with an icy voice, as always. There was one last detail left in his plan, a fragment that would give him a true shinobi. The Hokage replied to his subordinate, "Don't think I'm that stupid." The village leader withdrew. He had a guest from Sand after all. The stadium was once again filling up with people. The day was leaning towards evening. Sasuke and Naruto found themselves facing each other. The Uchiha wanted to win, to prove to himself that he had labored for a reason, that he was a genius. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't want this fight. If he had a motive before, then when Sasuke became his brother's friend, everything changed. He wanted to give up. He had shown enough, but the order from above had been given. Uzumaki had to win at all costs. That was enough for the young man to forget about sentimentality. Jonin announced the beginning. No one began to get close. Sasuke feared his enemy, knowing the latter's talent. He was especially afraid of missing the shadow clone behind his back, because then he would be crushed. The Sharingan, the Uchiha's greatest trump card, allowed him to see through illusions, even though he couldn't tell the difference between the clone and the real one. Naruto didn't look his enemy in the eye. He pulled his blade from its sheath and began to slowly approach. Due to the fact that noon had long since come to an end, there were appearances on the ground. It was their absence that Uzumaki feared, for then he would be forced to look higher. The kunai were easily reflected. It wasn't a problem for Uzumaki to navigate through things like shadows. It was still how he planned to deal with Sasuke since he didn't have time to prepare for genjutsu. Sasuke let the enemy get quite close. He correctly assumed that the enemy couldn't read footwork, but Uzumaki didn't need that at all. The young man with a kunai tried to sharply close, to reach the target with the kunai, but as soon as there was a little more than a meter between them, the sharp blade, which seemed to hang from the hands of the genin, immediately made a circle and collapsed on Sasuke. He barely had time to cover himself with the kunai, but his hands trembled. Perhaps Uchiha remembered only one person who could bring him to such a state, Rock Lee. Genin couldn't believe that his comrade was so much stronger than himself. Naruto moved back a little, leaving his blade held above his head. He only needed to see the distance to Sasuke as well as the turn of his body to strike his opponent with his blade. His opponent had to either dodge or block the blow, or he would say goodbye to his life. Sasuke tore to the side, then began to approach, but the opponent was much easier to change vector. Just turn around the axis. Uchiha approached. The sword swept in front of his chest, cutting his shirt. Because the young man slowed down for a second when the weapon passed by. He began to approach again, but the katana aimed at his leg almost immediately. The Sharingan allowed him to react. Sasuke was closer to the target. It looked like he was about to get it as the sword swung again in motion, slicing through some of the hair on the Uchiha's head. He managed to get under it. Finally Sasuke got past the defense, but Naruto drove the weapon into the ground, stopping the flight, and then engaged in close combat himself. The Uchiha was at a disadvantage. As he dodged the swing of his sword, Uzumaki knew the kunai was in his right hand, and so confidently began with an attempt at his head. Sasuke managed to cover himself with his left hand and then attempted a slashing strike as Uzumaki spun around sharply, pulling his arm aside, causing the kunai to fly slightly downwards. In the same second Uzumaki attempted to intercept Sasuke's shoulder as the current intercepted the kunai and attempted to stab it into his forearm. Uzumaki reacted and knocked Sasuke's mindset down with his foot in an attempt to break his knee, now managing to evade the attack. The kunai nearly cut Naruto's sleeve, but he not only retreated to a distance, but also picked up the blade again. "Can we dispense with the iron?" Sasuke turned to Naruto. Uzumaki saw the kunai sink into the ground beside him. The Uchiha threw his weapon away. Naruto could have refused, however he didn't want to get into a melee against an armed man. Weighing the situation he still leaned. perhaps because of his confidence, towards the offer, removing his scabbard, putting his blade away. The Uchiha immediately unleashed a fireball. Naruto forced his eyes up and then used the wind technique. His chakra level as well as control was much better. The technique was completely dispelled, though rather redirected back by the powerful flow of wind, but Sasuke had already moved out of the way of the attack. The young man wanted to catch his enemy in an illusion as he dispersed the fireball, but he did so with his eyes closed. "You've gotten away from me, I can't even look up to see where you are," Naruto said sadly, but then began to fold the seals and then looked up to see the Sharingan. The scarlet eyes, black with black tone, were staring straight into the soul of Uzumaki. Sasuke immediately tried to finish the fight with Genjutsu as something went wrong. The enemy did not give in, as if an insurmountable wall prevented the Sharingan from plunging the enemy into the world of illusion. "He seems to have stopped the flow of chakra," said the cage. The boy used the seal. "So far the circulation in his body is too weak or non-existent," said Hiruzen thoughtfully. "Let's say he can raise his eyes now, but he's much weaker," added Rasa with interest. Sasuke stood stunned for a second. The Sharingan could no longer see the chakra streams, but such a short time was enough for him to realize the situation. The Uchiha snorted, for his enemy was so dismissive of him. Genin immediately made a dash. He attempted a punch to the solar plexus, ending the fight as he was immediately intercepted by his enemy's arm. Naruto yanked him slightly and at the same time delivered a blow to the head. Sasuke once again managed to defend himself, but following his hand his foot went to the same place. The Uchiha almost fell over. It was hard for him to contain such a thing. The young man did not give up. He tried to reach his enemy, but he retreated a little, and then struck himself, although it hit his shoulder. "He's faster," the Hokage said. The village head was surprised that Sasuke wasn't keeping up with Naruto, and there were several reasons for that. The first was Uzumaki's training, which certainly allowed him to reach such a level, and secondly, the use of clones and constant substitutions trained his brain not only to react faster, but also to process perception. Whereas Sasuke could see and ponder with ease, Naruto on the other hand was slowly approaching subconscious action. Though Uzumaki was far from complete automatism, there was plenty of that too. Fear possessed Sasuke, fear that he had fallen behind, fear that he would be useless, fear that he would never reach his older brother. The Uchiha had only dreamed of being compared to Itachi, and so he strove to be the best, the strongest. Now, however, his hopes were being shattered by his rival. Uchiha tried to reach his enemy with his hand, but he slipped away, moving a little to the side. Sasuke reached for him again, but he went to meet him. One fist passed by, the other reached its goal. Sasuke recoiled from the hard blow. He was broken. The young boy already wished to surrender. The boy wanted to cry from helplessness, but he remembered why he wanted to become a shinobi. All this time the Uchiha wished he could finally get his brother's attention. At that moment something clicked inside him and the world became even slower. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. A full Sharingan was born in his enemy's eyes. The three Tomo stared directly at him. At that moment Uzumaki realized that simple sparring was over. Sasuke approached Uzumaki. This time the young man easily repulsed the blow of the latter, because he saw, you can even say, ahead. Taking his opponent's hand aside, Uchiha immediately shook Naruto's ribs. Uzumaki held back and tried to counterattack, but Sasuke reacted, the fire under the blow, again reaching Uzumaki's chest. Naruto's style was useless, his foe getting a little faster. Sasuke, on the other hand, once again tore towards him in close combat. Naruto bowed his head. Everything had changed. From now on his enemy was much stronger. Uzumaki realized that the fight would no longer be a game to him. Sasuke looked at his opponent with determination. He had conquered his fear. It was this that allowed him to awaken the Sharingan. The young man had not yet realized this, being consumed by emotion in the fight. Genin couldn't stand it. He rushed forward. The two converged again in close combat, each seeking to strike, avoiding injury. At the beginning of the fight, the Uchiha had no hope of coming out victorious. Now, however, with a full-fledged Sharingan, even the lag in speed could not compare to the reaction he received. Naruto tried to hit Sasuke's head, but he deflected a little. Every moment was reflected in his eyes. The boy immediately hit with a weight transfer to the body. Uzumaki's face creased a little, his ribs twitched, but the boy was restrained. He immediately tried to respond, but Sasuke had time to close, although he was slower, but made short movements. Uzumaki went on the defense. The attack did not give him an advantage. Sasuke immediately took the initiative. The fist flying to the head did not have time to hit the target, because Uzumaki had time to dive. The young man did not have the right to just stand up, but also did not have time to move, and therefore struck. But the Uchiha threw back his hand, and then, returning his own, managed to hit Naruto's ribs. The latter didn't keep up. He realized this and urgently tried to think of a solution. Uzumaki was always faster. He counted on this parameter. His tactics and style implied such an advantage, but now everything seemed pointless. Attempts to surpass the opponent did not end in something good. Naruto missed blows, yielding in decision-making, because he had no right to think, only to let his consciousness act on its own. Only in this new situation it had not yet learned to act correctly. Another blow, like a hammer, hit his chest. The blood came to his throat. For a second Naruto felt fear. He was familiar with this feeling. For a long time he had not yielded to anyone. For several years no one but teachers could seriously hurt him. But now it was as if he was back in the past. Only now he was a different person. Uzumaki pulled himself together, even though he was hit again because of the hiccup. Naruto spat out a clot of blood, his chest burning. The kid had missed too much. You don't use chakra, you don't take favors, and you're still fighting on equal footing. I recognize that you are stronger than I am, said the genin. It was hard for him to accept it. His pride was hurt, but there was shame, respect and honesty in him. This attitude, the condescension of his enemy, made Naruto almost give up. He could no longer remember when he had heard something like that. The young man looked down at his hands. A couple of tears fell from his eyes, disappointment and sadness showing in them for a second. Sasuke saw this. He was amazed that the Naruto he knew was completely different. To the Uchiha, he was a man hardened by life, a shinobi who had received an excellent upbringing. It seemed he couldn't have such weak traits for a ninja. What's wrong with him? Said Orochimaru. He didn't know his student very well. Danzo replied. He expected it to happen at some point, or rather he was going to awaken it in him a little later, but now he had the opportunity to test his student under real conditions. It seemed as if Naruto might give up now. As if broken, he stood there, continuing to stare at his hands. Sasuke couldn't understand what was happening to him. The young man uttered, Naruto, wanting to distract him from his inner thoughts. Uzumaki raised his eyes to him. He could no longer see past feelings in them. Now there was weariness in them. Genin realized that his enemy, who was coincidentally his only closest comrade, not counting his brother, because the latter rejected the possibility of dumping the burden on him. Do you know what the value of life is? Uzumaki asked his opponent sharply. Sasuke did not find something to answer, rather thought about what it was related to. It can be bought only by giving another. The young man looked at his hands again, but now he clenched them into fists. Uchiha understood what Uzumaki was saying. Sasuke stood out for his intelligence, except that Shikamaru surpassed him by a head. The life of a Jinchuriki is hard, he said, but watching it was harder. Uzumaki frowned slightly, most likely a fragment of memory surfacing. Sasuke was surprised. He thought Naruto almost hated him. Every time I saw the same thing. They didn't see my brother as a human being. Can people like that deserve my trust? No one wanted to accept him, and therefore no part of me. You're probably the first person to befriend him. Our relationship got off to a bad start, yet first impressions and worldviews will not let you accept the first person you meet. You're talented, Sasuke, so you deserve respect. You've changed your attitude towards Menma, so you've gained his trust. I don't know anyone else like you. Uzumaki's face changed. Nothing but calculation could be seen in it anymore. He was back in this world. Sasuke was struck to the core by such words. His heart decided that Naruto was also his friend. Surprising himself, he uttered, I'll help you take care of him. Naruto grinned and shook his head. Can you promise me you'll do anything to help him? Naruto said sarcastically. However, the Uchiha responded with a promise. Why? Replied Naruto. He stood for a few seconds and said, I'll believe you. Quote. The young man shook his head and stood. Sasuke no longer worried about him and prepared to attack. Uchiha quickly approached. He hit Naruto in the head, but he managed to get his arm up and then counterattacked. Uchiha covered himself from the blow as before, but Uzumaki didn't back down, neither ducked nor changed his stance. He went forward, striking again. Sasuke was a little surprised, but immediately pulled himself together. He dodged the fourth blow to the side. The young man tried to do the same with the fifth, but it was as if he was aiming at his hand. Sasuke retreated a little and angrily responded to the blow with his own. His elbow and fist collided. Uzumaki bit his lip, but did not stop. He immediately tried to punch the body, which he did. Uchiha hit the shoulder of the enemy, because he held back the last blow, but Naruto took advantage of it. Sasuke did not expect anything like this. Sharingan even though he saw the movement, but it was too late. Uzumaki had time to hit the retreating enemy. The uppercut tilted his head. Sasuke was almost lost, but he was backing up. It looked like he was about to break the distance. However, Uzumaki stepped on the foot, interrupting the movement and then kicked the body. How quickly he realized, the serpent whispered, is that possible? Naruto realizes faster. Since the Sharingan allows Sasuke to act relative to Naruto, there's no point in fencing. Uzumaki takes away the ability to react faster, because he himself is completely on the offensive. The Uchiha realized that he was only getting hit. Sasuke, once again, managed to fend off the blow, and then hit him in the solar plexus. Naruto didn't defend himself. He didn't hinder the enemy in any way. Only at the last moment the young man shifted, preventing him from reaching the weak spot, and it was only a parallel attack, not an evasion. Uzumaki was already injured. Blood came to his lips again, but Sasuke was not unharmed either. The Uchiha recoiled as he received another strong response. Uzumaki stepped back first. He stood very close. He managed to grab his comrade with his hands and then as if pierced his opponent's knee, knocking the air out of Sasuke. The young man tried to move away, but Naruto stepped just below his knee, forcing the Uchiha to the ground, otherwise there would be a fracture. Naruto straightened his leg. Though Sasuke managed to cover his head, it clattered to the ground. The Uchiha opened his eyes. A fist stopped in front of him. Uzumaki didn't finish him. Sasuke dared to jump up, throwing his hand away. He almost managed to get up. He had already pulled out a kunai and stopped it near his opponent's leg. However, it was too late. The katana was lying on his shoulder. We're even, said Uzumaki, drawing his blade but leaving no cut. Sasuke gave up, realizing he had lost. There was no anger in him. The boy was too stunned. The exam came to an end, and people were going back to their hotels and homes, enjoying the show. Danzo-sama, do we need to interfere? Orochimaru said, you can't make a sword out of a man, and isn't he sharp enough? Aren't we using enough? I don't need another Jonin. Said Shimura, you will carry out the plan. Afterward, the head of the route descended into the hall where all the remaining genin were still seated. The old man leisurely approached Uzumaki. The boy bowed without thinking. However, he stood apart from the others. You did a good job. We need to talk. Naruto remained silent, waiting for the words. This is not for anyone to hear, so take it. The man gave him the letter and then handed him a small box. That's it, I'm satisfied with your performance. Danzo said this and left, tapping the floor with his cane. For a few more days people were leaving Konoha, due to the fact that the exam took all day. Despite the early completion of the tasks, the shinobi still had to perform above the norm, and so there were relatively few ninja in the village. Most of the Anbu were sent to scout other villages. It was on this day that the Uchiha clan was leaving Konoha. They all packed up and got ready to leave for the place they had already prepared. The pressure from Konoha was keeping them alive. They had few options, almost all of them ending in bloodshed. It was at this point that the Hokage reached out to them. Sarutobi and Fugaku had plotted this together. Not only had the show already been planned, the victims had been assigned, but even the decree of the Leaf's plan to deceive the other hidden villages had been signed. Hiruzen was going to enlist their help, and thus raise their credibility. The extremely strange and unpredictable move was well thought out, and therefore destined to succeed. The third Hokage and his subordinates personally pursued the fugitives. He sent Naruto, who had accidentally followed him, after Sasuke, and the root fighters on the trail. Sarutobi pretended to be personally in charge of the mission and then stood alone, except for two of his closest men, as he didn't want anyone to question his actions. Hiruzen stood smoking his pipe, the smoke rising higher as Hiruzen went over his plan again, but there was one thing that kept him busy: silence. The old man looked around carefully, but it was too late. The strange ninja had tired right in front of him while the others had put up a barrier. It was too late to lash out or call for help, all that was left was to fight. In the entire village, Sarutobi didn't know anyone who could compete with him, except for one. Hiruzen recognized this man. It became clear to him what was going on here. "It's been a long time, Orochimaru," Hiruzen said, realizing that his enemy had revealed the plan. The Hokage glanced at his ninjas, but only one remained there, the other glaring at him, holding a bloody sword in his hand. He now knew that there was a spy among his inner circle, however it was too late, the cards had already been played. The Uchiha clan was the great clan of the Hidden Leaf Village, the last of the legendary clans. It belonged to the lineage of Konoha's founders, the Uchiha and Senju. The first head of the new village was able to unite the two warring families together with his best friend, the leader of the enemies. It seemed that the unification of the two strongest of the world meant an era of peace. It all started before the village was founded, or rather the root of all troubles began in the times of feuds. The hatred between the clans meant a complete rejection of each other. It was only the authority and power of Hashirama and Madara that forced everyone to come to terms. Unfortunately, the other took a different path, wanting to crush what had been accomplished. No one knew the reason for this, but the fate of the clan was sealed. The second Hokage was Hashirama's younger brother, not the Uchiha. Tobirama had developed a hatred for his allies, and after his brother's death, he had been a detriment to them in every way possible. After him, the village was taken over by his disciples, one of whom inherited Tobirama's attitude. In turn, enforcing the will of the law cut the Uchiha off from the population, and after the Fox incident crushed any hope of restoration to status. The once great clan, with its pride still intact, was now insulted and humiliated. Perhaps Elder Leaf's further actions had only hastened the inevitable. The third Hokage had hoped to gain the support of the Uchiha in their hour of need by letting them go. He was also going to accept them as heroes when the time came. However, now everything had become meaningless. Hiruzen was noted for his wisdom, his knowledge of countless techniques and his experience, but his enemy was no less formidable, the legendary Sannin, his disciple, as well as a great scholar of the Hidden Leaf, a ninja who used forbidden techniques and immoral ways to achieve his goals. Sarutobi was probably strong enough to fight him off, except that the serpent was not going to fight alone. The condemned shinobi used Edo Tensei. Having the first two Kage under his control meant only one thing: inevitable and helpless death. The fight did not take place. The aging, long out of battle ninja came face to face with two of the strongest men in the great renegade leaf. With the death of the fourth Hokage, there was no one left in this world who could resist this power. In hopes of protecting his loyal men, Hiruzen also used a forbidden technique. He sealed the Kage's souls with him. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to capture Orochimaru, only to take a part of him, his hands. The latter had turned black and was unable to move, as if he had finally died. Orochimaru's revenge had cost him everything he had. After all, he could neither use techniques nor continue his own research. After the deed was done, the bodies of three Uchiha were left at the scene of the crime, followed by the footprints of two groups. The play for the investigation was already in place. However, his own men from the department would also contribute. The Anbu of Root and Konoha were only pursuing the main part of the clan. They had been ordered not to approach. The plan was to escort them to a certain point. For their part, the Uchiha weren't in too much of a hurry, but they weren't separated either. Everything had been planned for a long time, but Fugaku did not expect only one thing. Sasuke asked to be separated, to solve the only remaining issue, to which he received consent, because his father then sent the elder to take care of him. Fugaku allowed his son to go on his own for only one reason. Every time after the appearance of the Sharingan, Sasuke became stronger with only one person. The man hoped that it would toughen him up. Only it was quite the opposite, for Sasuke had his own opinion on what was going on. He believed he was betraying his team by abandoning them. The heir to the clan followed instructions, for even a future clash was foreseen. Menma was still in the hospital for now and didn't even know what was happening, so Sasuke was only able to see one comrade. It happened in the simplest place in the forest. Everything seemed too ordinary. A young man wearing a blue robe with the clan crest on the back met a man of similar height wearing an Anbu mask, but in ordinary clothes. Amusingly, the call sign for Sasuke's friend turned out to be Serpent. Nothing else could describe Naruto so accurately. The Uchiha chuckled thinking about it. Enemy slowly approached, removing his mask. Still, he was only showing his friend that this was a mission for him now, not a friendly help. "I'm not going back," Sasuke said with a heavy sigh. "I have no intention of fighting you. I wanted to say goodbye." Naruto showed no emotion, making Sasuke wary. His friend drew his sword and placed it on his shoulder near his neck. "The Hokage ordered me to deliver you," Uzumaki replied with a strange sorrow. Then, at his friend's incomprehension, he added, "And my master wishes only one thing." At that moment Sasuke was amazed at what was happening. He had always thought his friend was serving the Hokage. The Uchiha did not ask but continued to stare at his comrade. However, now fear gripped his heart, for he knew his friend. He knew only one thing: the mission had been chiseled into Naruto's soul. The heir to the clan wanted to discreetly pull out a kunai. However, this was immediately interrupted by the pressing of a blade on his shoulder. Sasuke stopped, waiting for the action of the one who at this moment held his life in his hands. "Orders must be obeyed," Uzumaki said. He withdrew his sword slightly, but after a short swing it stopped at his throat, and then thrust the blade into the ground. "I would have killed you, if he hadn't minded." Naruto was angry. It wasn't hatred yet, but rather rage as the emotion flared up. Sasuke could understand the resentment, perhaps restrained anger, but he didn't understand what was going on. "If you were hoping it would end well, you're sorely mistaken." "What are you talking about?" exclaimed Sasuke in surprise. "Not only did you betray our team and village." Naruto was interrupted by Sasuke. "Betrayed?" The young man's indignation was unbounded. "If Konoha and your elders hadn't disadvantaged us, all this wouldn't have happened." Naruto shook his head. He didn't answer anything to that but added, "And you also put my brother in harm's way." At this point the Uchiha was trying not only to remember something but also to think of what could have happened. 3 months ago I saw your ninja trying to kill a village elder." Sasuke was silent. He didn't know anything about it, but I don't care about that. All that makes sense is that your escape will temporarily contain the enemy villages, but what happens then? After this word in Uzumaki's eyes anger flashed again. From surprise Sasuke took a step back, and so Naruto pointed the tip of the katana exactly at his friend's heart. "You betrayed me, as well as your promise." At this moment Sasuke realized that he could not leave here. He no longer believed that his comrade would not follow orders. He could only utter one word, a word filled with remorse. "Go away," Uzumaki said, to which his friend raised his head. In his eyes he could see drops of tears. Sasuke realized that he was the only one his friend had trusted. Now he realized that he had set him up badly, forcing him to choose between everything he had been taught and everything he had in his only friend. Before Sasuke could step back Uzumaki said, "Goodbye." The renegade leaf was about to turn around when he saw a strange pattern in Uzumaki's eyes. Sasuke turned around. Behind him appeared a familiar man. It was his brother. Itachi had just caught up with him, because until Sasuke left the columns his brother couldn't follow him. The younger one was about to stand up for his comrade. He was about to say the words he wanted to say when Itachi shouted, "Look out." The latter was stunned as Sasuke collapsed to the ground in panic and turned around again. Saw no members of Root, no one else, just Naruto with his sword. It was clear, Itachi's Tsukuyomi Genjutsu had unique properties. It was impossible for a simple ninja to defend against it, and most importantly, time felt completely different in it. Instead of a second, weeks could pass for those caught. Naruto was caught in just such an illusion. Of course, for him it wasn't a week, but a couple of days that stretched on for ages. Itachi may not have been inventive in his methods, but he always succeeded. He couldn't even imagine that the genin would be able to get back on his feet after such a long time. The Uchiha was very scared. His brother was now exactly under the blade of the deadly angry young man. Sasuke immediately rushed to his older brother, who was lost for a few seconds as the bouquet of emotions awakened the second ability of his eyes. After Sasuke shook Itachi, he immediately cancelled the technique and ran up to the fallen boy. Alive, Itachi said with extreme joy, and then used his Sharingan to quickly examine the body, hoping not to see any serious injuries. The Mangekyo showed no incurable problems, although there were plenty of wounds. The flames had not engulfed him for a second. Itachi quickly moved towards Sasuke, but was attacked by Leaf's ninja. Those were the masked men. The man immediately grabbed his brother and rushed away from them. Almost everyone followed him, except two stayed with Uzumaki. The Uchiha were able to escape, but no one wanted to fight the Mangekyo, so the clan's escape ended as predicted. "What are your orders?" said loudly from the two that remained near the genin's body. "Gather a medical team, make sure to get Orochimaru. If we miss this chance, Danzo will get rid of us." "Got it," the man said, and got ready to deliver the kid, while giving orders to a small black box. "You're going to die either way, though," the other thought to himself, then turned his gaze to the genin. "Sorry, Danzo was too confident, my unlucky student." A young boy of 14 years of age was walking down the street of Hidden Leaf Village. He was sad about something. The purpose of his journey was clear enough. He was visiting the hospital in Konoha, namely his brother's room. The latter was alone in the room, with bandages wrapped around his body and his face completely uncovered. When the guest saw his brother, he had already forgotten about the sadness, because he was alive, and most importantly unharmed. Unfortunately for him, he had not woken up yet. A few minutes later, an old man came into the room. It was Jiraiya. "We're supposed to deliver a message in a couple days, and the Irionans say they'll have him up on his feet by then, so I'm going to take him too," Sanin said in a measured tone. "Good," Menma replied, and then left the hospital with a calm mind, for he had ascertained his brother's health. The young man felt bad for not going to return Sasuke. He thought it was his fault. It's hard to describe how he came to these conclusions, but it's easy to understand why. Menma wanted to visit his brother again the next day. He even brought some food. He remembered the food in this place, but they wouldn't let him in. Of course, Menma wanted to know the reason for this, but he was told that his brother needed rest. The young man was doubtful about this answer, but decided to wait for the mission. It seemed like such a short period of time, but for the lonely Namikaze it seemed like an eternity. However, such a long wait turned into an incredible joy. Already at the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya and Menma met Naruto, the last member of the delegation. "It's sad that we don't know each other. I am the legendary Sannin Jiraiya," the old man said with a smile. At the same time he walked over and clapped him on the shoulder from the side. Though he did it lightly enough, Uzumaki staggered slightly. The ninja replied, "I hope you get back in shape soon." The man replied with a bit of surprise, but then smiled again. "Our task is to deliver a message to the new Hokage of our village." "Deliver a message?" the young man asked loudly, but then calmed down. "Who did the daimyo appoint?" "My old comrade, the daughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade Senju." The old man said, waiting for a reaction, which he got from Menma. "We should get going." The group of three didn't walk too fast, but they kept up their pace. The old man told stories from his service or explained theory, such as the techniques of several elements and summons. The man wanted to offer Naruto the latter, but the young man replied, "I'll try to find mine." During the parking lots, Menma tried to question his brother, but he always dismissed it with a smile, and since that one was sincere, Jiraiya stopped suspecting the young man. The last thing that tormented him was the connection with Danzo. The company reached the final goal quickly enough, for Tsunade Senju herself had begun to approach Konoha, for the news of the third's death had spread around the world in a couple of days, reaching even the land of snow and iron. Already in front of the building where Jiraiya expected to find Senju, the old man said, "I'll do the talking." He glanced at Menma to make sure he understood, and then glanced at Naruto, before calming down. The old man walked with the two genin into the bar. Walking to the far table he sat down with the two girls and then said, "It's been so long since we've seen each other. What brings you here, Jirai?" The woman in the green kimono replied in a slightly playful tone. She had been drinking a bit, it was noticeable, her companion didn't look like that. "This is Shizune, my student." The medic said briefly, then nodded at the children. "Ah, these are the genin, Naruto and Menma Uzumaki." For some reason the Starkey emphasized the last word, after which the girl almost choked on her sake, but quickly pulled herself together. "Why do you need me?" Sanin asked. "The daimyo has chosen you to be the Hokage." The man pulled out a scroll, and Tsunade shook her head negatively. The second candidate and the only one was Danzo. Senju felt a twitch as if she had been burned. The woman reached out and took the suito. "Then we should head to Konoha tomorrow," she uttered, after which she headed with Jiraiya to the inn. The group of 5 had already taken 2 rooms, however they stayed in one room until deep into the night. Menma, like Shizune, was interested in the conversation between the 2 old acquaintances. Naruto was acting a little strange as he went to bed. Tsunade was attracted to his bandages, but she didn't ask anything in the open. It was close to midnight when she was able to be alone with the sage. She was talking about more important topics. "What happened to the third?" she asked Tsunade immediately, as it was the one she was most concerned about. The day after the exams, the Uchiha clan escaped, and Anbu and the Hokage controlled the situation to avoid clashes. Naruto was sent on Sasuke's trail, though it was later revealed that the Uchiha ended up meeting in the same place, the ninja simply following them. Hiruzen stayed just behind along with his guards, however there were 2 dead bodies at the site. Further into the forest was a seriously injured soldier. He had been in Sarutobi's service for a very long time. In addition to the Hokage and the 3 of them, the bodies of 4 others were found. It was determined that they belonged to the Uchiha clan. "I guess that's all we've been able to find out." Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose. He was having a hard time accepting this, however she thought about what she said. It took him about 7 minutes. "I hope the investigation continues." The woman sighed, and Jiraiya nodded. "Is there anything else important?" "At the moment, I'm trying to establish a connection with my second godson. Hiruzen gave me the task of working with the Jinchuriki, and he assured me that while I was still on the mission Naruto already had a teacher." Senju's surprise faded as he said this, "But I took him on the mission because months before the exam, Hiruzen had his suspicions about the boy. He thought Danzo was somehow influencing him. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to tell me anything. I was going to find out after the exam. I was studying with Menma after all." The old man said sadly. "I don't suppose you noticed anything strange?" The woman said. "His teacher was a trusted ninja who served the Hokage a little less than us. There was no doubt about it, and Kakashi should have been the one to teach him as well. I'd like to believe the teacher was wrong. I'll keep an eye on him." The woman replied, then asked, "What's wrong with him?" "He was sent on a mission to retrieve Sasuke. In the course of it, he unfortunately ran into Itachi. Apparently he caught them in a fight. From what I understand from Naruto's report, they used a strange genjutsu on him first. Apparently it was really Tsukuyomi." Senju's mute question was clear to the old man. Apparently Itachi was lenient. To his surprise he remained conscious. Eventually Uzumaki was hit by Amaterasu. "I'll check on him," replied the medic. The return trip was a little longer, as Tsunade had to pay her debts. Jiraiya had taught Naruto the Rasengan technique for the second trip as well, though he hadn't quite mastered it. For some reason, Uzumaki had completed 3 stages and even after 2 weeks he could create a ball with his hand, but it always exploded after the second time. Tsunade ordered him to wait for full healing. The sage was extremely surprised by such a phenomenon, but Uzumaki assured him that he was losing control of the technique. However, almost until the very end nothing happened, no incidents. Once Tsunade checked the boy's condition, but found no surprises. The 2 Sannin were calm. Until one day. Naruto was holding onto a branch. He was looking at the birds. Tsunade was surprised by this interest, and yes, something drew her to these 2, perhaps they looked a lot like her dead son. Menma ran up with a mug of tea in his hands. He held it carefully, trying not to burn himself. Uzumaki turned to his brother and thanked him. At the moment Naruto was heavily engrossed in something and therefore didn't heed the words. Genin sipped from his mug. Menma tried to say something, however his brother didn't feel anything unusual. He sipped his tea and uttered, "I wonder what it's like." "It's very hot," said the boy with surprise. Naruto replied with a smile, which dispelled Menma's doubts but not Tsunade's. She realized that she had missed something, but now it would only be possible for her to find out at the Konoha hospital. The group, after doing all the chores, reached the village by the next day, where Tsunade was already waiting. The post was handed over in record time, and the genin was recorded completing the mission. The fifth Hokage had already forgotten what had happened and was absorbed in the village's problems, but she was concerned about two things. Danzo wanted to meet with her alone, and he was going to call an additional meeting after the first one. The woman couldn't waste time thinking about it, so she just waited for the inevitable, but Naruto was the first to visit her. "Hokage-sama, may I report?" It was said in such a tone that Tsunade was immediately distracted from her work, and with a look in her eyes, called Anbu away. "What happened to you?" the Hokage asked worriedly. "When I was in the hospital. There was an incident." The young man placed a piece of paper on the table. Senju immediately picked it up, and then began to read it. "So that's why Danzo is acting like this." Tsunade looked up tiredly. "You were given a Chunin vest and told the truth. Because you're the son of the fourth, and the brother of a Jiknaruki, I'm going to write it off as mental influence. I'm assuming that's what it was." Senju highlighted the last Senju. This shinobi wasn't yet determined to be an Anbu. Though he was without 5 minutes of being one, his probationary line was ending. "It's a good thing you didn't kill him, because then I'd be worried about how to save you. I can heal such wounds." The woman tore the sheet and sent it to the trash. "It's terrible that you failed to recognize the controlled technique and attacked the shinobi of your village, but he will be rewarded for provoking the genjutsu with his actions, even though he was severely injured but healable. The second Anbu will be given credit for correctly assessing the situation and saving not only the injured man but also the one who was hit by the genjutsu." The Hokage said all of this. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," shouted the ninja. "I'll issue you a punishment of being banned from the village for the duration of your inspection." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The two were walking forward on the road. It was obvious from them that they were extremely joyful. The old man and the young man were walking side by side, quite leisurely. These ninjas had not been seen in the village for 3 years. It might have seemed like nothing had changed in that time, but that was not the case at first glance. For the shinobi, however, the most important thing was to visit the Hokage's tower. They were let in almost without delay. Already in the office of the village leader their voices of greeting sounded. "Hello, Hokage-sama," the young man said loudly, followed by the old man. "And you've grown," the woman said, hopefully as a shinobi as well. Tsunade then looked at the other member of the journey. "Of course," they both replied, and then the genin continued, "I'm ready to prove it." The young man said proudly. "I was just about to suggest that to you," said the Hokage with a satisfied smirk. Uzumaki didn't understand and looked at his teacher. "I heard you took Naruto as your student," Jiraiya answered her conspiratorially. "I hope he hasn't fallen behind." At this point Tsunade's face grew a little serious for a second, but immediately changed. She replied, "I'd start worrying if I were you. However, there will be a special assignment for you two this evening." Tsunade waited for a pause, still both guests were interested to hear. A familiar ninja appeared at the window. "I'm told you want revenge," Kakashi said. So, Menma didn't have time to finish before Jonin interrupted him with a nod. "Then where can I meet my brother?" asked Menma. "He's still practicing, so come to the range at 8. And don't be late," said the Hokage, glancing at Jonin. There seemed to be a family atmosphere between them, but a strange knock on the door changed everything. There was no insistence or hurry, just 2 thumps going deep into the room. "Come in," said the woman loudly, with emphasis on the end. A noise was heard outside the door, and then Anbu entered the room. "Mission accomplished, Hokage Dano, I am ready to begin the next one." It seemed like what could be so interesting about the usual dry report. Indeed, nothing at all, but the shinobi was looking at him for a different reason. His mask was covered in cuts, chips, and dried blood stains, and his clothes were stained and in some places even revealed his armor. Jiraiya said dryly, but the man kept his head down and didn't move. He had an important assignment, Tsunade said, and then glared angrily at Anbu, but replaced her anger with mercy. She was about to continue, but then there was another knock on the door. However, everyone had been waiting for this guest for a long time, because his cane was making rhythmic movements. The old man who entered first looked at everyone present and said, "Now that everyone is here." The elder looked at Jiraiya's apprentice and continued, "We have important business to discuss." "Later," replied the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, I'll say it again, but we need to send him in for questioning," the man pointed at Anbu. Tsunade rolled her eyes and leaned back in her chair. "Do you have anything but stupid arguments?" "I'll say it again, I'd even be happy if your Anbu only had slackers serving, but in a joint mission with him, all my men died as well. I was sending really newbies, and you should have quarreled less with the Uchiha," replied the village head. "Tsunade, this really needs to be checked," Jiraiya said in surprise. The Hokage rubbed her eyelids. It was obvious that she was getting tired of this conversation. It was Anbu who was part of the Akatsuki team's captured team a year ago. Out of 10, only he returned with 2 dead renegades. "I have no doubts about him, and as long as I'm Hokage, I'm the one who gives the orders around here." Danzo tsked, and then left the office without accomplishing what he wanted. "I guess I should go," said Kakashi quickly and disappeared in a white haze. "I request permission to leave to prepare for my next assignment, Hokage Dano." After nodding, Anbu stood up and walked out the door, but was approached by Menma. "Thank you," Uzumaki bowed. "You should thank the dead." The ninja answered him and then finally left. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, I'll ask you to stay." Whereupon Menma left the Hokage tower as well. The two were left in the room. They had known each other since they were kids. Jiraiya plopped down on the couch and looked at the Hokage with a smile. "You won't be laughing anytime soon," said Tsunade and poured herself and her friend a drink of sake. "I've talked to Danzo, Kakashi, and that Anbu guy. You're the only one left." The Toad Sage narrowed his eyes and then became serious. "This document here was signed by Hiruzen. Orochimaru will be released in a few days. Though he is our comrade, however, as Hokage I have an obligation to get rid of the threat to our village." "You want me to kill him?" the old man said with a bit of a huff. Tsunade exhaled heavily and replied, "Everyone will have their own task. We have devised a plan. You'll be the insurance man, since Orochimaru won't fight you under the seal." Jiraiya crossed his arms. He sat silent for a few moments and then spoke, "Suppose I help you. Who's going to kill him? There's no one else in the village who can handle him." "Not anymore," said Tsunade quietly. Sanin looked at his comrade in surprise. After saying that, Jiraiya said, "I'd like to check him out." Tsunade shook her head. "There's difficulty with that, so let's leave it at that." "So be it, I trust you," replied Jiraiya. With that, he left the office. Menma walked the streets of Konoha, sometimes meeting old acquaintances, but he didn't even greet them. Only Shikamaru talked to him normally among the flow, and Uzumaki didn't seek contact with others, suffering humiliation in vain. It was all because he had a brother. He didn't need a friend, a comrade, he always had an interlocutor, a person supporting him in any endeavor. When he became a genin, he gained another friend and rival. Menma had no need for more acquaintances. The sun was beginning to roll towards the horizon. It seemed that the whole village was gradually calming down. However, Menma's heart was beating more frequently. He was greatly excited. First of all, in 3 full years he had the chance to meet his brother. In addition, there was finally a chance to not only prove himself, but also a chance to compare with his brother. Menma couldn't remember a single time when his brother had barked at him for failing. However, Uzumaki wanted not only support, but also praise. The young man arrived much ahead of schedule. After waiting, Tsunade and Jiraiya showed up. Already by the appointed time along with Kakashi the last shinobi had arrived. Menma saw almost a copy of himself. same height, almost the same clothes, facial features. The Uzumaki hugged each other tightly, after all these years. Literally right after that, Menma lowered his gaze to his vest, not even a Chunin was standing in front of him anymore. How? The genin said. Jiraiya laughed, and Tsunade grinned meaningfully. You've had enough. Kakashi said, barely holding back a smile as he waved two bells on a string and then disappeared into a white haze. You had until 2 in the morning, however I think you have until midnight. Tsunade said. The two Uzumaki stood at the forest edge. With their mentor nowhere around, they had not waited long at all, however time was short as well. In the next moment, Naruto swung and hit the ground. A hole formed from the force of the blow, cracks spread out in different directions, but apparently one of them went sharply towards Kakashi, for it was empty. Jonin appeared in front of the ninja, he was reading a book in the dark with a Sharingan. Naruto slapped himself on the forehead and cursed. You just don't understand. Hitaki told him immediately, then jumped out of the ruined shelter. The two ran forward, Hitaki used a ground technique and cut Menma off from the two of them. Kakashi stopped the blow by grabbing his wrist and then threw a punch of his own, the last one landing on his lower ribs. Hitaki wanted to continue, but he had to leave immediately by the replacement, the log that appeared shattered into splinters. Naruto didn't go after him, but began to quickly patch up the internal damage. Jonin stood in a stupor, he couldn't understand something. Even away from the skirmish, Jiraiya noticed the oddity. Tsunade, I definitely saw that Kakashi wasn't holding back. What's with Naruto's reflexes? He's controlling his reaction to the impact. Naruto didn't defend himself from the blow, wanting to land his own. Had he been stronger, and the injuries could have been fatal. I'd be careful with that. Jiraiya pronounced. My apprentice stands out for his resilience, replied Tsunade, to which her comrade cast a suspicious glance. While Kakashi stood in a stupor, Naruto immediately folded the seals, to which Kakashi responded with a wall of dirt, but at the same moment it was shattered by branches of lightning, followed by vacuum bullets. Kakashi saw with his own eyes that the enemy was about to use the wind technique, but the seals deceived him. Jonin lost his guard for a second, so Menma was able to get behind him. Hitaki turned around, still Naruto was far enough away. Jonin managed to stop Menma and then grabbed the kunai and tried to slash his neck, but the genin took a step back, the kunai flew near Kakashi's ear, so he ducked slightly. Menma immediately grabbed the weapon, but surprisingly threw it back. Kakashi didn't realize what happened, however the Sharingan immediately swept the fishing line. Jonin tried to jump out of the trap, but it was too late. Naruto yanked the steel strings and immediately knocked his enemy to the ground. At the last moment Hitaki managed to get away with a replacement, leaving the log under Rasengan. You're going to kill me like that? Whispered Kakashi. Jonin began to retreat, luring the enemies deeper into the forest. After a few minutes he jumped down from the tree, it turned out he had led them to the lake. The two jumped down to it and immediately realized their mistake when they saw the body of water. But Kakashi was too fast, a wall of mud cut off the path, followed by a water dragon crashing into the enemies and destroying the wall, followed by a lightning bolt spreading across the water. Hitaki seemed to overpower the enemies, but the discharge didn't have time to hit them, as they released a torrent of wind together that instantly blew everything away and knocked Kakashi back. Jonin instantly recovered from the double technique and jumped into a tree, preparing to continue the fight. Kakashi stood in the tree. Jonin lowered his eye patch. He had no outstanding chakra reserves, rather the opposite, no match for his opponents. The two ninja remained untouched even under such an attack. Hitaki may have been able to unleash an entire combination, but it was difficult to keep up with the direct power of two men. However, he still had the strength to put up a fight. Kakashi Hitaki was already smart from his childhood. He had participated in the last war and learned from the fourth Hokage. Jonin was characterized by his cunning, speed and skill. He was a master at trapping the enemy and destroying them. But he would never be able to outmaneuver a group or shinobi of a different level. The Sharingan didn't make him many times stronger like with the Uchiha, but rather provided him with a spectrum of effects. Kakashi didn't know what his opponents were capable of, so he tried to end the fight faster. fearing the two Uzumakis, but it turned out that using heavy techniques was a serious mistake. However, the once mentor captain feared not only their overwhelming chakra reserves, but also their techniques. He still managed to get some information out of Jiraiya, though. Menma knew how to use the element of earth and wind. The old man had really made an effort to advance his student. The former element served as a shield and the latter as a deadly sword. It was for this reason that there was absolutely no point in single water or lightning attacks. On the other hand, unlike Menma's balanced skill set was his brother. The lightning element and the wind element were two elements that were almost always associated with one thing: destruction. Having such a composition of chakra was difficult to defend against, but no defense could contain such a thing. Lightning or wind, they tore, cut through anything they could cover themselves with. Flame or water had at least a theoretical chance of standing up to the superior naked strength of Naruto's technicians, but the former had some weakness against lightning, and against the superior wind it was fatal. Water, on the other hand, couldn't match the power of the air current, and also had the same weakness as fire. Either way, Kakashi had only one chance to succeed, and he had already missed it. Menma created several clones, one to the right and the other two to the left. The enemy couldn't figure out which of the three was the real one. Naruto stood still for now. He was usually the first to rush into battle. Standing on slightly bent legs, which was why Kakashi was able to easily sidestep the first blow, the clone who had made the mistake immediately pulled back, giving the second clone room to maneuver. The branch was extremely narrow, so Hatake was forced to act without retreating. His fist slammed into a spot just below the elbow. Hatake blocked the blow, and then managed to hit back with the same hand, confusing the enemy. In the next moment, Kakashi crushed the clone with great force. It dispersed, however. At the same moment, the original attacker was in the right place. Kakashi's trained eye, as well as almost animal-like hearing, picked up a strange object almost out of sight, a huge shuriken, in the shadow of which, from below, ran Menma. Kakashi deflected the first enemy's blow with his shoulder, then grabbed his leg with his hand. Hatake outmatched the teenager in strength and using his weight was able to push him off the branch, knocking him off balance first. Jonin, for past reasons trying to look at Menma running below, wrapped himself around the branch, letting the shuriken pass over him. The iron crashed into the trunk of the tree. Kakashi had time to get into a comfortable position looking over all the enemies as he heard the fluttering of the technique. Menma appeared from below. As he neared Kakashi he snatched the kunai and tried to strike from the left. From behind the clone took his true form and pushed off the trunk and managed to cut his vest. Kakashi managed to slip between the two opponents as he heard one of them disappear. Hatake immediately started looking for the reason. Naruto remained where he was. The clone and Menma's hands were unable to pick up the bells but for some reason lay near the genin's feet. Kakashi immediately realized what had happened. Naruto had taken advantage of the clone's cover and used the wind technique. Hatake couldn't see it, besides he was occupied with something completely different. Jonin wanted to correct the mistake. He tried to grab the bells faster than Menma, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed that Naruto was already using the wind technique. The first bullet flew from above, closer to Kakashi, so he couldn't grab the object so easily. He had to duck. The second projectile flew to the branch node. Anyway, even if Kakashi managed to grab the bells, he would fall with Menma to the ground, where he would have no chance to escape. Kakashi lost, if only because he couldn't run forever. He wasn't the type to fight for time. Victory! Came a loud shout. It was Menma who had obtained the coveted item. His brother stood there with a slight smile, looking at the rest of the departed team number 7. Congratulations, said there, what you might call, examiner with a slight shortness of breath. You did well, Tsunade said, and then said, although I didn't get to see everything, I can tell you've grown a lot, Menma. Genin looked at the Hokage a little shyly, and then smiled lightly. At the moment, Tsunade was in a good mood as well. Though no, she was just being calm right now. When are we going to have a mission? Asked Menma loudly. Tsunade shuddered a little. She tried to discreetly look at Naruto. Though the older ninja didn't hide, I'll find something interesting for you to do. Most likely you'll be going to the village of the Hidden Mist. Just before I do I need to get everything ready. Menma listened to the Hokage's words with surprise, and so did Jiraiya. The old man hadn't thought that the newly minted genin would be sent on such an important negotiation mission. However, there was only one reason for that. Tsunade needed information, and unfortunately for her, no one could do it better than Naruto and her Anbu. To be sure, Jonin had inherited some of the tricks of one of his teachers in the tasks of infiltration and reconnaissance. Although this fact put a lot of pressure on Senju, the benefits of such cooperation were as invaluable as the harms. "That's all, Kakashi will let you know when it's time," Tsunade said as she left. "Menma, can you handle it?" Sanin said with a questioning tone, but in a rhetorical way. The old man followed his partner, and everyone seemed to get it right where they were going. After all, those two liked alcohol. "Sure, it would be nice to celebrate the reunion," said Kakashi, "but we won't be eating ramen," added Hitaki jokingly, or rather not. The three ate dinner together, reminiscing about past days or training. While eating their food, the only thing Menma rebuked his brother for having such a poor appetite. At the end of dinner, Kakashi handed both of them papers sealed in an envelope. Menma immediately opened it, the many pictures of the past letting the memories rush in like a stream. He was so deeply immersed in them that he didn't even notice Naruto opening his own as well, pulling out a sheet of text. The latter quickly read everything and looked at Kakashi, and then nodded. At that moment, Hatki saw the real Naruto, and there was indifference in his eyes, which were like a beautiful bright sky. The indifference might have appeared at first glance, but behind the indifference hid the impatience that some ninja feel before a fight, as well as an almost elusive, suppressed bloodlust. To himself, Kakashi said, "But Orochimaru was your teacher, probably even more than Tsunade." Hitaki looked at his distant past student with a kind of sadness. The next morning started early for Naruto, and for most ninja as well. They were faced with what was in truth the most important mission in years, to eliminate the snake Sannin. The latter had been released from the root on orders signed by Hiruzen. Tsunade was wary, even with the advantage of the seal, of starting a battle near the village. Orochimaru outnumbered anyone in Konoha. Jiraiya walked far away from the groups, however, even for him there was an enemy. Orochimaru went first. His goal was to reach the temporary base where all the means to break the seal were located, as well as his apprentice Kabuto. Even for a master like him it was difficult to act alone, followed by the elimination team, no, the delayed team. It was deliberately made weaker, but could also move faster, sitting on the enemy's tail. It consisted of 4 Anbu root in one of the Hokage's department, followed by an army of 15 Hokage ninja, along with Danzo and Kakashi, so Tsunade not only controlled the Elder and could use the seal. Konoha's goal was to delay the enemy or follow them while teaming up, and Orochimaru needed to break up the tracking squad and slow down the second group. However, he did just that. Snake Sannin used almost all of his subordinates to fight and delay the enemy, while he himself let the 5 catch up. The 5 shinobi appeared in front of the great ninja. They were not going to speak but stood still as if waiting for an order. The monster licked his kunai and then ducked and reached the center ninja at a terrifying speed. The other 4 belatedly jumped back. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise as the Konoha ninja was able to deflect its lunge, the katana of the Anbu member holding back the legendary sword, Kusanagi, the sharpest sword known to the shinobi world. The monstrous strength and sharpness should have easily crushed the enemy's blade along with his body, but he managed to deflect the blow. "My boy," Orochimaru hissed, "you're not old enough to compete with me," Orochimaru said with fake sadness, but there was a bit of true emotion in his words. The serpent sage did not feel sorry for his pupil, but rather wondered what he could achieve. However, nothing could stop him from achieving his goal of learning all the techniques of the shinobi world. Naruto's katana was almost the most ordinary, rather different was its wielder, a ninja using 2 elements at the same time. A barrier rose around the ninja, a barrier Orochimaru could have easily overcome if no one was in his way. "I'm sorry, master," Jonin replied coldly, "but I'm not your student." Orochimaru was a little confused at those words. "I am the blade of Danzo Shimura," he added quietly, but with full confidence in his voice. "You may have managed to fool even yourself, but I can see right through it. You're looking for an excuse to spill blood." Naruto's lips trembled, then the corners lifted slightly. His soul had been scarred since childhood, the hard times had imprinted themselves on him, severely shaking his sanity, but he had always seen the light, always separated evil and good, always given an account. Now only two things stir my soul, Naruto said with a sneer, but it was also one of sorrow. You have nothing to worry about, I try to be compassionate. Orochimaru allowed himself to lose 10 seconds for only one reason, the final breakdown was for his reason. The serpent wished to know the results of the last experiment, the experiment on the psyche, after isolating the brain from nerve feedback. Simply put, he had not heeded Naruto's words not to interfere with his body in any way, nothing could beat his curiosity. How interesting that material is. The last thing that went through Sanin's mind before he finally ended the dialogue, eager to cut down Naruto's head like a weed. Orochimaru jumped back slightly, due to his past wounds he couldn't fold seals or even fight at full strength. However, with his full capabilities, no one in the village could stand against him, not even his past comrades together. Of course, the old warrior was not oblivious to the fact that Hubris had killed far more ninjas than anyone else. Sanin decided to start at close range, for at it he was virtually invulnerable. A rather thin and long blade, as if rising from the very depths of Orochimaru's body, protruded with its tip. The Sanin attempted to cut off his legs. Naruto dared not even hope to defend himself against the blow. After the first blow a crack appeared on his sword, so he immediately snatched the other one lying in the seal. Uzumaki had time to jump, but Kusanagi immediately shrank back and then as if fired, Naruto barely had time to cover himself. His blade withstood the blow, though this time it had enough strength, but the nick remained on his blocking side. Naruto landed a little farther away and under the blade. He lunged and managed to cut his enemy in half, but Sanin only smirked. Not only did the snakes that came from the wound immediately bind the two pieces together, joining them as if nothing had happened, at the same time Kusanagi collapsed on top of him. Naruto bent, so the sword only left a cut on his Anbu armor, but the enemy was sinking to the ground. Uzumaki was between a hammer and anvil. With his blade against Kusanagi, he was able to move aside. But another weapon failed. Orochimaru swung his blade again. His opponent had no right to stay in the line of Kusanagi's end, so he crouched down, once again making a dash forward, but Sanin was waiting for it and immediately turned the swing back. Apparently it was a feint. Uzumaki had nothing in his hands, but also had no right to retreat. Chakra was concentrated in his palm. Small discharges immediately took the form of a sword and stopped the blow. If it had been his hands, it would not have happened. Orochimaru went forward to kick his former student, but in the other hand the same thing began to happen. Sanin used his shoulder to put his arm out, but this time it was not lightning, but wind, so the sword not only passed through the barrier, but also cut off Orochimaru's head. At the same moment from the body of the enemy jumped out a new one, but with a snake tail. As the enemy retreated, Naruto created several clones. The difference in physical parameters made little sense, but the use of techniques opened up other possibilities. Bunches of lightning, like a river, flowed to Orochimaru. He opened his mouth and called thousands of snakes. They took the blow on themselves. Orochimaru's speed was inhuman. It was like a bird floating in the sky. That's how he crossed the area. A square with a side of 100 meters rose 10 meters and was closed, a huge barrier on the frames of 4 people. Sanin couldn't escape from here without someone's help. He wasn't capable of using techniques, and so he tore forward again. At close range Naruto was able to hold on using his lightning sword. Orochimaru was much taller. Using his tail he could easily change the angle of attack, forcing his student to sit in deep defense. Although he could sometimes hit him, Sanin knew that Uzumaki was the type to wait. He was fine with that, though, as the serpent was cornering him little by little, and not just literally. They were soon near the barrier wall. Sanina noticed a gap in the defense. Naruto had no time to dodge or defend himself, so he stretched out a little. Orochimaru took advantage of it and left a deep cut in his ribs, blood flowing from Anbu, but the young man jumped with unusual ease. He created several clones. One of them fell on the enemy, also allowing the original to escape. The other two folded their seals and used the flow, throwing the two ninjas away and pushing them against the wall. Naruto landed and threw the kunai with the seal. Orochimaru not only fought off the clone with ease but was able to forcefully go against the two streams. He managed to grab the kunai in time to see the seal. The serpent smiled naively. He was puzzled. After all, it was a simple explosive seal, hence Sannin studied the seal in more detail. His smile trembled as he realized what he had caught in his hands. A few more kunai flew at Sannin, but he was too late. Mutually multiplying seals designed by the second Hokage originally for suicides or resurrected ninja. But Naruto had not only enough clones and equipment, knowledge, but also a supply of chakra. Explosions rattled for almost a full minute, leaving light scratches on the barrier, but as out of the smoke a multitude of snakes rushed at Naruto. Uzumaki again resorted to his previous technique, using the chain property of lightning, but at the same moment he created more clones, all of them using wind techniques, hoping to reach Sannin, but a strange gate appeared in front of the far-standing Naruto, due to the many explosions. Another of Orochimaru's defensive techniques, though it had been penetrated to the final frontier, fulfilled its purpose, and so he withdrew it. The dark barrier concealed everything that was happening on the other side at this time. Orochimaru knew this, and because he had to hurry, took on his true form. The man's flesh scattered to the sides, blood splattered around, but a new creature appeared, a large white serpent made up of many smaller ones, tearing forward. For a second Naruto's eyes showed fear, which he tried to overcome. First Uzumaki threw a few kunai that sliced off a few heads, this way he made sure that the enemy could be harmed. Sannin's jerk passed him by. Naruto jumped away from the bite and used the wind sword, leaving a cut on the flesh. Orochimaru curled up a bit and prepared to attack again as another sword slammed into the open wound. If the wind cut, the lightning had a slightly different effect, but even that didn't stop Sannin from easily squeezing Anbu, bones crunching, and blood showing under his mask. The young man's body collapsed to the ground after the serpent let go of him. Smaller creepers began to slide off the monster's body, clinging to Uzumaki's body. Orochimaru began his ritual. In a huge space, as if in the belly of an even larger snake stood Orochimaru and Naruto. The strange flesh began to slowly envelope Uzumaki. "Goodbye," hissed the ninja, pale as snow. After this battle, Orochimaru was even more convinced that in a couple of years this shinobi would have reached great heights, but now only death awaited his student. "Did you receive Kabuto's reports?" The strange question came out, but at that moment something unknown seemed to shackle Orochimaru and his chakra. The ritual stopped as if the serpent had done it itself. Sannin quickly considered what was happening. It was clear to him that the enemy possessed a seal of control. Orochimaru, but only Sarutobi could have said it. "You know that the ritual can't be stopped," Naruto replied as if in the real world, looking up at the sky. After saying that, the enemy of Konoha realized what he was getting at. Naruto pondered only this. "Tsunade, Danzo and a couple of Anbu helped me acquire it. It's still extremely hard to bear such a seal even by removing the flesh." Orochimaru looked at the young man suspiciously. "He didn't believe it. On purpose before that I killed Kabuto and informed you instead." A strange smile appeared on Uzumaki's face. However, there was no time for Orochimaru to look at it. He began to bang his head as if looking for a way out, but there was none. The seal prevented him from doing anything against its owner. Death awaited outside and the ritual could not be interrupted. Orochimaru was cornered. He was sure he had accounted for everything but the loss of Kabuto. His apprentice worked at the hospital. Even if he wanted to, he would never be able to meet him being in the deep rooms of the root. They used snake summoning. The message was encrypted and also delivered at a strictly defined time through a loyal serpent from the mountain. Orochimaru couldn't even think that someone could get around all of this. "It's time to say goodbye," came Uzumaki's voice. Those words captured Orochimaru's full attention. "Yes, I guess so," he thought to himself. He had no other way to leave. That was the end for the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. After a few minutes of bartering, the Hokage group arrived and Tsunade immediately began to treat her student, who was in a very bad situation, even though he was able to win. The bright sun came out of the clouds only occasionally, and the blue sky was hidden from view, but the people walking along the wide road were oblivious to it. The first was a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and a prominent build, wearing a hat on her head. It wasn't hard to guess who she was. To her right was a ninja with similar hair color and disheveled hair. He was constantly fixing his hair and his costume. To their left was a shinobi from Anbu, also his comrades were following through the trees. After a while a man with an eye patch appeared in front of the group. It was Kakashi Hatake. "Hokage-sama, we are approaching the village of Mist, what are your instructions?" Tsunade turned to the young man on her right first and said, "Menma, I hope you're used to the appearance, stop correcting everything." Then she turned back around and continued, "You're coming with us." She turned to Hatake. A voice was heard from the left, "Then I should stay outside the village, I wouldn't want to get hit by a Byakugan." The young man said, "Very well, Naruto, you may be free to go. Do not act without orders. Confrontations are best avoided." Anbu left the group after a brief instruction. The delegation from Hidden Leaf Village reached Hidden Mist. They were let through without inspection. After all, the Hokage was the guest, though they were assigned to supervise the entire group of 10. Everyone was led to the center of the village, the Mizukage's tower, where the meeting was to take place. The guests were not given a warm welcome, indicating that they wanted to send them back as quickly as possible. Tsunade was almost immediately ushered into the office with her entourage, while the others remained in the guest rooms. The Mist representatives were already gathered in the special meeting room. Tsunade quickly walked to the back of the room and sat across from them. Behind her stood Menma and Kakashi. Across from the trio was Mizukage, her 2 counselors and 1 administrator. Standing outside the door were the Anbu of Mist. They were not allowed inside, nor were their Konoha counterparts. "My name is Terumi Mei. I am the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. Why have you visited as Hokage Dano?" The voice was ordinary. The man didn't ask the question with the purpose of finding out. "I wanted to personally congratulate you on your country overcoming the difficulties. Still to deal with the rioters and end your revolution in a commendable manner," Tsunade said with a strained smile. "Unfortunately, we still have a lot of work to do, though we're glad we've already been able to accomplish a lot," replied Mizukage. The woman first looked at Kakashi Hatake, and then shifted her gaze to the second companion. "I have heard of the White Fang of Konoha," she said a bit jokingly, and then continued, "However, who is your other companion?" "This is Menma Uzumaki. He is a worthy ninja of the village and a trusted man," Tsunade replied briefly. Mei glanced at Jonin standing behind her for a second. Everyone knew what was going on, so he nodded without fear. "The Byakugan is a great treasure, an eye that sees everything." The Jin belonged to the Hyuga clan of Konoha, but the Nukenin were not the subjects of the head. No one dared object to the fact that the Mizukage's advisor, with the help of many shinobi, had managed to track down and kill a criminal faster than the Anbu of Konoha by possessing this eye. He, or rather the eye, was protected, perhaps almost like a cage, since she always had that eye with her. "Ah, I see. Perhaps you trust us enough to bring such a young man with you." It was sarcasm. No one would be happy if a weapon of mass destruction was brought into your home. "Since Mist has rebuilt the governing apparatus and chosen a worthy Mizukage, we'd like to sign a few treaties," the Hokage said. "That's out of the question," the woman quickly responded to Tsunade's suggestion. "While we haven't had time to sort out our priorities yet, we're not even ready to discuss trade. Perhaps, while I'm here, we could agree on something in advance, like signing." Senju was not allowed to finish. "I'm sorry Hokage Dano," the Mizukage apologized, bowing her head slightly as she did so. "Our village has only recently dealt with the civil war, so we can't make any moves until the situation stabilizes. It was a failure, though, it had been clear all along." The Mizukage was afraid that her country would become a battleground. She had most likely decided to switch sides. Tsunade held back the urge to bite her lip. Her interlocutor's smile made her angry. The woman shrugged and replied, "We respect your decision. We are very glad you visited us. If you want you can stay for a while, we are ready to receive you," replied Mei. "I have a lot to do in Konoha. I have to decline your offer. I guess next time I'll be able to take advantage of your offer," said Tsunade, standing up from the table. After exchanging pleasantries, the Hokage and her entourage left the center of the village, and soon, the village itself. As she left the mist, she let herself curse. The team didn't go far, they should have been able to regain their strength. Kakashi and Tsunade decided to stay extremely close to the village so the Mizukage couldn't attack them. Having a nine-tailed gave them protection, the cage can't risk her village for others. Knowing what the leader of Mist had gone through to achieve peace, Tsunade was confident that she wouldn't dare to openly take action. "We'll rest here for a while," the Hokage said, then turned to the shinobi. It was her bodyguard. He had been near the entrance to the cage's tent since the evening before. "Naruto, do what you have to do," Tsunade said with some irritation. "I'll gather information and wait for you to leave," replied Anbu. "You're sure you can do it well? Failure is unacceptable. Do you need a partner?" added the Hokage. "No, Hokage Dano. If anything goes wrong, I'll do my best not to screw you up. Remember, your life is more important than the mission," the woman said, to which the young man bowed low and left. "What do you want?" asked Kakashi warily. "We have to get the Byakugan back," the Hokage said with difficulty. Jonin didn't answer, turning slightly pale, but bowed and left. After the political visit, the Hokage traveled back with his entourage after a few days of standing around. He was actually scared, but she managed to hide it. Moreover, she was scared not for what they had been denied, but for what might start to happen. Her student was desperate and unpredictable. A lifetime spent in Anbu had gradually removed many barriers, broadening horizons. However, this was said in a far from good way. However, her musings were interrupted by Menma. "Can I stop walking as a brother already?" "What? No. We've already partially misinformed them. They must have spies, hopefully they can inform. When you return to Konoha, you will walk like this." "Yes, Hokage-sama," the young man said a little sadly. He knew it wasn't out of whim, the point was to protect him. Of course, he didn't want to jeopardize his brother, but he didn't want to argue. Already in Konoha, Tsunade along with Shizune had taken care of the paperwork, however, they were dealing with it. The Hokage waited for the results of what was about to happen. The village of Hidden Mist was going through its bad years. If one word was required to describe it, there would be no other than devastation. The walls of the once great village were not high and in multiple cracks, the drawings on them had long since faded, and there were hardly any patrols. However, this was only what could be seen from the outside. Inside, a lot of ruins, not yet dismantled slabs, somewhere there was construction work going on, somewhere it was needed even a decade ago. The damp climate coupled with the problems had quickly brought everything to this state. However, the residents and ninjas weren't so gloomy, they had hope. For many years there was blood mist, it was different from all the villages. One phenomenon known throughout the world was the culling among the genin, when only one was left of 100 in an endless slaughter. The people could not live in such terror and made a coup, however, it came at a great cost, as can easily be seen. Architecture is only the smallest part of the loss, and the biggest is the extinction of many small ones, as well as the decline of large ones. The shinobi at the gate rarely welcomed visitors. They were the few Anbu of the country and the new generation teams, the poor and, only once, the ambassadors. They were paid very little, and there were only 2 shifts. In short, an unfortunate job. While the two watched the gate, someone else kept an eye on them. He was close enough to make out the details. The ninja was sitting in a tree with his head resting on the trunk. However, one could even hear a noise as they approached the spot. It was the clatter of blows, for below, the same ninja was practicing blows. From the sounds of it, he was not sparing himself at all. Anbu felt his clone dispelled. He had been here for days now, waiting for his prey. The group from Cloud Village reached Mist Village and made their way inside. The ninja had finally stopped his training and had already climbed up the tree by himself, going through all his belongings. The seal on his body contained several boxes as well as scrolls. It was like he was a walking closet of items. It could be explained, after all, this ninja didn't like to waste time. However, that wasn't why he was looking at his watch. A commander's watch, given to him personally from the current Hokage for his birthday. It wasn't a gift that had been given to him out of word of mouth, but rather out of concern. The young man didn't feel tired. He never knew if he wanted to eat or sleep, so he always followed a schedule. He had a supply of medication with him, as well as special food for Anbu. He didn't enjoy eating, so he always used the ready-made kit, because it was extremely effective. However, that was just an excuse. In reality, he was just sad to eat without tasting it. The boy looked at his hands, they were broken, so he used healing techniques, washed them, and then put on gloves. Normally, he didn't care about the look, as he didn't see the point of it. Even in front of the Hokage himself, he didn't change his clothes, though he always followed etiquette. This time he looked at his watch again, and then spoke. The predator chases his prey, but the hunter waits. Steel gleamed in his hands. It wasn't a kunai, not even a weapon, but medical instruments. He glared a little, remembering the old days. A smile appeared on the ninja's face, though it was impossible to see through the mask. A tool should always be clean. As if remembering someone's words, his lips quivered. The next moment the young man jumped down. He had been sitting on a tree branch for half a day. His body was resting, but his mind was preparing for the adventure. But he was lucky, because the Cloud Ninja had left the village the same evening. He had expected them to come back, but they did not even turn to the stone. The enemies headed for Sunagaku. Anbu's interest peaked, but he had no time for it. As the sun bowed, darkness enveloped the forest. The Cloud Ninja had left sentries behind, and they were few in number. Among all the villages, Konoha stood out for its experts in the fields of Fuin and medicine. That was why Anbu knew the ways of circumventing the contours. It was a simple circuit though. He easily snuck over the top, hiding in the darkness of the night. Once he reached his goal he pulled out a bundle and threw it down, then disappeared. Back at the ninja camp, dinner was being prepared. They would not be able to resupply in the mist, nor take enough for such a long journey, and so they took advantage of their surroundings. That, however, was exactly what had become their mistake. The original idea was to use snakes, but there was danger in signaling a sentinel or simple bite marks. The ninja went for the most obvious move, disguising it. The sleeping pills had worked, and so he was able to penetrate and explore easily. There was absolutely nothing of value in the camp itself, and so the young man began to follow the plan. The old man behind the desk was sitting and going through papers. It was Danzo Shimura. He handed the document to his subordinate and said, "What do you think? It's hard to judge, just spying is enough." At these words of his counselor, the elder snorted, "I hope for your apprentice." After that, the old man held up another document with a caustic smile. Anbu read what was offered to him and uttered, "I realize that our agents did their best here. But how did something like this get through? I had to reveal the information. I was too wary of Cloud's early moves. When word got out about Anbu working for years without their knowledge, they started digging. Our counterpart passed on information about a strange ninja who visits the Hokage's office alone quite often, looking like you know what. Turns out there's no file on him at all. I personally cleaned it up, obviously they didn't find anything." With a little reproachful tone. "The one time you didn't, I didn't tell you. That's where the leak came from," Danzo said with a chuckle. 3 Cloud Ninjas and our agent from the inquest were killed. Wound marks showed that they were killed by one man. That's what Orochimaru asked me to do. Enough, how's it going with Mist? I wouldn't expect to get any information for a few more days, given the situation," said Anbu. Danzo, if he could use his arsenal, there would be no doubt. I think the use of Raiden and Kenjutsu should confuse them a lot. At these words, Shimura nodded and added, "There are not many such ninja in all of Konoha, and there is only one outstanding one, however Kakashi is known quite differently." After a few seconds, Danzo asked, "What time to attack?" "The most important thing is to bypass the Byakugan. The only way is to attack during the daytime following the activity. It is necessary to follow the target and then act. Of course there is a possibility of substitution or simple failure, but in such a position there is no possibility to foresee it. However, according to our information there is no such thing. Most likely, this time will be night. This one fits perfectly, for the moon has finished losing its power. If Konoha glowed with many windows, lanterns, and sentinel lamps, the village of Mist couldn't even compare to that. At night, This village was plunged into darkness, ninja were in short supply, and thus crime was high, both outside and inside. It was easy for Anbu to pass through the wall, the mist had long since stopped maintaining a barrier. Through dark alleys under the henge of a grown man, clearly an illegal element, he managed to reach the inner part of the village. The latter was notable for its small fence and constant watch, but also for its huge buildings. Small snakes crawled out from under the ninja mask, those, in turn, used cracks and darkness so that they easily mastered the area unnoticed. There was a noise from behind, it was the usual bandits, but the ninja couldn't allow even a chance of failure. He jumped up, remaining hanging on the wall. He couldn't be seen, but his guests could. Ordinary civilians, by ninja standards, they were distributing bounty and were heavily engrossed. Anbu created clones, the instant the blood spilled. Immediately 4 jumped behind him, covering his mouth and stabbing him in the neck, preventing him from even making a sound, before gently lowering the cooling corpses to the ground. Then he sprayed a chemical to temporarily mask the smell. He was lucky though, for his pets had already detected the target. It was enough for him to have guards, though, just a little less than the other place. Anbu could have broken in by force, but he wanted to get in as quietly as possible. He even managed to figure out a way. Using his standard techniques, namely shadow clone, transformation, and substitution, he moved from shadow to shadow, gradually, almost going in a circle, getting closer to the entrance. A pair of patrolmen immediately passed by, the young man managing to get behind the backs of 2 slightly sleepy ninjas that hadn't noticed the pair of small reptiles. The cold kunai quickly woke them up, but there was nothing they could do. Adrenaline kicked in, but death crept up too quickly. The young man managed to get in, he was almost out of time. He hurried and quickly opened the door as he suddenly heard a scream. A servant girl was in the house. The ninja's heart didn't waver, mercy couldn't fail the mission, he went for it. From behind there was a rumble, the ringing of a bell. Part of the shinobi inside ran to the sound. The corridors lit up with light and in the next opening they saw the enemy. But the first ninja was not important, because his vest pierced the sword, covered with lightning. The enemy immediately drew their kunai. One of them decided to get closer, as suddenly they were surrounded by clones. The ninja of mist was able to block the blow of the closest clone, but he heard a noise behind him, his friend fell to the floor, and the clones immediately disappeared. With anger, the kunai wielder lunged forward and punched Anbu's chest, but he disappeared in a haze, and the white cloud was cut by his sword, and subsequently by himself. There were several entrances, as well as passages between them. Anbu could hear them approaching him from behind. There was only one way forward. He managed to get to the last door before they caught up with him. The 2 in front of it were ready for the guest. The first one rushed forward, the second one began to fold seals for the technician. It was hard to dodge the jet in the corridor. The water rushed forward at breakneck speed, and the other ninja crouched down and delivered a slashing blow from below. His sword reached his feet, blood spurted from both above and below, but his enemy immediately disappeared. Something heavy collapsed from the ceiling, and then one of the mist ninja was no longer able to rise. For a second the second guard was gripped by fear, it reached his throat and prevented him from making a sound. His past shinobi made him draw his sword, but the enemy took advantage of his weakness and first knocked the blade away and then, creating another in his hand, knocked down the enemy along with the door lock with a lightning blade. With a kick of his foot Anbu opened his way further. A huge bedroom, in the corner sat his target. However, as it turned out, even his room had guards. The young man went inside without a second thought, but a noise was heard from behind. Enemies were coming in. Anbu was locked in. The Mizukage appeared in the passage. The young man tsked. Recklessness had cost him such a ruckus, but he had no choice. One of the enemies used an earth elemental and blocked the exit. It seemed like he was caught, but even at this moment, Anbu didn't show any fear. The second doubt expressed in the unsure grip of his sword immediately disappeared. His body was covered in lightning. It was a cover. An extremely famous technique. Suddenly, some ninja ran up to Anbu. He was extremely young, apparently having only recently received a vest. His fist passed over the enemy, which went sideways too quickly. Then he didn't hit with his fist, but covered his palm with lightning and punched through the body, apparently damaging an organ. The young mist ninja collapsed to the floor almost immediately. Using destructive techniques inside a huge building sounded like suicide, and no one wanted to let the enemy go, because it would be much harder to catch him. The ninja didn't need an order, they were going to take the enemy's head off. Some young shinobi tried to join the fight, but was stopped by the Mizukage. The wielder of the Byakugan was now standing in the corner with a grimace under protection, however, he wasn't too happy about the situation. Whatever the danger, Mist couldn't sacrifice too many ninja. The guest rolled to evade the attack. Once again approaching his target, he rose up. First with his blade he threw the enemy's sword upwards and then slashed his throat with a lightning bolt. He then kicked the ninja back at the nearest one. He dodged the swing from behind as he heard it. He took advantage of the situation and kicked that one in the side and pushed off. Almost reaching his target, the invading ninja managed to intercept the arm with the kunai of one of the guards and then turned around with it. The one was hit by a jet of water, slightly hitting the guest. The latter heard the swing from behind and almost managed to get out from under the blow, but the kunai not only passed through the cover, cut the fabric, but also stabbed into the shoulder. But he did not slow down, because he immediately turned around and, crouching, broke his knee with a blow of his hand, and then left the enemy behind. Finally reached the Mizukage's advisor. Ow! Anbu tried to strike with his katana, but his foe deflected it and tried to strike at his heart, but the guest managed to grab the approaching threat with his other hand, and then yanked the one towards himself, hitting his knee in the chest area, though Ao put up his hand. The stranger glanced back, he didn't have any more time. Anbu tried to reach the enemy again, he drew his blade to strike, the enemy was too old, but the wind reported the blow. The guest barely had time to put his sword under him before another one collapsed on him, almost knocking the ninja to the floor. At the same moment a jet of water pierced the other side, and Ao, taking a moment, got up and managed to strike the area of the diaphragm. It was not a fist, but fingers, accompanied by a release of chakra. The Byakugan saw the tear in the tissue, and suddenly the enemy, as if he hadn't sensed anything, with his hand withdrawn in advance, gathered chakra to create a sword and cut off the old man's head. Then he spun around his front leg, catching the target, and it immediately disappeared, apparently having been sealed. The first part was solved, all that was left was to escape. Anbu was about to destroy the wall and escape when the one in front of him was pierced by a jet of water. The latter immediately rushed towards the ninja, and by chance it hit the eye area, breaking the mask and then reaching the eye. The shinobi himself felt nothing, but stopped seeing everything from one side. The invading enemy was surrounded. It was hard to escape, but he grinned, throwing a kunai at the ceiling. Only then did the ninja realize it was a lamp. The light immediately disappeared, leaving everyone in total darkness. The deafening night, cut by the noise of people, the alarm, seemed to take refuge in the room, along with the ninja and the enemy. It wasn't hard to see exactly where the only enemy was located. Fear entered the hearts of the shinobi. There was a noise, one of the bravest rushed forward. There was no doubt he was moving in the right direction. There was a swing of a kunai. Nothing happened. It was as if the enemy had turned to wind, but the next moment took forever. A bolt of lightning appeared above the head of the young man with the chunin vest. It was a katana infused with chakra. The weapon collapsed, then vanished into the night. The enemy was not hiding or afraid. The ninja still remembered his wounds. Misunderstanding gave birth to doubt, and doubt gave birth to weakness of spirit. It was impossible to stand. Mizukage was with them, so the two ninja went forward. It was almost impossible to hear them. However, the enemy did not make any sounds at all. There was a clinking of metal. It sounded like a fight had broken out. The ninjas began to come to life. There was a commotion as some began to search for a means to start a fire. The noise in the back of the room was uninterrupted, but a voice was heard. The Jonins realized they had started fighting each other. They were certain that they had not missed the enemy, which meant that he had left during the fight. But where to? Finally someone shouted. It was a signal for action, because the ninja used a kaiden. The light hit his eyes, but then no one moved. It's time to go outside. The man in the Anbu suit whispered heavily. He threw several kunai at the wall. The explosive seals blew it away, opening the way. However, no one attacked, as the enemy held a sword at the young ninja's throat. It was the new swordsman, the owner of the treasure, and also the Mizukage's favorite. The woman could not dare to sacrifice him. Mei realized that she couldn't give up any more of her closest people. Back off. The Mizukage said loudly. She was in a panic, there had been too many surprises today. The guest slowly walked out with the hostage through the opening. A multitude of ninja had already gathered, but all were waiting for orders. The enemy had gotten close to one of the buildings. It was obvious that he wanted to climb it, but no one was in the way. "What do you want?" asked Cage firmly, but she didn't even hear words in response. Blood flowed from under the mask, the ninja choked, then he started coughing. The swordsman was able to break free from his grasp, all immediately thrown towards his only enemy. Anbu was not confused and climbed up, then rushed towards the edge of the village. He was being chased by too many ninja, even the Mizukage herself, he couldn't get away. Suddenly, the fugitive threw something into the sky, and an explosion was heard, the explosive seal again, but this time it was different. Several houses flew into the air, as well as a warehouse. That was the signal. The Mizukage had a choice: follow the attacker or stay to defend the village. Her power wasn't strong, a sabotage could shake her position. Mei hesitated, but there was another explosion a little farther away, from the other direction. It could be an attack, so the Mizukage shouted loudly, "Stop pursuit!" Groups of ninja understood the order and scattered around the village hidden in the mist. They were looking for other guests, but they found only two, but they were eliminated on the spot, having made a bigger explosion. That was how the night ended for Mist. While the proceedings in the village were going on, the four Anbu of Mist continued to track the target on Mizukage's orders. Their job was to follow, but not to engage. The enemy first came out from the direction of the stone, and then circled around the village and headed for the cloud. Anbu had to cross the river twice at the end of the route, but even so, they stayed on the enemy's tail without losing sight of him. The chase lasted practically until the wee hours of the morning. To put it simply, while some chased the main target, the villages were searched and then cleaned up after the others. The fog calmed down only by mid-afternoon, every corner was checked, evidence was collected and data analyzed. Mei sent a squad to help the four return, but it was too difficult to follow the route correctly. Simply put, it was impossible to reach the same place in time. The four Anbu wanted to go back, they were close to the border, they could no longer keep watch. The enemy's next jump was not to the next tree, but to the ground. He disappeared from their view for a second. The Anbu didn't hesitate to jump into the same clearing. There was no one. It was as if they were chasing the air. There was silence all around as well, only the now audible birdsong dispelled it. The captain of the squad, "Let's go back," said the ninja, looking into the trees ahead, but not finding anything, turned back. In front of him stood three, a little tired subordinates, as well as the enemy, leaning on the trunk of a tree. The ninja immediately drew his kunai, followed by his subordinates. The four kept their eyes fixed on the colleague who had not yet been identified. "Is this really it?" came a hoarse voice. Despite the obvious wounds of the enemy, no one relaxed. They were cautious and therefore still alive shinobi. "Three would be enough for me, though." The enemy's eye ran over them all. It was blue, as was the other, now drenched in blood. Anbu's mask had a wide hole in the right area, the bridge of his nose, mottled with damage, practically crumbled. "I guess it'll come in handy." The enemy stabbed his kunai into a tree trunk, then hung his mask on it. A man appeared in front of Anbu, practically copying their guest. Jinchuriki, the Anbu realized that the enemy was from Konoha. Within themselves they searched for ways to retreat or a way to leave a sign. "Ah, you're out of luck. I'm not that kind," the enemy said with a small chuckle, but apparently the wound was too serious, so he spat blood again. "Can we split up?" one of the Anbu said, nodding at a small pool of blood. Probably all four of them had dreamed of it, but the captain realized that they were already predicted to die. The enemy would not remove his mask, divulging identities. As the two men looked at each other, someone drew a sword. In the village of Mist many wielded kenjutsu, particularly the katana. It could be called the legacy of the seven swordsmen of Mist. A quick swing was stopped by a hand immediately covered in lightning. The rest of the Anbu hissed as well, for a fight was imminent. Naruto grasped the katana tightly and then tried to strike with his other hand. His opponent, remembering the past, let go of the sword, stepping back. From the side, Uzumaki was already approaching. The young man fended off the kunai with the hilt and then intercepted the katana with his other hand. The Konoha shinobi took the blow from above with his blade, holding it with both hands, and then, pushing the enemy away with it, tried to slash the leg of the third man, but he drove the katana into the ground, holding the blow. Uzumaki saw out of the corner of his eye that the fourth had folded his seals. A jet of water passed close to his ear. Naruto prided himself on his reflexes, especially his talent. Naruto called it a sense of space. Ninjas never fight in close combat, mulling over blows. Every warrior follows an inner mind, inaccessible to sensation. The subconscious mind is what takes the shackles off them, for normally thought does not keep up with them. When it comes to the subconscious mind, it's usually a matter of recognizing flaws or openings and then striking them, while the masters create them, putting the victim in a desperate situation. Uzumaki had trained in other things since he was a child. He had no sensory abilities, but he had talent. He quickly became familiar with the landscape, coming up with a plan every time a picture of his surroundings appeared in his mind. At first he was slow, but as the years went by, this was not a problem. Once he achieved such skills, he moved on to something harder. Over time he learned to sense enemies. In fact, just by knowing where they were and getting used to their style he was able to anticipate their movements, though sometimes he was wrong, but the mistakes became fewer. Fighting four at once was no surprise to Naruto. Orochimaru had pitted him against dozens of his subordinates, and at other times he had used clones. The record he sometimes bragged about to his teacher was 8 clones, since he only used melee combat. Really after that it wasn't even about missions, more like hospitalization. Simply put, it made him an unpleasant enemy for anyone. The kid tried to cut one of the enemies. Instead of standing still he let the body fall to the ground. The young man performed a back roll. He moved straight towards the third enemy, and so the latter immediately attacked, but the target disappeared in a white haze. A rustle was heard from behind, and then a scream. The enemy came up from behind and thrust his sword in. The Anbu already thought they had lost their comrade, but he continued to scream, unable to rise. For a second the three were filled with fear and curiosity, however, they didn't care. Naruto threw his arms up, moving as far away from the next opponent as possible, but he still hit with his swing, slicing through the armored vest, almost reaching the flesh. The first attacking ninja was not far behind. He also shortened the distance, his sword collapsing onto the kunai. A crunch was heard. Naruto held the weapon with a reverse grip. His hand couldn't withstand such a strain and thus was injured. However, there was nothing on the ninja's face. Naruto used his weight as well as his chakra to throw the attacker off with a kick to the body. He immediately began to fold his seals while stepping obliquely, lining up his enemies. The second, and at the same time the first ninja in proximity to the enemy, jumped aside. He managed to do it, because the technique was not fast enough, which was highly suspicious because it was a Raiden. Some kind of snake came out, partially dissolving in the air. Relatively late it reached the captain of the group, who was standing behind everyone, and therefore he had time to react without even seeing the attack initially. Anbu jumped up, but at the same moment the serpent changed direction, striking the ninja with a lightning discharge. He collapsed, but was still trying to get up. Naruto gave a disappointed and loud cluck. He was so distracted from the fight that he stopped for a second. He wasn't the only one, though. One of the Anbu was practicing using lightning. He no longer had the elements and therefore couldn't find a decent teacher, and at this moment he was too curious. How did you change direction? The enemy gifted him with a slight smile. I suppose you noticed the speed, so be it. I used the element of wind to create a directional priority by changing the density. Anbu thanked for the answer and was about to attack when he heard other words. Many, in pursuit of destructive power and versatility, chase after a ghost. The young man pointed at his comrade, the farthest ninja still lying down. Water bullets, shot, prison, wall, dragon. How many other water techniques has he learned? The ninja shook his head. He did not continue speaking, however, he was understood. The man thought hard on those words. His lightning element hadn't developed at all, so the enemy had gained a lot of respect for him. However, he was loyal to the village. There wasn't even a thought of betrayal in his mind. Come on. shouted the second Anbu standing, the last one rushing forward. Naruto folded the seals, turning towards the other. Lightning burst from his mouth, however it crashed into the wall of water that the one who had originally shouted had created. He shielded his comrade. This was a mistake, they lost the advantage of numbers. Before the wall collapsed, Naruto managed to first kunai the blade away, then releasing his chakra he created a stream that threw the enemy back. Uzumaki threw the kunai at the enemy behind the wall that was about to collapse. The wind allowed him to break through the thickness. Anbu repelled the projectile with his sword, but immediately felt a slight prick, and then saw that the weapon was followed by a fishing line. The man's gaze fell on the wall, a multitude of lightning bolts struck it, and below. There was no connection to the ground. The wind current that had thrown his comrade away from his enemy reached the support of the wall, removing the grounding. The ninja first felt a sharp pain in the hand holding the sword, and then realized the major mistake: he had stepped in a pool of blood. The fishing line touched it, immediately gifting the ninja with a discharge. The last one collapsed to the ground. Only two remained. One had just gotten up, his fingers twitching, and the other was practically unharmed. The two waited for each other and attacked together. The first used a chopping blow, however Naruto turned his body around, positioning himself under the swing. The second used a stabbing blow, however many clones arose. Anbu didn't stop and pierced his enemy. However, the latter vaporized. Curling his body in advance, Uzumaki easily pierced through the vest, while reaching the liver, slightly hitting that one. The latter dropped his sword. He turned around and rushed to run, however, he did not even have time to jump on a tree before his body was pierced by lightning. After all, it was impossible to escape from lightning. Came from the back. A young woman with long black hair combed in a strange way stood out for her beauty. Her pink lips as well as her emerald eyes could make anyone hold their breath. However, things were different now. In front of the Mizukage lay a report on those young men who were to follow the enemy to the border. She drank tea, wanting to calm her nerves, but even so, she couldn't finish reading it. "He wasn't hiding," said May, and then turned to her subordinate. "Report." Her words meant one thing: an order. Anbu bowed and began his reply. "Yes. We followed the markings and then the scent. We had to go around the village and then almost reached the border with Cloud. Looks like the enemy intercepted while retreating. 5 bodies were discovered. One was killed instantly, the second died while trying to break the seal, the third was finished off after the same. The enemy was identified as one of the Raikage's ambassador's escorts. Injuries and damage, as well as chakra analysis, have so far revealed no differences. What about the team captain? Most likely the enemy pulled all the information out of him before he died. If so, he definitely passed the information on. Did you do an autopsy? Yes, nothing was found. Permission to leave. The Mizukage nodded her head. After waiting for Anbu to leave, the young man began talking. It doesn't look like Konoha. Unless it's Root. At these words the woman nodded. It's strange that their Hokage is followed by such people. Perhaps it really is Cloud, too many coincidences. The Mizukage nodded again, then heard another question: why didn't you follow in person? She flinched, but she had been waiting for that question. A person, even a very strong one, is fragile. Open wounds are unable to affect him. But his eye was definitely destroyed, many bones were damaged, and judging by the blood from his mouth, out tore his internal organs, he couldn't even speak. But despite all the injuries, he didn't slow down. There are many strange techniques in the world. The kid didn't get a chance to finish. I saw his eyes. He was laughing. It was all just a game to him. The woman dropped the mug. The ninja who was the last of the Mizukage's inner circle turned pale. That night had seemed like hell to him. He was still haunted by the feeling of someone holding a kunai to his neck. Many, like himself, had become afraid of the dark, even though they tried not to show it. Maybe he just tricked us. Well, if that's the case, said the Mizukage. However, now we're pretty sure Cloud is our enemy. The negotiations failed, the ambassadors headed for Sand's village. In reality, they just took us by surprise. Quote, maybe we should have given them the Byakugan, the young man replied. We couldn't have known such a thing. The Mizukage replied to him. Anbu, clearly in new clothes, was rushing home at an incredible speed. Underneath his mask was a smile, he was happy about something. It was Naruto. Uzumaki thought back to a time long ago. A time when his teacher was alive. Orochimaru had not only helped him with his training, but had also done experiments with him. Occasionally, the delinquent Anbu of his home village would land on their table. The information was useful, though. Naruto had figured out how to limit the effects of the seal without removing it. The seal of silence was placed on the tongue, an organ that could not be removed. Cutting it off wasn't an option either, especially in the field, so experiments were done on body signals. By removing a couple of nerves with a chakra scalpel, it was possible to make the seal lose its power, because the death signal did not come to the brain. Of course, new seals were more difficult to break, but only a few people in the world had them, Gonzo's closest servants. Anbu's penetrating gaze spotted a bird in the sky, it was the Hokage's messenger. The young man didn't pay it any attention, he was in a hurry to make his report, however something knocked the animal over. Naruto stopped in an instant, he turned and took a closer look, an arrow had pierced the bird. This was Fire Nation territory, there was no one here who could do such a thing. Anbu changed his plan, he immediately headed towards the place where it had fallen. Uzumaki sat on a branch, he waited for the enemy to come to the scene, but he did. It was the Uchiha clan. Naruto continued to wait. "Captain, we won't be punished for this, will we?" came a voice. It was addressed to a man holding a bow, his eyes burning with fire, three tomo spinning in a circle. "Just keep quiet," he said. On the day the Uchiha clan was leaving the village, the man had lost his younger brother. The clan head ordered the loss to be forgotten, blaming it all en route. However, everyone only accepted it, but did not forget. The commander took a few steps forward, he had almost reached his goal, but a strange figure appeared in front of him and raised a message. "The death of the third has cost us dearly, your head had a hard time convincing Tsunade of a truce. Now we are allies, though the citizens of Leaf don't know it." His voice was calm, and the young man broke the Hokage's seal and read the contents. Three of the Uchiha clan took up their weapons, Anbu raised his head, looking at them. "Give the signal," the commander said loudly, after which a summoning hawk soared into the sky. The enemy followed it with a glance, and then said, "So you're not alone here. Are you in cahoots with Cloud?" the young man said with a chuckle. The team leader glared at him, but froze for a second, then smiled. He snatched up his blade and ran forward. Naruto didn't realize what had happened, he raised his hand, touching his neck. There was blood there, it looked like the wound was a little more serious than he thought. Uzumaki realized that they had just decided to finish him off. However, he didn't take a breath. The katana almost stabbed into his heart, but was stopped by his bare hand, blood spurting from his palm. The Uchiha tried to pull the weapon out, but he lacked strength, and then the wooden hilt as if exploded. A second later the lightning took shape and pierced the flesh of the commander, he fell to the ground without saying anything. In the hands of the enemy lay the blade and the remains of the hilt, he threw them on the ground and the sword stopped sparking. "Looks like you're just traitors." Naruto shook his head. The Uchiha that stood behind everyone threw a few kunai and then folded the seals for the fireball. The second one ran to the side, going to attack after the technique. Anbu stood still, waiting for the attack. A not-so-large sphere of flame headed towards Naruto, but he folded the seals and, in doing so, released a stream of air. The latter was too strong, it not only flared up, but also changed direction. "You're the only one left," said Anbu, watching as the fire consumed one of the Uchiha. Uzumaki approached the enemy step by step. The enemy was filled with fear, only at the last moment he drew his sword and struck from above. The blade sank into the bones and lodged in his collarbone. "Are you satisfied?" came the steady voice of the enemy. Anbu grabbed the young man by the neck and the other pulled the sword out of himself, snatching it and continuing to hold it by the blade. Blood poured onto the ground, staining it red. A voice came from the side, "Get away from him." Several kunai flew straight towards Naruto. He jumped back towards the bird, releasing the boy. Uzumaki wasn't the type to like getting hurt. He had a different passion. When he fought against the Anbu of other villages, he didn't clean up dead bodies. Simply put, he liked to see the fear in their eyes. At this moment, he was completely satisfied with his actions, for the ninjas who came did not dare to start a fight with him, but only looked around first. Naruto tilted his head for a minute. He liked watching the new commander as the crowd swiveled their heads and hesitated, and then he turned around and punched the remaining ninja from the other team in the face, knocking him to the ground. "Are you the one who intercepted the message?" he shouted, while shaking the young man by his vest. One of the team tried to stop him, but didn't have time, for their ninja confessed to it. Uzumaki sighed. He had two orders. Tsunade asked to avoid all contact. Danzo demanded the death of all Uchiha. Naruto was following a compromise. First he would force an attack and then eliminate them under pretext. But why was he being so cruel? Only two people knew the answer. They were the ones who had seen his battle years ago, the battle against Akatsuki. His mentor was silent. He would not speak even to Danzo. Tetsuya had foreshadowed that, though. The thing was, Naruto had experienced nothing in easy fights. Strong opponents wounded him, but Uzumaki only followed orders until he faced a deadly obstacle. That day he forgot about peace, forgot about everything. The young man drank the intoxicating drink of battle. Uzumaki had always been strong, but that day he removed his shackles. It was as if he remembered his first ever encounters. Ever since then, he had wanted to remember it again, however there was no way. It was moments like that when he removed his chains and his mind followed only one goal, to destroy the enemy. Tetsuya knew this and never provoked him. Sometimes he purposely lost to him, knowing that if he woke his student again, he would stop holding back and most likely kill him almost immediately. "Sir." The team leader bowed to Naruto, and then continued, "We do not wish to break the alliance between us. Our clan has always followed the treaty and—" But he was not allowed to finish. "Of course," Naruto said in a happy voice, "Konoha has never questioned your loyalty. Is this the work of traitors who wish to destroy our alliance?" He questioned, to which he received agreement. "Then I will tell the Hokage that the enemies have failed to destroy our ties. There is only one thing left to do." The Uchiha looked at Anbu with incomprehension, and then saw a nod toward their comrade. The group commander immediately realized what was expected of him. He drew his sword and turned around to face the outlaw. "Leave it to the Uchiha clan, we'll deal with the traitor ourselves," came a familiar voice. Naruto bowed, then said, "Since you're here, why don't you punish the traitor yourself?" Sasuke was about to attack, but was stopped by the captain. "Okay, I heard that it was all their commander's fault." The Uchiha sighed, "Except." Naruto slid his sword across his shoulder. "They all attacked and injured me. I demand that you punish a member of your clan as your ally." Sasuke snorted, but the captain bowed low and spoke. "Of course, we will send an ambassador with a report to the Hokage." "I hope so," said Uzumaki, and then picked up the nearest corpse. "I suppose you don't mind." "Of course not, since you're the one who eliminated the threat to us." Bowed and replied the captain. "Yes," Uzumaki said with a little disappointment, then headed to Konoha with a gift for his master. The sunny day, so commonplace in the Fire Country, was waning. The high walls and huge gates of the great village welcomed visitors and shinobi. Two sat at the gate, checking each person who passed through. Some dignified with a glance and others with a scrutiny. That would probably have been the case with the incoming ninja, but he presented the Anbu sign, and the barrier let him through without signaling. The leaf shinobi was let through without delay. It was obvious that he was in a big hurry. He was invited to the Hokage's office almost immediately. The manageress had also sent for some other ninja, but Naruto didn't have to wait for him. Tsunade greeted him as he greeted her. Uzumaki was mentally tired. He handed over the intercepted letter, explaining it. He then sat down in front of the desk leaning against it. The Hokage quickly checked what was written in the scroll and then said, "If it was a time of peace, I didn't go for peace." Tsunade's face contorted. "I've already received a report that the Iron Country is supplying weapons to the Cloud Country. There's no point in sending a messenger anymore." The woman rubbed the bridge of her nose. "I wanted to prevent it from being shipped to Mist and Stone through Cloud, but now there's no point. It's no big deal, though." Tsunade continued to mutter to herself, and then glanced at the second scroll already lying on the edge of her desk. The woman gingerly picked it up, apparently she had sent more than one letter. Her eyes stilled as she began to read, but as she neared the end she glanced at her subordinate and asked, "Is the eye delivered intact?" To this the young man pulled the eye out of the seal, the latter was already in a special tank. Tsunade nodded in response and had already read to the end of the scroll and then said, "Which eye do you want?" The woman looked at Anbu. "I didn't know what reward to choose and was hoping you'd come up with your own. Do you have samples with the color blue?" The young man asked. The Hokage shook her head. "If you want one, only your brother has one." At that moment there was a knock on the door. It was Hiyashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, famous for his jujutsu. The man entered upon hearing the permission and quickly advanced to the table, making a bow, then glanced at Anbu, then complimented him. Hiyashi wondered, can he take the eye? Tsunade looked thoughtful, then uttered, "He lost his, I'm going to give it to him." The clan head furrowed his eyebrows, but he couldn't argue with the Hokage, certainly not over this. "Then can we?" Tsunade interrupted Hyuga and said, "No." She said, answering the question about being accepted into a side branch, "I guess that's all there is to it," related to the Hyuga clan. After saying goodbye, the two remained in the office again. "Shouldn't we give them their eye back after all? I need support, you remember our deal, right? If you can't follow orders, I can't keep your brother alive. Worst case scenario, I'll have to use Biju." Anbu nodded, and then said, "May I leave Konoha for a while? I have business outside the village." Tsunade glared menacingly at the young man, and so he explained himself, "I promise not to clash with the Uchiha until I return." "All right, just hurry up. The Council of the Five Kage will be meeting soon. I hope to have your business finished by the time I return to the village." Anbu bowed and was about to leave when he heard, "Your brother asked me to tell you that he is waiting at the training ground." Tsunade looked at the young man conspiratorially. Naruto quickly reached his destination. At that spot stood Jiraiya as well as his brother. Uzumaki had already changed his clothes and prepared for the meeting. It wasn't hard for him to do everything quickly. Og put a patch on his lost eye and then showed himself in front of his comrades. "Hello," greeted Menma, but immediately there was a change in his voice, which made the end of the word much longer. "Got caught in a bright light, they said not to open it yet." "So why the range?" Menma glanced at the old man, who also said hello, then nodded at the student's mute question. The ninja replied, "I wanted to spar." The young man scratched under his nose. "I see." His brother said, "What are the rules?" Jiraiya intervened, "Close combat only, by the way, be careful," he said with a chuckle. Naruto tilted his head, not really understanding their reaction, then turned back to his brother and noticed the orange pigment in his brother's eyes. Naruto knew from Orochimaru's papers about a lot of things, so he immediately said, "It's dishonorable." "Is Sanin's mode suited for close combat?" Uzumaki glanced at Jiraiya, but he looked away. The young man sighed and prepared himself. He couldn't remember any other information, so he was going to act according to the situation. Menma ran forward. He was very fast, but he couldn't outrun the sight yet. The attacker tried to strike at his shoulder. Naruto managed to stop the blow with his palm, and then jumped back. His arm trembled. Apparently the force was too much. He said, "I see," while inspecting his shoulder for injuries. Uzumaki didn't have time to finish his inspection before he was attacked again. Naruto didn't make the same mistake. He managed to deflect the first blow to his left side with his right hand, and then the other tried to strike himself. However, he even succeeded in doing so, but there was no reaction. Naruto snorted, realizing that he lacked the strength. Suddenly, the young man noticed a moving hand. It was only now coming into view, the lack of an eye hindering him greatly. It seemed like it was about to hit him, but the young man relaxed his torso. Under the gravity it quickly rushed down. Bending, he managed to miss over his head, but when the fist flew past he still flew back a few meters. Naruto managed to roll over and get to his knee. It went a little dark around him, but he quickly regained consciousness and got up. His brother looked worried, but Uzumaki wasn't even worried. The blow was strong, but it didn't compare to the first one. The young man got rid of all thoughts, going deeper into what was happening. After a few seconds of standing, Naruto said, "About a centimeter." The boy remembered where his hand had flown, and also noticed that his head had been thrown not only to the side, but also hard to the ground, so there was an edge involved. That was how he knew he should dodge better. Menma gave his brother a puzzled look, but Jiraiya said, "You're very observant." He didn't care about the old man's praise, however, and a slight smile appeared on Naruto's face. His opponent was stronger, and also unusual. Uzumaki moved forward on his own this time. The young man ducked harder than he should, thus preventing his brother's insidious strike, and then arched his back, leveling a glare. Uzumaki immediately grabbed his outstretched arm and yanked it toward him, hitting him in the ribs with his knee, but even so he was not successful. Menma was about to hit his collarbone with the edge of his palm, but Naruto had time to turn his body, and although it didn't hit him directly, the toadstool still got him, though tangentially. His lungs didn't feel the pressure, but they let out air as Naruto realized he wasn't keeping up. Menma struck again from the lower arm position, this time aiming for the solar plexus. Naruto managed to grab his arm with both hands and then dropped to a knee, throwing his brother over himself, who had lost his balance after a small push. However, the young man didn't dare continue, for he was simply weaker, and so he immediately jumped back before Menma could grab him. His brother quickly jumped up, his mode dissipated and Naruto exhaled, however Menma folded the seals and his eyes changed again, and then he rushed back into the fight. Sannin didn't need much to win, first he needed to open up the enemy. A simple hand-forward punch was characterized by speed and therefore was indispensable. Naruto didn't sidestep or catch, he turned his back and took a step at an oblique angle, getting in close, then to avoid falling, he quickly put his foot to the side and kicked his knee joint with the other. Menma was uncomfortable, but even so his brother lacked strength, his position was not favorable enough. Uzumaki elbowed his chin and then turned around and kicked his leg into the body. Menma should have recoiled from such a blow, but he held out, grabbed his leg and pulled it out, then stopped his fist near his brother's head. Naruto didn't dare continue, he had lost. "Looks like I won," pronounced Menma. Jiraiya exhaled, he was pleased with his student, but there was only one who wasn't so pleased. However, the young man immediately changed his face as he congratulated his brother. Naruto withdrew, he still had a lot to do, too much to do, but something kept on his mind. Only one feeling troubled him, the same feeling he had experienced in the battle with Kakuzu. Uzumaki remembered every moment, the enemy was badly exhausted by Anbu's team that was almost completely dead, but even so he almost died, just as he had then. At that moment his mind seemed to fall asleep again. Naruto slapped his hand against the wood, he was angry at himself, because he could have hurt his brother. The last attacks were unnecessary, but he wasn't in control. Naruto pushed the thoughts away, he needed to visit Tsunade and then leave. It had been 2 weeks since he'd had the feeling that someone was watching him, but he couldn't spot anyone. It happened sometimes, the young man thought it was fatigue, perhaps he was right. Naruto summoned the snake and gave it the Uchiha's body, he was still paying for Orochimaru's deception, the misinformation was crucial. Naruto remembered that he hadn't found a way to end things yet. Naruto's plan was to lure Sannin out to fight and then lose so that he would take over his body, however, he couldn't win even now. As Sannin began the ritual, however, Uzumaki activated the transferred seal from Danzo. Orochimaru could not harm him as the bearer of the mark. The enemy fell into his own trap, for the technique cannot be stopped. Sannin's soul entered Naruto's body and tried to take control, but when faced with a problem was trapped inside as it could not leave. Uzumaki later sealed it with the help of other ninja, for he had not yet found a way to end Orochimaru. A glass of hot tea was placed on a wooden table in the corner of the room. It was a building where travelers could stay for the night. However, they were given the opportunity to drink and dine, which in turn made it a place of negotiation. A shinobi in shabby clothes sat alone, his eyes closed, he sat nonchalantly, undistracted by the noise. Even when another ninja took the seat in front of him, he didn't react in any way until he spoke, not even his red cloud cloak alerted him. "Long time no see, Naruto," he said quietly enough. Behind him stood a partner of incredible size, however, as his sword glanced around and stirred to warm his ears. The negotiator continued, you can call me Toby. I'd like to talk outside, but I don't think we'll be interrupted. What do you want? The ninja answered him at once, it's already clear to me that it's not my head you're interested in. You could put it this way. The Raikage promised us 15 million for the head of a Byakugan thief. It's hard to turn down something like that. Even so, Naruto said in response. Let's put it this way. Our leader has no grudge against you, we'd take you in if we doubted your loyalty to the village, and so I'd like to make a deal. Blood for blood. What will you give me? And what will you demand? The young man clarified curiously. I'll help you, and you'll get rid of 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki snorted. Naruto then replied, deal with Shisui yourself, his Mangekyo can't be bypassed. I think you know what happened in Konoha. Recently. Tsunade is in Kage's negotiations. Kakashi and the bodyguards are with her. Jiraiya and Guy are in the village. What's wrong? The Uchiha killed several groups of Anbu root, and so Sanin went to the negotiations too. The man picked up a salt shaker, do you know where Guy is? Naruto frowned heavily, though it wasn't apparent. The Akatsuki shinobi deliberately spilled salt on the table, then continued, I remember that day. I watched the fight in person. You weren't allowed to enter the battlefield, only to watch. 10 Anbu members attacked and defeated 2 of them, only 4 remained. The poor ninja retreated, you couldn't go against the captain's orders, against the Hokage. But you didn't want to frame your brother. You killed those poor ninjas first, freeing yourself from the stragglers. Hidan gave away his trump card almost immediately, his circle all too visible. It's a pity that he had no right to lick your blood, immediately fell under the seal. After these words the ninja changed in his voice, however, how did you reveal the secret of Kakuzu? You know very well yourself. A human cannot possess the 5 elements, except for mythical creatures. But that's where the chakra comes from. Hearth. Life energy lives in every cell. But is it the same? The heart is the furnace of life. Spiritual power comes from the mind. Answer me, then, how a man possesses the 5 elements and is able to live with any number of masks. 1 hearth is enough, but 5 hearts are necessary. Toby was silent for a moment, and then added, Kakuzu was an experienced ninja. You were practically helpless in close combat, but he couldn't compete with Uzumaki after a hard fight. Walked up to the clone and lost the last of it. So what's going on in Konoha? Naruto clenched his fists, though he didn't look worried as his flesh didn't react, but his chakra began to boil. Danzo. My old friend sent Guy to Tsunade by forging a document. There's no one left in the village. No one. Naruto jerked his head, Danzo couldn't have set me up. Ran through his mind. Let me, the ninja held out the note, it was partially stained in blood. Naruto opened it and read it. Why, the piece of paper fell out of his hands. Naruto was confused. Tsunade made a terrible mistake, she will be removed from office, Danzo will be appointed next, which will solve her predecessor's problems with your help. The Anbu were sent to help Sanin with the Uchiha in case of emergency, en route kept the forces. Cloud was able to break through the village almost unopposed, eventually they were suppressed. Naruto stood up and walked first from the table and then out of the building, he looked into the distance and then said, I should hurry. I've been there. I'll tell you what happened on the way. Fortunately, they won't be able to kill your brother yet. The seal has been restored, apparently the 4th has even taken care of the fox's breakthrough. Uzumaki was quickly beside Toby and grabbed his cloak, the other Akatsuki tried to reach for his sword but was stopped by his own. Are you really refusing the offer? The wearer of the orange mask muttered. First I will destroy Cloud, and then the entire Uchiha clan. Wait, it's enough for you to take out only 2 of them, we'll deal with the rest. Said Toby with a small chuckle, pushing the Leaf Ninja's hands away. I won't be able to kill the Raikage. Not even his brother. Will you be able to help me? It would be bad enough for us to intervene. Maybe there's one option. The ninja said, pulling out a strange scroll and void. Naruto immediately pulled it out and began to examine it, then said, so that's who stole it from Orochimaru. After saying that, Uzumaki continued, I have to go back to Konoha, meet me near the cloud, you can tell me everything there. Only can I ask one question? No one answered. Why are you following me? Toby put his hand on his shoulder and started walking. I think you have a couple minutes. I'll fill you in on the details later, but our organization has a worthy goal. To be honest, we didn't come to the land of fire for your brother, I'll explain later. To answer your question, it happened a long time ago, before you and your brother were born. Funnily enough, I managed to trick Jiraiya. His sensory abilities didn't detect our spy, so he caught a dialogue between him and your teacher. Anbu has been in the service for a long time. He's a member of the Nara clan, so he's been involved in a lot of discussions, like the story about the prophecy. What nonsense! The young man exclaimed, we choose our own path. Here. Jiraiya thought that someone would be destined to save the world. Funny, but that was only his students. What about my teacher? Replied Naruto with some interest. He said it was a riddle, not a prophecy. I learned more. Anbu was silent for a second and then continued. I believe that one day we will be able to break the wheel of murder. At these words Naruto shuddered a little. It was his weakness. I see in the prophecy not someone who will rebuild our world, but someone who will destroy the old one and build a new one. That takes fantastic power, and that's what we're trying to get. What does this have to do with me? A single man can't save the world. I've been searching for ninjas worthy of that goal all along. I need you to make Konoha the last great village. The young man paused a step, then continued, the blood-stained leaf and the pitiful shadows of the great countries will not be able to fight. I understand your plan, and I will do what I must. After saying that, Uzumaki wanted to rush to the leaf, but the Akatsuki member moved him right to the border. Grateful for such help, Naruto bought himself time to prepare. He clutched the scroll in his hand and said, it's time to meet. Father. Uzumaki quickly reached the gate. A multitude of ninjas were moving in different directions. In the middle of everyone stood Danzo. He was giving out orders. Naruto walked up to him and said, I need authority. Someone to his right shouted at him, causing everyone to look over there. The village elder demanded deference from the ninja, but was immediately interrupted by his friend, another steward, who was already holding the Hokage's hat in his hands, waiting for orders. Danzo said quietly, will you bring back the Jinchuriki? Naruto bowed and replied, I will return my brother and repay all. Unfortunately the Uchiha clan is guilty of this. He said with a small smile. Traitors have only one end, the future Kage replied confidently to his subordinate. Shimura continued loudly, take as many as you need. All Anbu are at your disposal, return the Jinchuriki to Konoha, that is my order. The will of fire must burn in your heart to crush our enemies. After these words, the ninja fussed. Every ninja wanted to take part in saving the weapons of the village. Every ninja wanted to avenge his comrades and the honor of his country. Every shinobi wanted to protect his home. At such an hour everyone was ready to accept even Danzo, only if he would take action. The leader of the operation, Anbu Tsunade, at the moment took the scroll with the order from his hands. Still the decision of the council in Konoha had power at times greater even than that of the Kage. In wartime was second, after the will of the head of the leaf. In any case, no one would dare to object, yet here was a worthy candidate. After all that, there was only one thing left to do, prepare for the deadly task. Naruto immediately began gathering ninjas, and familiarized himself with the fallen warriors. One of the Hokage's bodyguards remained in the village and had fallen protecting the Jinchuriki. It was he who was taken by the young man. Finally, having finished organizing in the village, he set off on his main journey. The village of Whirlpool, the home of his ancestors, was located not too far from Leaf. Naruto hurried there to surprise his future enemies. The high walls of Konoha, as well as the tracking barrier, blocked the path of any enemy. How could the towering stone walls stop a ninja? The secret was in the seals that reinforced them. However, they can always be passed from above. The young man said quietly. He slowly made his way down, gazing thoughtfully into the darkness of the corridor as if he could see something there. His hand dragged along the dusty wall that had once been white. Time spared nothing. When the enemy ninja overcome the wall, the Hokage Tower will immediately know about them. The alarm will be raised. All ninja, ready for anything, will defend their home. Root didn't come. the boy said, his voice filled with resentment at the betrayal. The guests would break through the perimeter first, then have to face the border units to reach the main buildings. Without having spies, they knew that brother would be at the training ground. If the enemy had passed the wall, there was no point in fencing off the usual woods. It's better to take the already prepared and narrower lines to wait for reinforcements. The guards were driven away. One against a whole group. The shinobi tilted his head to the side, then swept the door open. Finally he reached the end of the descent. However, he drifted off into thought once more. A large group would immediately create a layer between the target and the shinobi defenders. A pair of Anbu wouldn't even be able to escape if several of them were dispatched at once. Once the target is left alone, then the fight can begin. First of all, it is worth the distraction. Do not let the enemy track the number of enemies, and it is necessary to keep him busy so that he will not be able to realize his plan. Toad Sage mode requires time to gather chakra while dormant. You can create clones, but no one will let you out of the cordon. Naruto closed his eyes. He was remembering what the masked man had shown him. The man with yellow hair is the furthest away, as he is an expert in genjutsu and sensory abilities. A woman with red hair and a rather large sword stands in front of him, covered by a companion. A black marker and also capable of summoning black lightning commands all of them. All of these people are clearly imprinted in the memory. However, a handful can't fight an entire village. But a Biju can. There are as many as 2 Jinchuriki and Cloud. The Cage's brother may have left for a meeting, but the fiery tigress has burned down many neighborhoods and comrades. The wall almost collapsed from the heavy impact on it. Menma was a strong ninja. His innate stats couldn't be compared to anyone else. Even his brother over time, even practicing more, began to succumb to the amount of chakra. Of course, this greatly affected the former's control, but he tried his best. Naruto didn't think his brother wasn't strong enough. He didn't even think it was all Danzo's fault. Uzumaki saw the problem in Konoha itself. From the story of the two-tailed one, he realized that in Cloud, the Jinchuriki, though oppressed, had been given an almost heroic one because of Ai's efforts. It was impossible not to admire such an accomplishment. In turn, Konoha remembered old wounds and refused to look at things objectively. The third Hokage was weak. He couldn't hold on to his students, deal with the elders, and put everything in the hands of the next generation. Naruto had already realized that his teacher was hiding everything from Hiruzen about his accomplishments. Sarutobi didn't want any of Minato's children to depose him again. And that was something Uzumaki would never forgive. The third Hokage always seemed kind. He tried not to show his emotions, but he always kept them on a leash. Even providing a dignified existence was suddenly beyond him. Menma dodged the heavy swing of the sword, crouching under it, and then tried to straighten up and knock out the woman, but her partner struck with a thin blade from top to bottom, causing Uzumaki to move backwards, while at the same time the third one brought down from the end of the katana as if it were a dog, but completely composed of lightning of purple-black color. Menma folded his seals and let out a stream of wind from his mouth. The latter reflected the enemy's technique, knocked back the closest one and stopped the second one's advance. "You should have run," said Naruto. That was what he would have done, realizing the situation. But his brother was too kind and merciful. He couldn't afford to put civilians in harm's way in an attempt to escape to a residential neighborhood, and there were no others in the area. Try to run to the troops. They needed help themselves right now. Even an emerged Anbu with a tree elemental couldn't easily defeat a Biju, not even Matabi. Menma created a couple clones and ran forward with them. The first encountered a man with a thin sword. It would seem that what could a clone do in such a situation? However, talent was clearly not on Cloud's side. The long blade collided with the kunai and slid downward. The clone immediately responded to the lunge again, the end striking the blade and pushing it away. Namikaze then folded the seal with one hand and used his second awakened element, water. The thin stream almost reached the enemy, but he was not weak either and managed to put his sword in the air. The latter, though it survived, was too damaged. Menma used the kunai to stop a new attempt to strike, but this time Uzumaki took aim at the blade, stepping to the side and letting the splitting blow from the top to the bottom close by, and then already breaking the sword. Menma tried to thrust the weapon into his throat, but he managed to grab the brush and throw the clone who had lost his balance over himself. Before he could scatter, the copy snatched another kunai with his other hand and managed to stab it into his leg just below the knee, causing the enemy to shriek. Unfortunately, though, he was immediately dragged away by Cloud's medics. If I'd hit him a little higher, I'd have left him crippled, the young man muttered to himself, looking at the kunai in his hand. Naruto used it to clear away the moss that had grown over the ruined inscribed slab. The second Menma clone, however, held the woman back. She was notable for her strength. The kunai in Uzumaki's hands was snatched away. Admittedly, the woman lacked speed. When another blow flew past, Menma let loose a jet of water, forcing the enemy to cover herself with her blade like a shield. The young man then snatched up a second kunai and, strengthened and sharpened by the element of wind, was able to pierce through. Not through and through, of course, but it was enough. Menma was able to hold on to the enemy for a bit, but was weaker to his surprise. When the woman pulled with all her might, he also jumped up, jumping on the sword, was above her, and then released a vacuum sphere, throwing the kunoichi back again so that she collapsed to the ground. Menma ran up and tried to finish her off, but she managed to set her sword up again, to which the young man reacted the same way, using the vacuum sphere. The exhausted enemy lost control of the situation for a second. The clone thrust her kunai in, but she managed to pull her head slightly to the side and kick the young man in the stomach, causing him to flutter away. You missed on purpose, brother. Never spare your opponents, or you'll make your comrades and yourself suffer. Naruto threw the kunai to the ground, read the scroll again, and checked the stone slab. Orochimaru could have easily broken the seal. It's not like I didn't use the damned immortality technique. You're already hard to kill. Came a voice from behind him. There were 3 pale half-humans standing there. One of them wore the mask that hung on the wall and sacrificed himself according to the ritual in the scroll, which opened the seal and released the sealed souls. Naruto folded the seals and used 2 more as the ingredient for the unholy resurrection. Before the 2 cage appeared before him, he was once again immersed in memories. While the clones fought the minions, Menma attacked the commander. The latter was clearly older, more experienced, and stronger than his comrades. The enemy easily parried the blow of the kunai, and then tried to cut off Menma's arm or at least hurt him by sliding the sword on the kunai, but Namikaze managed to push the blade away with his palm at the last moment. Though the sword cut through his clothes, it did not inflict any wounds, but the enemy immediately swung horizontally and finally ruined his jumpsuit, also staining it in blood as it left a cut, though so deep. Menma took advantage of the second window and tried to close in. With the tip of his kunai he tried to pierce the heart, but the shinobi followed the blade, turned in his direction and managed to protect his back by throwing the cut across his neck. The Cloud Shinobi kicked with a leg kick while turning sideways to strike at the elbows he had set up, and then used the lightning technique again. Uzumaki didn't have time to fold the seals and apply the technique, so he formed a Rasengan, slightly infusing it with wind, thus protecting himself. Menma immediately created his new technique in his other hand, a Rasenshuriken with a completely different form, a developed natural component, and a completely different destructive power. The enemy barely had time to recoil, but he was hit by the full impact, the Raikage's apprentice collapsing to the ground from such a powerful technique. Menma, on the other hand, since he was using the development for the second time and without Sannin mode, suffered an unexpected injury to his arm and was unable to use it. The Namikaze sat on top of his enemy and grabbed the sword with his sore left hand, pushing it aside through the pain. Blood gushed out, staining both of them, but Menma held the point. With his right hand he struck his enemy in the head, so he was able to snatch the sword and intercept it. The young man put the weapon to his throat and failed to kill. At that moment, the enemy sitting in ambush showed up in front. From surprise, Menma was confused for a second and looked into the eyes of the enemy. Falling into an illusion. Menma lost as he wasn't in Sannin mode. When he broke free of the hold he received a heavy blow to the head and lost consciousness. Naruto leaned his palms against his face, teardrops spilled from his eyes, immediately removing them. In place of grief came anger, in place of despair came hatred. His spirit had never rested, fighting this world all his life. Now, His inner temple had been destroyed and his treasures stolen. Uzumaki saw no other meaning in life. He no longer loved anyone, he remembered only the joyful moments of his childhood in training and time alone with his brother. He was not interested in hobbies, because there was no time for it, even earthly passions left him, even alcohol had no effect. Gradually, he was losing his identity as he forgot what a person should want, what he should desire. Naruto hardly remembered feelings such as compassion, he only remembered the pain of training and the suffering of his loved ones. Mercy did not resonate in his heart as it had long since grown stale. At times, his own reasoning seemed to take shape, separating from him as if he were having a conversation, but he stopped it immediately because he knew he had to keep his own self. The bodies of the dead men who had once created the real Konoha began to appear in front of the ninja. Those who were feared and revered as the greatest warriors, the second and fourth Hokage. In an ancient and gloomy place where neither man nor light had been for decades, a ritual was once again performed. A tombstone covered in symbols and seals cracked after the victim had slit his stomach open. A strange entity, horrifying in its appearance, moved in the same way. A multitude of souls rushed away from the avatar. It was at that moment that the wearer of the Konoha shinobi armband was able to activate the unholy resurrection. As soon as the bodies regained their minds, the ninja felt a terrible pressure. It was the second Hokage, clearly not tolerating such treatment of his rest. Orochimaru, he said loudly, and then looked more closely at the one who had summoned him to this world. Tobirama thought for a moment, however, then heard a voice from outside. Naruto. The other Kage asked with great doubt, but then continued more confidently, "Why did you summon us?" "Konoha was on the brink of destruction," said the young man. "The Jinchuriki has been stolen, the Uchiha clan has betrayed us, in power the serpents are trying to strangle each other." "What's wrong with your brother?" Minato asked worriedly. The other Kage, however, stood silent with his arms folded, clearly thinking something over or waiting for information. "Tsunade Senju, our past Hokage, is now very far away and it's unlikely that information has reached her. Jiraiya is with the Uchiha, and my brother has been captured by the Raikage's men and the only way to save him is to storm Cloud Village." "And you summoned us to apprehend the Raikage?" asked Senju. "That will be enough, we'll do the rest on our own." Quote. Tobirama glared angrily at the shinobi, but the reason for his feeling was far from him. Senju turned his attention to Minato's waiting gaze, and so decided to agree. "If using chakra didn't drain our souls, then I would do everything myself. However, because of that, I can only divert the main threat to myself." Tobirama muttered. "As I recall, he has a strong Jinchuriki brother." "We'll have a tough time," said the fourth jokingly. Having gotten Kage's support and gathered enough men, Naruto was left with the final steps. Once the group of ninja, though not without Kage's help, had made it through virtually undetected, it was necessary to overcome the protective circuit of Cloud Village. Behind a high wall with constant guards were many mountain peaks amidst the clouds. The geographical position made this village impregnable for a blitzkrieg. It was required to sneak in as deep as possible, creating as little noise as possible. The three tried to think of something, but the task was indeed confusing. An attempt to throw the kunai over would be spotted and the infiltration circuit cordoned off. Almost all of the ninja were now in the village defending it, and Naruto didn't have Konoha's full reserves, which also likely wouldn't be enough, much less fight two Jinchuriki. Time passed inexorably, the more they spent on the plan, the less chance of success they had left. One day, Naruto decided to check things out up close. The bottom had no shortage of leads, and the very possibility of passing the first circuit appealed to him. Clad in his only remaining Cloud Shinobi outfit, which he had taken off a hapless guard back in the village of Mist, Uzumaki walked closer to the gate where various merchants had been standing since morning. Her village could be isolated from everything, at least from supplies of food, equipment, and even just trade. Of course, the inspection was so thorough that there was no chance of slipping through. Naruto didn't try to slip through, however, his keen gaze running over the wagons. He was interested in the possibilities of getting inside, for all little-known travelers were denied, as were guests. However, stopping at the fidgety man in his strange wagon, he thought for a moment, and then smiled slightly. The young man walked casually to the head of the sentries and bowed, then pointed to the strange wagon while pulling out money from his pocket. Not only ninjas lived inside Cloud Village, but even high-ranking officials sometimes visited this place. Yes, perhaps many ninjas wouldn't want to just revel in it either. A wagonload of tacit slaves could pass through under contract, albeit not very legally. Even at this hour, with a decent inspection and fee and a warning, they couldn't help but be let through. Naruto took two risks at once. The first was that he would not be recognized, for the head of the gate watch was constantly seeing new faces, and in fact it was only on this day that he was personally present at the guardhouse. Secondly, the young man bet on the largest number of slave carts. Naturally, it was hard to make a mistake here. He didn't even need his Byakugan, though he didn't like to use it. After the routine meeting, the young man approached the merchant and reassured him that his employers had taken care of his passage and asked him to handle everything. The young man asked to take one down, justifying it with another message delivery. The man fell for the deception. However, for anyone else it would hardly have worked. However, Uzumaki gave no signs of lying. Honestly, he couldn't even fake them with accuracy, and then flattering speeches and brought trust. Entering the wagon and quickly running his eyes over it, he quickly picked one and took it slightly aside. There was one last thing to do. The young man grabbed her face, forcing her to look into his eyes. His piercing and cold gaze made her shake. After confirming his hunch, Naruto handed her the seal and spoke, "If you don't want a quick end here, then swallow the seal. In a secluded place, however, just spit it out." Naruto looked into the girl's eyes, which almost drilled the object in his hands, then he calmly said, henceforth without hesitation. "This symbol you will erase, in payment you will get your freedom." Who would refuse such a bargain? A village girl, sold into slavery because of her family's poverty, looking at old toys and already realizing her imminent future, could only dream of a chance to escape such a fate, which she actually managed to pull out. There were about 20 of them in that wagon, but she was the only one who had a chance to escape. Some time later, when the wagon had already disappeared through the village gates, Naruto returned to the camp and explained the plan. In the dead of night, with the smallest number of guards standing by and a signal received, the Hokage were able to move into the interior of the village. They were easily able to put all the dots in place, fulfill the deal, and prepare for the climax. Minato, as the other Kage had surreptitiously done as well, moved to the outskirts of the cloud, waiting for the target, and then raised the alarm. He needed to create the illusion of a breakthrough, as well as lure out the threat. The only way to force attention was to show danger. That was exactly what Namikaze did. However, his anger really couldn't be contained. "Due to the high number of casualties among the ninja, I personally set out to capture the enemy, taking his brother with him. His students and the second Jinchuriki remained in the interrogation department, protecting the object of war." Once the four had taken their places, Minato moved the rest of the ninja group to their designated spots, drawing out some more of the force. The most desperate and elite ninja could only be defeated by the likes of these. It was obvious that the regular shinobi needed help. Yugito Ni took some of the soldiers and headed there. The Raikage's personal apprentice and his cronies remained in the department. It was in such an environment that Naruto wanted to act. Naturally, he couldn't execute the plan without avoiding so many enemies, but the plan was already formed in his head. He stood next to the wall that blocked the way, waiting for the noise of the Kage fighting. He used Orochimaru's techniques to get inside in the form of snakes. Many corridors were traversed using cracks in the structure. Unfortunately, he was unable to reach the end of the path to his goal. However, the young man had not hoped for that. Once he passed the main part of the path, he put as far as barriers, thus cutting off the forbidden passages. The enemies had isolated themselves to avoid a breakthrough, but an infiltrator could take advantage of this. The young man suddenly appeared out of the darkness of the corridors. They tried to signal, but Uzumaki took care of it in advance, and the alarms did not work, and the prepared barriers did not give a chance to transmit anything outside. The actors were in their places in time. In such a situation, the only thing the Cloud Shinobi could do was to defeat the enemies outside. They had every chance, though. Konoha's ninja, especially the elite Anbu root and Hokage's almost unrivaled even among their counterparts on the enemy's side, however, were inferior in numbers. Plus, the presence of the two-tailed Jinchuriki was gradually tilting their numbers to zero, slowly enough, since Yugito couldn't disperse within the village. However, they were willing to die for the will of fire. They knew that the longer they lived, the better their chances of success, and so they did their job, forgetting about escaping. If on the mainstream side everything was already predictable, the other side was just starting to turn. The black-masked enemy was too fast, as well as ruthless. He personally came to stop the invasion. Almost 20 years ago, Minato would have been able to fight them alone, but now, with only half his strength, he was unsure of what he could do. He had no choice, however, because the life of the village was at stake, as well as the life of his son. The Anbu of the Hidden Leaf village walked unhurriedly. He passed unnoticed by those around him, ensconced in the turmoil of battle. On one side, like thunder, came the sounds of soldiers fighting. On the other, the shouts had subsided, most likely all the figures had taken their positions. Naruto hummed. The purpose of his quest was not only to get his brother back, but also to repay his enemies. It was for that reason that he had left the clone to watch the cage fight. Getting information was a nice bonus. The young man was always honest with himself. He could admit that he was weak. He could not defeat Kage, some members of Akatsuki, and the Biju. However, by visiting the Serpent Sage he could say with confidence that he could at least hide. Finally, having learned the coveted technique of seals from the resurrected, as well as studying the bodies of shinobi, although still very limited, he was still able to escape from the battlefield. The only problem with applying the known technique was still essentially practice. It was capable of covering almost all of the problems, but right now, mindless use of the tags would result in death. Uzumaki in principle did not use techniques so heavy for chakra channels, nor had he ever encountered such a principle in attack overload. Naruto took a couple more steps and then released a snake from his sleeve. The little creature quickly, and surprisingly unnoticed, crawled through the cracks and made her way to the first floor of the interrogation department. It managed to descend a little deeper, but no farther than the third. Cloud Village didn't just keep an eye on the quality of the footage. With animal eyes, Naruto quickly assessed the situation inside and then made his first movement of the day. Emerging in front of the guard, he plunged his kunai into his neck and covered the man's mouth. Naruto then turned to the clock and noted it for himself. He was already aware of the sentries. Rounding time, he was going to put up a barrier, at least a sound barrier, but there was no need for that since he already had one. Smiling slightly, he opened the reinforced door and then immediately turned his attention to the button. Having summoned the snakes again and gathered information from them, he immediately dealt with the alarm system, switching it to the prepared branch. From now on, nothing else was in his way. Meanwhile, outside, the noise was only increasing as the battle between the main actors had finally begun. Seeing that almost a dozen of his ninjas had already fallen, rushed into the fight in a rage. Raikage's fighting style was direct and brutal, and extremely effective with his technique. The constant onslaught of monstrous physical strength at an equally monstrous speed, even comparable to a Biju, was hard to call human limits. One of the attacking ninja with a short sword deflected the katana's left to right upward strike in a slightly circular motion, while turning his body slightly and running the blade through the armor at his waist, before slicing an artery in his exposed neck. Someone tried to pounce on him with a kunai from the other side, but the ninja reacted quickly and turning his back and sharply taking a step closer. With his shoulder he raised his intercepted arm and elbowed the open organ. It was the liver. While the enemy was backing away from the blow, the shinobi finished him off before damaging his knee. Unfortunately, the soldier was absorbed in the fight and missed the Raikage's unexpected blow. The mask shattered into splinters. Tobirama was thrown a dozen meters away. He broke the wall with his body. He was already dead, however, so he quickly recovered and moved to his blade. Senju tried to strike from below with his tanto to break Iyu's jaw, but he couldn't do it in time. He struck faster. This time the flesh didn't hold up. Almost half of his body dissipated in ribbons. "Sealing squad!" shouted the leader of the country. The ninjas immediately ran up to execute the order, but immediately fell dead. A few meters away from everything stood a second shinobi wearing a mask, but he pulled it off, revealing his familiar face, while continuing to spin the kunai. The latter featured 3 blades and a seal on the hilt. No one made a noise this time, many were struck with goosebumps. Even I was having a hard time keeping his cool, his forehead sweating. Bai came to his named brother's aid. He tried to chop Minato's head off, but even now, the Namikaze managed to react with his back, simply tossing the kunai up and stamping the biju's restraint on his shoulder, then back to Tobirama through his sword. The Raikage glanced at Bai. Fighting 2 Kage at once was something even they couldn't afford, never mind that they had team techniques and working together. It all paled in comparison to 2 geniuses and masters of link teleportation. Unfortunately for himself, I quickly realized that he had to separate them first. The Kage, however, were only stalling for time. Their powers were limited, and they dared not interfere with the new generation, even though they had already allowed it. The village could not exist on the greatness of its ancestors, so Konoha had to deal with its own problems. Tobirama immediately realized where this was going. Senju realized that he was weaker than his partner, so he rushed into action, attacking the Jinchuriki. The tanto slid on the thin and strange sword. It was almost like a needle. Senju spun in a dance. The slash slipped through, but Tobirama turned the sword with his hand. The attempt to cut through the flesh of his ribs almost succeeded, but Bai was extremely fast for his size. Tobirama's blade passed him by again, but he didn't even bother. Immediately using his other hand he swung his blade horizontally to the left and clashed his blade with the enemy's. Bai managed to defend himself with one hand and so counterattacked with a second sword. 8 swords were not effective against such enemies, so the Raikage brother dared not even try. The second blade went straight for Tobirama's head. The first one posed a threat, but Senju had been through more than one war. He took a step under the swing and stepped forward to attack, trying to pierce his spleen. Bai immediately drew back the blade in a circular motion, but it was like a rope. Tobirama immediately swung out of position, trying to cut off the enemy's head, but the latter raised his arm up and deflected the attack flat. Tobirama folded the seal with one hand, bringing his sword back to strike, then spat out a stream of water that almost shattered the blade, but only rendered it unusable, causing Bai to snatch the next one, but losing the initiative. Senju didn't give him a chance to act first. Suddenly, it was as if Tobirama had made a mistake. He stabbed a tanto at his head, but Bai dodged it by pulling his head back a bit, and then almost did it himself, but he forgot about the moving technique. The sword slid down his shoulder behind his back where the enemy was. Tobirama took advantage of the situation and quickly pierced Bai's right side. The latter was a nimble ninja and managed to pull the organ out of harm's way, but was wounded quite badly. Everything was going well, but a sharp swing of his left sword shattered Tobirama's blade. Now he was left to use the kunai. Looks like the steel of the Cloud Country was much better, as was the blacksmithing practice. At the same time, Minato stood across from the Raikage and looked at him with a slight kind smile, as if he were an old friend. It was hard for Ai to understand such a thing, since he was practically a blood enemy in front of him. "How are you doing?" Namikaze suddenly asked. I growled slightly in anger, but then realized he wasn't being laughed at. "Been fine." The Raikage laughed slightly as well, but it was more of a grin. Isn't Konoha itself capable of anything? To this, Minato didn't reply. He took the kunai in his right hand and began to examine it. The Raikage rushed forward, as he had a dozen, even almost 2 ago, but once again he was not in time. Even now, he had made it in time. Then he would never be able to. Minato had already left marks on the battlefield. Fighting him in such territory could only be described in one word: insanity. Perhaps to defeat him required a speed much greater than human perception, accelerated by training and chakra. Even I couldn't afford it. A Rasengan appeared in Minato's hands, the first time the Raikage knew that Minato could do more than just smile. His face hid his main emotion, anger. Raikage's gaze went wide, several kunai flew by him at once. I froze in place, unable to make up his mind. He rushed forward at the last moment, but was immediately hit by a Rasengan. The cover of lightning was able to protect him from such a powerful technique. The Raikage had already lost psychologically by going on the defensive. Against Minato, his pressure was pointless. They hardly fought at all, every lunge ending the same way, Raikage trying to reach the enemy but ending up with a technique. That kind of quickly exhausted them both, though you couldn't tell that from Minato's appearance. I, on the other hand, though uninjured, spent chakra, and was battered as well, the residual effects of the penetrating blow able to hurt him a bit, eating away at his strength faster. Namikaze, seeing that his technique was not powerful enough, decided to surprise his old friend one last time, creating a Rasengan in his hand, filling it with the element of wind. The internal energy currents merged with the air currents to form a compressed storm. I tried to avoid the blow, but he was originally standing at the point of attack. Minato had moved the technique directly towards him, so there was no point in following him. This time the Rasengan was able to cut through the cover, it even managed to leave a bloody imprint on his shoulder. There would clearly be a scar in that spot. The Raikage took a knee, he could have continued the fight, but it would have been to the point of exhaustion. The ninja shouted, they were about to intercede, but there was a terrifying rumble at the place of the interrogation department. Minato and Tobirama immediately realized what was going on, for it was the latter who had come up with it, and so he cursed to himself. As the fighting stopped, a clone of Naruto showed up near Minato. He had an important mission. As soon as the clone appeared, I was forced to rush towards him, he was out of options. As soon as he got close to him, the enemy threw a kunai tagged kunai and also folded a couple seals. A small barrier appeared, and the explosive seals showed up as well. It appeared to be the same ones that had blown up the building. Raikage survived, even more, he could still fight. However, he dared not pursue his enemies. That was exactly what Naruto wanted. He really wanted to give him all the pain he could. But he had already found his weak spot. A shuddering breath echoed in the room. It was an intruder. His impatience was able to escape. The torture department of Cloud Village was guarded by many ninjas, though even now the majority protected the village, there were still guards. Particularly the elite ninja. Naruto had already come to appreciate the characteristics of some of the Anbu by observing what was happening in the village. It came as a surprise to him that many were superior to even the regular ninja en route. When the ninja found himself in the interior of the building where the most valuable people were kept, he had the main advantage of having a sense of danger. While the Toad Hermit mode opened up unprecedented horizons in sensing capabilities and was even capable of assessing the state of mind, the snake's understanding of nature was all about the most important thing, survival. In general terms, the use of the natural chakra gives one type advantages, then come the peculiar qualities of animal understanding, and at the end individual traits. Nature is indeed one, but so multifaceted and immense that no living being is able to fully merge with it as an equal, rather it will be absorbed. This is what happens to unsuccessful students, their personality dissolves into the world, being unable to keep up with everything around them. The natural chakra user discovers the self and brings it into a conditioned equilibrium. Anbu of Hidden Leaf pressed himself against the wall, he could sense the approach, the guards used chakra and walked silently. The young man already knew the route to the target, still the Biju chakra inside the barrier gave away the source. It was an easy task even for an inexperienced and weak sensor, because such a strong stream was growing towards the center and going to the edges of the barrier, already returning to the middle of the formation. The shinobi reacted almost instantly. He immediately plunged his kunai into the neck of the man he had just found. The other one jumped back and pressed the signal button, but it didn't work. Anbu was confused for a second, but managed to pull himself together. The katana sliced through the device and then swung horizontally towards the hull. The sword flew a couple of centimeters away, it didn't even hit the armor, and so the Cloud Shinobi tried to counterattack, his kunai not having the length advantage at all, but it was in the right position. It seemed that the weapon was about to reach the enemy, but Naruto snatched the same and blocked it, and then pointed the blade in the opposite direction, turning it around. Anbu drew back, his torso intact, but the sword in his strong hand headed a little lower, for the young man wrapped his arm without compulsion under the other, the forward point thrust between the armor of his abdomen and legs. The blade cut the tendons, and so the soldier collapsed to the ground, Uzumaki immediately took advantage of the situation and finished the enemy. The noise had already made everyone aware of Naruto, but there was only one way into the secret rooms. It was too dangerous to take detour routes, so there was an electronic warning system. It was extremely unlucky for the Cloud Shinobi that the snakes had long since learned the system. Even painted rats couldn't penetrate the perimeter, but the natural beasts could easily do so. After passing the first block, Naruto stepped into a large room where he was met by over a dozen ninjas. He didn't have time to fight them, so he cheated. A table of clones came out to fight, while he turned kunai and threw himself along with his usual weapons. The natural chakra and energized chakra steel-throwing projectiles were able to fool the not quite experienced sensors. The young man managed to rush past the main group. There was one last obstacle. Two ninjas stood in a large hallway just before a large iron door. Naruto took the form of one of the fighting men and ran towards the enemies. He stained his clothes with blood. He wanted to at least get close to them, but they didn't seem to care. The orders were the same even for their own. The first one let out a stream of water, closing the passage, while the second one struck it with a lightning discharge. Getting around something like that in a narrow passageway is an interesting challenge, but the kunai flew near the ceiling. One of them possessed an explosive seal, but was repelled, while the other, not unlike a normal one, flew past. The young man immediately moved towards it. Naruto found himself level with the head and immediately thrust the kunai between the armor again. The soldier had no chance of surviving, too many vessels run in the man's neck. The second Anbu didn't hesitate for a second, he swung his blade, slicing off part of Naruto's hair. The latter managed to keep his balance and got to his feet. He even managed to hold the blade with the kunai. However, one thing Uzumaki didn't take into account was that the element of lightning allowed the obstacle to pass. The sword cut through clothing, armor and even the edge of flesh, but in the same second, Uzumaki took advantage of the katana flying downwards, pulling that arm towards him and breaking the front of his neck with his elbow. Unfortunately for the Cloud Shinobi, his left arm didn't protect him from the blow. Shaking the blood from his hands, fixing his hair, and then tightening his clothes, Naruto calmly opened the door. He had finally reached the goal of his entire quest, but there was another ninja standing in front of him. It was the Raikage's close apprentice, Darui. A man wielding black lightning and sword, his calm and decisive nature was combined with the judgment and loyalty that allowed him to go so high. The enemy snatched his sword and left its end on the floor, still the distance was about 2 meters between them. "I came for him," Naruto said quietly as he looked around for his brother. Besides one of the leaders, there was still some of the staff here, a couple of ninjas, but they were no threat to Uzumaki at all. Darui understood that and ordered him not to interfere. The noise began to die down at a great rate, after which Naruto continued. A group battle is a house of cards. If there is an equal number of people who are inferior, the whole thing will collapse immediately. After saying that, Uzumaki smiled slightly while tilting his head. Darui didn't understand why this was said, or rather what was on his enemy's mind, but asked his own, "You think you can hide from the Raikage?" Naruto gave the shinobi a snide look, and then, after thinking it over, said, pulling his katana out of its sheath again. "I don't think I know anyone who can beat him. But wait, maybe you can." An extremely strange phrase echoed through the room. Darui at first unable to accept that he could pass against the Raikage, and then unable to understand how he could basically defeat him until he realized what his enemy was talking about. "I wonder how many people important to him will head after me. I hope such an emotional and responsible leader is worried about you, after all you are like family to him." Naruto said with some sadness, even though he didn't care. He just wanted to undermine his enemy's state of mind, but he succeeded. Darui began to make mistakes, allowing himself to think about what he was saying. Instead of sticking to a basic plan or developing a new one, he first assessed the threat, which was pointless in this situation. Of course, after seconds of doubt and realizing the danger, a sense of determination came, but for such a man, it wasn't even a question. Most importantly, Naruto had only drawn her away from him, but had also lit a bonfire of anger. However, even a spark was enough. Uzumaki's gaze raced around, His clones had reached the room and began to deal with the surroundings, assessing the situation. He was fully focused on the target. After all, everything was already preparing for an escape. In addition, the main ranks of Anbu were almost depleted, as well as Kage's time. However, Uzumaki still had enough time for the task, as the clones were executing the rest of the plan. Suddenly a purple lightning bolt flew off the enemy's blade. As we know, nothing can outrun it. You can only get out from under the attack until the technique begins. But Uzumaki had his own trump card. Although he was incredibly far from the Raikage's level, his cover was enough to avoid injury. Grasping the blade tighter, Naruto ran forward, no longer having the caution in him that he had before, as his eyes opened once more. If anyone had said that there were swordsmen in Konoha, they weren't quite right. The village might have its own masters, but the swordsmanship was mediocre relative to the rest of the country. Naruto was only a teenager. His body may have reached peak physical strength, especially after mastering the Sannin regime, but he was inferior to the likes of Darui anyway. And not only in swordsmanship, but also in close combat, except that Uzumaki made up for his lack of skill and experience with his natural talents and the superiority he achieved. Yes, his experience was not so colossal, but it was gained in a short period of time, as well as skills, and therefore at the moment, you could say, were sharp. The Konoha shinobi approached within striking distance. Darui delivered a stabbing blow, a transfer from his previous use of the technique, but the speed of perception and body allowed the young man to let the blade slide across his chest by turning slightly. Darui wasn't stupid. He brought his sword down sharply, trying to hit a body or even a leg, but unfortunately for him, Naruto felt what was going on around him like a snake. He pushed his enemy in the shoulder, bent backwards, letting the blade pass over him, as the enemy lost his balance for a second, and then, thanks to the advantage in speed and convenient position, he struck in the ribs. Darui had time to reinforce the spot of the blow with chakra, and Naruto lacked the skill to spend a destructive force with chakra at the same time. Though still the Cloud Shinobi felt a slight pain reaching his organs, it was a bad sign. The swordsman held back a gust of pain and anger. He hit Naruto in the collarbone with his hilt and then elbowed him in the head, but Naruto managed to cover himself with his arm. He would have been hurt, but not now, and his mind was free from the shackles of emotion, and in turn he stealthily kicked Darui in the knee. Surprisingly, he reacted and raised his leg, setting up his shin, but his opponent was a little different. All the while Naruto was hungry for one thing. Darui's eyes darted downward for a second, and that was why he felt the slight breeze and noise next to his ear too late. At first he didn't realize what it was, but he suddenly lost sight of his enemy. Naturally, he not only guessed but already felt that the enemy was behind him. Darui tried to continue the fight, but as soon as he looked into Anbu's eyes, he noticed that he had used a technique. Finally, his brain signaled a punch near his lungs. Darui didn't understand why he was kept alive. Naruto summoned a clone who busied himself with preparing for the second part of the plan. Meanwhile, the young man bent over the heavily breathing enemy and placed his hand first on the left side of his chest, then found the heart. It is symbolic that the heart of men is in the same relative position as the hearth chakra, though rather the other way around. He said, while checking the ninja's condition just in case, "It's too early for you to die. You have work to do." Uzumaki narrowed his eyes slightly, then continued, "I've been watching the village and realized that Raikage has chosen you as his successor. Decisive of him to take on something like that so early." The words irritated Darui. He was ready to tear into his enemy, but he couldn't. At first he tried to stand up, to take up his sword or just grip it, but the seal restrained his movements. The chakra hearth is the life of a shinobi. It responds to its owner's feelings, but interestingly, the hearth itself is also capable of influencing the owner. Darui didn't understand why they were talking to him about this. All he could do was stare at the ceiling, and his enemy should have left sooner. Before he could get up, the shinobi felt a slight pain. He glanced at his watch and said, "Looks like you'll have time to say goodbye to your teacher." After saying that, Naruto smiled falsely, while almost immediately looking away. Hiding the scroll with Cloud's treasure, the sealing barrel, and taking his brother, he not only blew up the supporting walls from the inside, causing the building to fly apart, but also used the lightning technique just in case, making a safe way up. The young man climbed up to the roof. A second glance was enough for him to realize the situation. However, Uzumaki had assumed the worst, which was almost happening. The Leaf Army was almost completely defeated, and the Hokage was cornered. Minato couldn't be caught, but all the other ninja were diligently getting rid of the tags, which caused some difficulty. Tobirama, on the other hand, would have been sealed up by now if not for Namikaze's help. The destruction of the interrogation department was the signal for the second part of the plan. The ninjas who had been battling the Leaf squads, as soon as the latter disappeared, headed towards the site of the explosion. Yugito Ni personally led them. She would send the others to the sabotage sites and also to the wreckage. She expected to deal with the sole destroyer of the interrogation department along with her comrades. In fact, it was the right decision. The most experienced ninja had been at the wreckage's side for a long time, helping him fight the dead cage, and she had the best of her generation with her. The sacrifices in other lineups would be enormous and have little effect. The least talented and some of the finest leaders were certainly going after them. At the same time, the wreckage was sorting out the inside of the village with his guards. He had a choice between keeping the village or retaking the Jinchuriki. As a general he had to do the latter, and as a kage the former. He himself could no longer fight, having spent too much of not only his chakra and physical strength, but he was also experiencing his worst mental exhaustion in recent memory. Now he had to take care of the ninjas, the residents, his cronies, and the central buildings. Rumors had already reached him about storming the archives. I realized he stood on the brink of defeat. All his hope was in the Jinchuriki two tails that had set off in pursuit of the target with a sufficient group. The situation in Cloud had been tense for a long time. The spies of Sand and Cloud were causing trouble, as were the infiltrating suicide bombers, civilians taken under genjutsu, deserters, the many wounded, and the search for important ninja, all of which were of the utmost importance. There was no point in sending exhausted ninja on a chase when a house was burning. There was a chance of an ambush, but the first group had a sensor with them, so they'd have time to retreat, which was why the wreckage wasn't worried about the fate of the second Biju. His named brother was not only unable to use the tailed one's power because of the seal, but was also badly wounded in Tobirama's last attack before he dispersed with Minato. While this is far from all that can be said to explain the wreckage's actions, hopefully it is enough to make his decision. But what was going on between a group of 17 men chasing one wounded man and one unfit for combat? First of all, the chase. Lightning Country was an extremely uncomfortable place to fight from Uzumaki's point of view. He didn't dare to go out against such a squad in such a situation, and even in a bad place. However, he wasn't crazy and calculated the worst before jumping into the maelstrom. The attempt to cover his tracks with the clone had obviously failed. Though I'll say right off the bat, everything went according to plan. After an hour of chasing, Naruto made a long backwards turn, almost making a circle, no, even completing it. The young man stopped, forcing his enemies to do the same. Ni turned to him at once. Give up the Jinchuriki and surrender, then I'll try to get the wreckage to ransom you. Naturally, she simply didn't know what had happened in the interrogation department, obviously just deceiving, at the same time being a girl and possessing a certain softness towards others. These factors merged together to create such a suggestion. True, the enemy didn't waver, he didn't even try to escape and at the same time lowered his eyes, smiled sadly, and then said. In the bright flash of fireworks in the distance, it is hard to find tiny imperfections, just like a blade of grass in the forest. He looked at the group's sensor. At first the ninja didn't realize what the conversation was about, and when he noticed, it was too late. When Naruto summoned the clones, there was chaos all around the place. Naruto's chakra spewing out, a dozen clones emerging, a fox's chakra spreading from Menma, and a couple of small sealed kunai thrown between a cloud of other similar ones. Most likely even possessing a Sharingan, it would have been difficult to see what Naruto had prepared the marks for the barrier. The young man had erected it with the intention of locking up his enemies, allowing the clone to carry his brother away, thus greatly improving his position. In addition, he had chosen the location of the battle, naturally matching it to his own. Before the surprise could leave the faces of his enemies, Naruto began to weave his net as he always did. He turned to Nia in response. Retreat would be wise in this case. He tried to smile kindly, but it came out more like a grin. Yugito began to give out orders with symbols, almost incomprehensible to Naruto, and at the same time was able to ask the reason for such a proposal, to distract the enemy a little and give himself time, since he deigned to speak. Uzumaki understood his enemies. He was not the greatest genius, rather the actions of his opponents were tried and tested and a bit trivial. Before I attacked, I kept an eye on the village. Unfortunately for you, I have a knack for picking up some details. The young man tilted his head. At the same time he was checking the sharpening on his sword and his equipment, while his enemies were making maneuvers before the clash. And what did you see? She asked with genuine interest, while nodding to her comrades. After answering, everyone pounced on him at once. Naruto closed his eyes. He knew what would happen next, but was unable to calculate the outcome. He could only rely on his inner voice. He grasped the leaf that gently flew over his hand, though Uzumaki only realized it due to Sanin's condition. You lack discernment. Too many strong ninja died in the war. It seems you never gave up trying to kill Minato. Naruto grinned as he opened his eyes and looked directly into the girl's eyes. There was no longer a person in them, it was as if he had melted into his surroundings. She saw herself in the sky blue pupils that still had a look of weariness in them. How many friends will be left when you dare to summon a Biju? The corners of the young man's lips trembled. It seems he was pleased with himself, because he put such a difficult question to the enemy, which will torment all opponents until the end, because in the eyes of the ninja for a second ran fear. However, those immediately threw themselves into the fight, but Yugito froze for a couple of moments, and then again raised her gaze into the blue eyes. She once again saw only herself, and the devilish smile once again recalled the words of the man in front of her. How many are you willing to sacrifice? Came a voice in her head, as if taunting her. It was clear to her now that the enemy had not only given her a chance to escape, but had also tied them up hand and foot. All that was left was to believe in the numerical advantage. To be fair, it was indeed overwhelming. Uzumaki was faced with an extremely difficult puzzle. For the first time in his short but cursed life, Naruto didn't know what to do. He had always faced incredible challenges, but this was different now. In the land of water, he had managed to deal with a large number of ninjas as well. It was worth mentioning that most of them were worse than second-rate, still the civil war had crippled the village too much. Here, however, he had the talents of Cloud in front of him, perhaps the toughest village in terms of training. The Uzumaki clone had already had time to appreciate their abilities in the battle against the Anbu units. Naruto couldn't run, however, nor did he have the right to die here. If anything happened, his brother would be left here, as well as any possible happy future for him, his acquaintances, and the entire country. The white-haired ninja was extremely quick to get in front of Naruto while drawing his sword. Uzumaki wanted to strike faster, but his Sanin mode alerted everything around him. They cornered me like an animal. Tisked the young man as thoughts raced through his head. Some were already ready to use techniques, some were already intending to continue the offensive, and some were preparing to save a comrade. All that would be fine, but among the enemies there was not only a medic, but also a censor. Naruto kept his hand on the hilt of his blade and then let out a long exhale. He caught the last word. Man adapts his surroundings to suit him. Uzumaki had always conducted fights based on that. He tended to wait for his enemy to make a mistake and deliver one fatal blow. His caution and second chances accompanied him in that, but now something else was required. He couldn't act like a human in a fight like this. First and foremost, Naruto had to survive. Having accomplished that goal, he could already count on some kind of chance. And who could survive with a better chance than a Kaunata beast? Cloud's Chunin was very close, he was insured, so he was practically unafraid. He tried to horizontally slash the enemy, but he jumped up just before the sword collided and attached himself a little higher to a tree. Naruto knew one thing, there was no way to stay still. The fight first turned into a roundup hunt. Once he made a mistake he could sign his death warrant. A pair of ninja threw shurikens at Uzumaki's leg, but he bent slightly, lifting it up the tree upwards as if wanting to push back harder and at the same time evade the attack. Now most of the group was covering on the far side, only 4 followed. For this reason Naruto was unable to quickly cut out the rear and finish off the rest. Fortunately for the hero of Konoha, the two-tailed Jinchuriki did not join the fight. She was tormented by her inner turmoil and was exchanging words with the Biju, and she could not rush at such an enemy. A jet of wind blew over Uzumaki's ear, because he bent sideways and already touched the trunk with his hand. From below, one of the enemies was already closing in on him, while the other 3 spread out to the sides. Naruto couldn't go any further up, he would end up being limited from above as well, for there was already a barrier there. There was nowhere to retreat to, all sides were already occupied. He had no choice. The young man immediately stopped controlling his chakra and began to fall downwards, while still keeping his footing. Before colliding with the enemy, Uzumaki managed to fly a little away from the blade, pushing off the trunk. Naruto was not attacking yet, he was running and hiding from the enemy. The young man closed his eyes, he didn't need to see what was around him. After all, the Sage Serpent's mode was revealing far more mysteries to him. 3 in different directions, one on top, a little farther away shinobi preparing techniques, and a Jinchuriki determinedly waiting for the opportune moment. Uzumaki dodged the beam of lightning, he pushed off the trunk and headed towards one of the enemies. He tried to meet the guest, but the young man twisted his legs a little and loosened his control. He immediately flew down and then stepped under a branch, then made a sharp dash. He had broken out of the circle, now he needed to get rid of the extra figures, leave some behind and only then act like a man. There was only one thing he had to do now, and that was to inspire fear. The young man had already remembered the weaknesses of the team, he would spot the least capable boy and he had already approached him. From behind, someone was using a jet of wind, and from the second side a similar one was already approaching, but from the water. Unfortunately for Cloud's team, they had met the wrong person to teach a dozen powerful techniques. Naruto only knew just 3 for each of his elements: blade forms, dispersion, and creating streams. He didn't know much more than that, but he wasn't required to. The situation with medical techniques was similar, no, even worse. The only thing he could do was the basics, though only Orochimaru could compete with him on the medical side, and that was because of his vast knowledge. Naruto used the flow of wind. While making a turn, he slightly changed the trajectory of the water and directed it at the closest relative to the direction of the enemy. However, it was successful, because he was covering his target. Uzumaki ran forward, then he went to the left, letting the wind flow to the right. That cut off the possibility of attacking the enemy from the right side. Let me try to describe the situation. Naruto had been running straight at the target up to this point. The enemy on the left was now a bit distracted, while the enemy on the right had to pass through the wind shot when he tried to attack. Naruto followed his target with his eyes. He went to the right, also hiding behind the technique and his comrade, but Uzumaki was more cunning. He stopped, literally took a step to the right and put 2 enemies in a line in front of him. To escape to the left they could not. There was still a long wind technique. There were several options to retreat, if not invisible barrier, which traitorously appeared exactly behind. Naruto quickly folded the seals and applied his wind technique, cutting off the possibility of escape. Closing the 2 opponents in a makeshift triangle, he managed to kill one and seriously wound the other. From this distance it was hard to tell, but the young man knew he had hit either the liver or the intestines. Naruto had to pay for such an attack as well. He stayed still for a few seconds, the enemy with the sword as well as a couple techniques almost reaching him. For him to deal with this in a normal situation would have been a challenge. The whole difficulty was 2 problems. He needed to save chakra not only for possible fights in the future, but also for the emergency trip itself, as well as the Hiraishin technique. Uzumaki just wasn't ready to use it yet. It was wasting a huge amount of chakra, even with his control, because it was unique. Because of this, the chakra system was overloading and he needed to rest, and he had already abused it before. This time he had no choice but to use the usual wind dispersal that made him higher and able to climb back up into the trees. He reassessed the situation. The second one had bled out quickly, it was too dark, and so his liver was injured. In such conditions he did not live long. With 15 men left, he closed his eyes again. The picture was as if in the palm of his hand. His breath seemed to sweep over the entire clearing, such was the merging with nature. Naruto snatched the kunai, he deflected the blow with his katana and then began to turn around the trunk around the enemy, preventing the others from interfering using techniques. Another enemy appeared from behind. Uzumaki stood between the two ninjas while being in a horizontal position, however, he wasn't too bothered by it. Any normal person, not even a warrior, would try to line up the enemies, not fighting two at once, but Naruto saw in front of him not yet a table of experienced swordsmen, and also believed in his abilities. The young man deflected the blade with a strong blow and then turned his back to it, with the young man stopping the second blow in front of him. The enemy saw the opportunity, his blade point was directed at Naruto's body, he went forward, Uzumaki slightly sat up, knocking his leg out of the enemy, and with his other hand controlled the progress of the sword. The latter pierced his chest in the lung area near the heart, but it was not just that. The enemy lost his balance, Naruto stopped holding on as well, and they both collided with the one below. The blade pierced through him as well. After that, Uzumaki passed the blade and clawed into the neck of the one standing in front, damaging an artery. Naturally, the one didn't survive and the other one, in a fit of rage, risked everything and tried to inflict a gift, however he was standing too close. Naruto easily passed under the swing a little to the side and stabbed a kidney punch and then grabbed onto the wounded enemy and attached himself to a tree, holding the one in front of him. The enemy screamed and tried to break free, but with such a wound he didn't stand a chance. Once the effect of surprise had passed and the enemies were about to strike at both of them, Naruto jabbed a kunai between his ribs just in case and threw the nearly dead body at the still first-time attacker. There were 13 people left. Naruto quickly left the tree and was already in the next one, quickly healing a not-so-terrible wound, more like soft tissue damage and a lung. The fight was gaining momentum. If the enemies thought they had cornered the victim and were systematically driving them in, now their plan was being ruined by them. None of the younger generation could maintain the calmness required in such an environment. Naruto took the opportunity to say, "If only you had that black lightning Jonin with you." He let out a slight chuckle at those words. Everyone stopped for a second, and the Jinchuriki girl shouted, "What did you do to Darui?" She was angry. Yugito was in a real hell right now. Her comrades were fighting right in front of her eyes, and also dying. The worst part for her was that there was nothing she could do. Life as a Jinchuriki is hard. She was truly hated in the village, only recently had she managed to prove herself and build relationships with her coworkers. Colleagues who would soon be gone. She could expect to hurt the enemy by sacrificing a couple of new friends, but for someone like her that was simply impossible. Any normal human and practically Anbu would have done the same, except that the members of the root and the person in front of her wouldn't have seen it as a problem, except that the former would have had to go through background checks. Now only two were following Naruto, the same man with the sword, and his girlfriend with red hair and practically a palash, no, even bigger than his, and a half-circle of enemies. In this situation Naruto waited for the two swordsmen to approach. Someone was using techniques, but Uzumaki knew it and changed his position in space beforehand. He was faster than his opponents. At that moment he threw a smoke bomb, however, immediately a wave of wind came, trying to dispel it. Everyone looked at the cloud of smoke as the censor suddenly shouted, "Overhead." The shinobi immediately looked up. Naruto left as a substitute and walked forward to the last source of trouble, the censor. While the swordsmen were behind him, Uzumaki was left to get past the defenders and get the target. Naruto grabbed his katana, he fended off a couple of shurikens, ducked and ran under a few more. He even managed to divert the water flow a bit, though he had to sacrifice his blade. And so, Uzumaki approached the same trio of ninjas, however now they had no geometric restriction. Yugito used a fireball. The flames of blue color couldn't be compared to the usual one, but unfortunately she really lacked experience in battle against such enemies. Naruto with the help of Wind Elemental overcame the technique and fell right between them. As soon as the Jinchuriki turned around, he had already reflected the other's Tanto Kunai. At that moment a censor, a man with yellow hair, pierced Naruto's side. Finally, they were able to reach the enemy. However, the man took advantage of even that. Naruto caught hold of the shinobi's arm and then a snake crawled out of his sleeve and bit the ninja. After that, Naruto threw an explosive seal under himself. The ninja out of habit recoiled. They didn't dare to blow up with him, especially the Jinchuriki had no right to do that. Naruto was slightly rattled by the blast, a couple of shards stabbed from his back, but there was nothing fatal. He stood with his back to the enemy, continuing to breathe slowly. "That's it for now," the ninja said quietly. The Cloud Shinobi didn't understand his words. First the hope of victory appeared in them, and then that split with the realization that the enemy was most likely talking about something non-obvious. Yugito shouted loudly, "What's the matter?" as she held back the last of her impulse to release the Biju. Naruto turned and looked up at the sky. "You're so caught up in what's going on. It's a full moon tonight, but the heavens are on my side." At this point the Cloud Ninja realized they had fallen into an even bigger trap. It was quite dark, but so far it wasn't much of a hindrance. However, that was changing extremely quickly. A downpour was gathering, the heavens hiding behind monstrous clouds, as if the sky itself was grieving for them, or maybe it had already said goodbye. Uzumaki just stood there, waiting for the enemy to act. He waited for the darkness. In it he was the winner. Naruto himself didn't know that tonight would be a successful night. Shinobi used several techniques at once. They tried to kill him, but it was too late. Uzumaki summoned clones and disappeared among them. After the disappearance of the last one, they were left alone. Yugito tried to melt the barrier, but she had to stop. One of her comrades fainted after the extreme overheating inside the barrier. Darkness first enveloped everything around her and then took the ninja into its embrace, the embrace of death. Yugito heard nothing but the occasional ninja falling to the ground. After a few seconds she felt the kunai near her neck. The instinct of self-preservation finally overcame feelings. She gave her freedom to Matabi. If not for Naruto's seal. The girl collapsed to the ground without strength. Naruto on the other hand dispelled the barrier and crouched under a tree as well. The clone had already delivered the information that his brother was in a hidden place, so Naruto also took a break. Besides, he wanted to finish what he had started earlier, to repay his enemies in the same coin. However, there was more to it than just revenge. There was also the goal of striking another blow against the Raikage. Naruto looked at his hands. He couldn't see them, but he could visualize them perfectly. He asked himself, was Naruto really that cruel?